Board. Fresh. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay.
For everybody to use that today. There's a delay. Survey press next.
Good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful day, and we are here for our budget workshop that begins at 10 o'clock. It is now 10:25. We've given our colleagues a little bit more time to get here, considering we were here so late last night. And this is indeed going to be an extensive workshop. And so, welcome to our City of Lauderhill budget workshop. And of course, it is Tuesday, July the 15th, 2025. Again, the time is 10:25. City Clerk, if you can please call the roll.
Commissioner Campbell? Commissioner Dunn? Here. Commissioner Hodgson? Vice Mayor Martin? Mayor Grant?
Present.
City Attorney Ottenot?
Present.
City Manager Hobbs?
Present.
Roll call completed.
Wonderful. Thank you kindly. And so this will be a limited agenda meeting, and the only item to be discussed will be item number 1, which will be a presentation of the City of Lauderhill budget for 2025. And of course, this is the proposed budget by our city manager, Mr. Kenny Hobbs Jr. Sir,
Yes.
good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, and you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. As stated by the mayor today, we will be discussing the city manager's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. The budget includes both operating and capital expenditures, as well as a look at all revenues for all funds. To put forward an agenda, we'll have an overview. Then we'll have a brief discussion about the primary responsibilities of the municipality or the city as a whole, the commission, as well as the city manager. Following that, we'll discuss the commission priorities as set forth by the current commission. Then there will be a presentation by Don Giancoli on the strategic plan. Following that, we'll discuss the community meetings and the feedback that we've received from the community as related to the GEO bond presentations and the budget presentations that were made over the last several months. Then there would be the transition to the financial overview, which will be made by the finance department staff. Sure.
Just to interject, City Clerk, if we can just have the record reflect that Vice Mayor Martin is here, as well as Commissioner Campbell.
Taking a look at the budget presentation overview, again, our goal today is to outline our strategic operating and our capital funding plan for fiscal year 2026. The information provided is data-driven, and it was a collaborative process. At this point, again, I would just like to thank our staff, starting with the finance director, Don Giancoli, the assistant finance director, Yolande Todd, who's our operations administrator. Karen Pottinger is also the deputy finance director, for all of their hard work that went into the preparation of this budget. I'd also like to thank the department directors who worked with us and were out when we went out for the community meetings and met with all of the various HOAs. We had 8 community meetings to discuss the budget in the various the various areas of the city. I'd like to thank them. And also I'd like to thank our citizens, our residents, which they're in the back now, having continental breakfast. But I'd like to thank them for the input that they provided into this budget. And lastly, the mayor and the commission for the vision and the setting of the priorities and policies as it relates to the formation of the proposed budget. Again, it included community feedback, and it is a long-range plan. It includes our 5-year capital improvement plan as well. Oops. So today's presentation will be a little different than what we traditionally have as a budget workshop. I think the focus for us will be more so each department has an actual presentation that we'll make today. It'll discuss their programs, their services, and the service levels that we're currently providing. Just to briefly touch on what we consider to be our core responsibilities of the city, of the municipality, of the commission, as well as of the city manager. And that kind of guided us as we moved through the preparation of this budget, as well as this presentation. Just from the city's perspective, from the municipality perspective, our core responsibilities includes public safety. And as you hear me say, public safety is police, fire, water, and sewer. We consider all of those items to be public safety. An additional core responsibility is infrastructure and public works, streets and roads improvements, facility improvements, parks and recreation is considered a core responsibility of the city. Community development, economic development, and then providing administrative support. Those are considered our core responsibilities as a municipality. Now, there are some other cities that have additional core responsibilities that they've deemed to be part of their makeup. For example, Pembroke Pines, they have a charter school that's run by their city. So that's considered one of their core responsibilities is their charter school. The city of Fort Lauderdale Plantation, they actually have healthcare facilities that's run by their city for their employees and their families. So again, that's one of their core responsibilities. But again, those are some of the things when we're looking at when the city commission sets its priorities that we look at as an administration to decide how we move forward and what we actually include in our budgets. Again, this is just a brief slide, and this slide basically it makes reference to the city's charter section 9.01, where it speaks to the various roles of the city commission. One, the first and foremost, is to represent our residents and constituents. Again, that's considered to be one of the commission's primary responsibilities. Approving the city's budget, that is a core responsibility of our city commission. As it states in the code, the commission approves the budget at what we call the major object code level. What that means is that the commission actually approves the budget at the departmental level. So it's the commission's responsibility, for example, to say that for police you have $33 million that was approved. For finance, for example, $3.9 million. For parks, $8.6. Public works, $10.8. That's the level at which the commission actually approves the budget. Again, the commission's responsibility is passing laws and regulations in accordance with the city's charter and ordinances, setting policy, contract approval, and hiring the charter officials. So the city commission is responsible for hiring the city attorney, the city clerk, and the city manager. Again, those are what are considered the core responsibility of our city commission. Moving on to the next, looking at the core responsibilities of the city manager is to oversee the daily operations of the city, and that includes the hiring of staff, the firing of staff, the discipline of staff, as well as managing the budgets at the departmental level. As stated on the previous slide, the city approves the budgets at the departmental level. Yes, sir. But
Yeah.
the day-to-day carrying or the maintaining of the budget is done at the city manager level. So, for example, as it relates to transfers within the department can be made by the signature of the city manager and the finance director. So if there's money that the commission has approved for public works, if the public works director needs to move money within his budget to carry out a certain activity, that can be done at the signature of the department director, the finance director, and the city manager. However, if there is a need to move money between departments, because the commission approves the budget at the department level, if we need to move money from public works to police, then that requires us to come before the commission and request approval to move money between departments. So again, the manager has the responsibility to manage dollars within the departments. They have the responsibility for hiring and firing of staff, but anytime there's a need to move money between departments to increase or decrease the overall budget or to move capital dollars, that requires us to come to the commission for additional approval. A goal, again, is to align the budget with the commission priorities and to ensure transparency and public engagement. As stated, this year we went out and we had 8 community meetings to discuss the budget as well as the GO bond. In addition, the city manager, I put out a quarterly report that addresses all departments as well as our financial position. There's an annual budget that's produced for the public that is also online, and then there's the annual financial statements that are produced. All of those are meant to promote transparency and engage our public. So this, again, is one of the core responsibilities of the city manager. Just to take a look at the priorities as I understand them to be from our commission. Again, the priorities change over time, and the priorities as I see them as set forth by this city commission has to do with property tax reduction. It has to do with fiscal responsibility. That was one of the main priorities of this commission, was fiscal responsibility. And I'm happy to say that We do take that seriously as an administration. In the current budget, there is a proposed millage rate reduction. And as I've discussed before, and when the question asks for what is the plan for the next few years, not just this year, again, it is our intent for the fiscal year 2027 budget as well to have a millage rate reduction. So we do take fiscal responsibility as a priority and understand that it is a process. So we have a goal to actually get our millage rate below 7 mills, and we understand that it will take us a year or two to get there. The first year, this year, there's a reduction to our millage rate of 0.5 mills, and then there's an anticipated reduction that we see because we're working on a 3-year budget internally. So we're projecting that we'll be able to also lower the millage rate again next year at a minimum of an additional 0.5 mills. So that at the minimum of next year, the millage rate is projected to be less than 7 mills going into fiscal year 2027.
Did you guys hear that?
That our goal this year is we're proposing a millage rate reduction of 0.5 mills. And we also, because we're doing a 3-year budget internally,
So what would it be?
so that takes us from 7.998 to 7.4998. And we're also projecting to reduce the millage rate again next fiscal year, a minimum of 0.5 mils. So that will take us below 7 mils to at least 7.998.
City Manager, as it relates to the millage rates,
Yes.
isn't there two components of that? The operating and then there's the,
So there's the voted millage rate. So again, that rate is tied to our debt. So we have a little less leeway on what we do with that rate, but that rate is also being proposed to be reduced this year from 1.17 mils to 1.12 mils. So both the debt millage rate is being projected to be reduced this year, as well as the operating millage.
will persons see a decrease? Will they feel it?
It depends. Again, it truly depends because the tax bill is made up of more than just the city. So even though we may lower our millage rate, if the school board doesn't lower theirs, if Broward County doesn't lower theirs, or the water management district, then net, they may not see any change in their rate. Also, there's a second component of the tax bill, which has to do with the increase in value. So again, there may be an increase, but a lesser of an increase because the millage rate continues to come down.
All right. Yes, sir. You have to use your button.
Sorry. Some time ago, the millage rate was 8.9.
Yes, sir.
Around there.
Yes, sir.
And that's the benchmark that is used for the past 4 years.
Yes, sir.
How do we get it out there that it has changed?
So one of the things that we'll do, and even included in this presentation, there is a slide which shows the reduction of the millage rate over time. I think one of the things that we notice as we move to continue to reduce that millage rate, I think with the proposed rate today, it takes it to a level below 2017. With the proposed going down to 7.49, and then understanding that there's a proposal internally, because again, we're looking at doing a 3-year budget. We're proposing to reduce the millage rate again, at least another 0.5 mils.
But the question actually is, we're hearing you.
Right.
I'm not concerned about that.
So if it's,
how do we get it up? Because it's in the mind of folks that it is 8.9.
so we can do a campaign to speak to the reduction in our rate. So it sounds like that's what I'm hearing, that we would like to, once the commission approves the reduced rates, then we can take on a campaign to show some of the things that has been
Yes.
achieved in the reduction in the fiscal responsibility of this commission.
And based on the question the mayor that just asked, it's going to be a challenge for us to educate the residents, because as you say, we reduce the millage rate, but that does not mean that the taxes will not go up.
Yes.
Because it's not only the millage rate that impact the taxes.
Right, that's value.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have to do some little cleaning up there.
Yes. So one of the things that we can do is part of that campaign. I know we've done in the past, and I believe the vice mayor had asked me about doing it again, but I know that we have done in the past, meeting with Marty Kerr, where he would come out and we would make a presentation to talk about our tax and our tax rates. One of the things that's important when we make that presentation with Marty Kerr is that we always speak of the changes based on the city's rate. So we talk about the impact on our residents based on what we're doing. And we also highlight that there are other components that may affect their tax bill, because an individual will come in and say, well, I'm paying the city $8,000 in taxes. Well, no, of that $8,000, maybe $1,500 is coming to the city. The rest is going to other agencies. So we'll do a good, and as part of that campaign, we'll delineate the city's portion versus the other portions, and then we can highlight what's being done at the city level.
Right.
The final thing.
Yes, because he's just doing his
yeah, yeah.
introduction.
Since we're on this, I don't want to lose my thoughts. Is there possibility for the cities to come together to approach the county in terms of what they're doing on their side to make it easier for us?
We can. I know that we have at least monthly city manager meetings countywide for all the city managers throughout the county. So that is something that I can bring up at that meeting to see if they're willing to collaboratively speak with the county about their millage rate. I know, as you state, the city oftentimes either maintains and or lower their rates, that you see that over time. So that if that is the will of this commission, I can at least bring it up during that meeting to see what the feeling is amongst the other city managers.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Just to touch on a couple
No,
of, I'm
let's-
sorry.
Yes, let's go ahead.
Just to touch on a few of the other priorities, again, public safety, police, fire, recruitment and retention, that is a major goal of this commission. Beautification, streetscape programs, improving the appearance of the public facilities and parks, that is a major priority of this commission. Code enforcement is a major priority of this commission. All of those items you'll see discussed as we move through the day. Don Gianculli, again, will be discussing the city's strategic plan, and these priorities where you'll see come up during that process. You'll also see these priorities come up when I talk about the GEO bond, on what the public surveys show, because there was a survey that was done, I believe, in 2022 that Don references in his strategic plan presentation. And there were surveys that were done when we went out and did the community budget meetings and talked about the GEO bond, and the community spoke to what they considered their priorities to be. So again, we'll talk about those and highlight what the public believes the priorities should be as well. At this point, yes, at this point, I would turn it over to Mr. Gianculli, who will discuss the city's strategic plan.
Kenny, what page in the budget are we? Not yet,
Oh,
just,
this
okay.
looking pretty. Okay. Thank you. The strategic plan, the city had, I guess, adopted a revised strategic plan in April of 2025. The city manager asked me to look at it and work with the department directors to make some recommended revisions to the strategic plan, and specifically to the measures, which are what implements the strategic plan. So we've had a couple of meetings with department directors, with the city manager, and I'll review some of the ideas that we came up with to present to you for revision. So starting with the existing strategic plan, why does the city do a strategic plan? There are reasons listed in the existing plan to anticipate future challenges, approach to sustainable development, community engagement. These are the general ideas of what you're looking to do and why you would bother having a strategic plan in the first place. You have comprehensive plans. You have lots of different plans in different departments, the state mandated comprehensive plan, but a specific strategic plan, not necessarily required by law, but something that you want to do so that you integrate it into your budget specifically, but the operations of the city. It's useful as a general guide, but what the revisions that we're talking about making are trying to make it more useful as a specific guide to how the city would operate and what are the priorities of the commission that we're looking to achieve in the city within the next 3 to 5 years. So why? In the existing strategic plan, there are some very generic guiding principles, mission, vision, tagline, courageous leadership, pride in public service, sense of belonging, spirit of unity, prosperity and harmony. And I guess my comment would be that these are all admirable goals, but they're not very specific as to what it is that the city is actually trying to accomplish. Certainly, there are things that you want to have in there. They're kind of top line objectives. But when you get to how does that become operational, that's really the key in developing measures that make those objectives operational. So the revision, well, in the existing plan, for example, there are 88 individual goals. Having 88 individual goals, I believe, makes it difficult for the staff, for the residents, and for the commission to really understand what are the priorities when you have that many individual goals. They also tend to be contradictory in cases because you could have a goal of advancing economic, the plan does have goals of advancing economic development, decreasing water usage. Well, you know, those are contradictory unless you make a distinction that we're looking to decrease water usage for existing properties. Because if you add new units because you're trying to either do economic development or provide more housing, that's going to increase water capacity. So I think it's not only the numbers, but it's making sure, and when you have that many, they're bound to be contradictory. So my suggestion, and the staff's suggestion, would be to lower that number to maybe 15 to 20 very specific goals. It doesn't mean that the other goals and objectives go away. It just means for now, those are the priorities and they're not contradictory. And 15 to 20 is something that, and that's an arbitrary, that number could be, it could be 10, it could be 25, but somewhere in that range is something that's comprehensible for the staff, the commission, the residents, that pretty much you could remember those are the goals for now. Again, it doesn't mean that you're not working on all of the other things. And the idea is that those would change over time. Those priorities would shift. We made some progress on these 5 this year. So maybe those can fall off and we add 5 more that now become the new priorities, the new most important things that we need to work on. In this plan, again, it's not necessarily a criticism of this existing plan because it's a good framework. It has the guiding principles. It has those things. There's no reason and no thought really of throwing that plan out. That plan still remains the framework. It's just maybe making it more specific. Making it more operational.
Targeted.
So those 88 measures that I talked about, there we go. Those measures that are in there now. So there's different types of measures. There are input measures, output measures, and performance measures. Those are the 3 types of measures generally recognized in performance measurement. The measures in the existing plan are primarily input measures. Input measures are useful for, they're useful in strategic plans or to people who develop strategic plans because they're easy to measure and they're easy to meet generally. Because we say, we want to find one. Execute the CIP annually on time and within budget. Now doesn't really mean a whole lot. That's really something that you're going to do anyway.
Or you aim to.
Right, there's spending numbers there. We're going to spend 2% more on landscaping annually. Okay, well, you can do that, but that really doesn't translate to the landscaping being any better. It's just a dollar amount. And if that's truly the goal, then you end up with this rather arbitrary goal of, well, we don't necessarily, like for this year, for example, the city's been reorganized. Theoretically, it's been reorganized to be more efficient, to actually spend less money on landscaping, but to get better outcomes. But the goal in our strategic plan is that we're going to spend 2% more. So if we were being true to the plan, we would actually have to stick a bunch of money into that account just so we meet that goal. And that's where it gets to where these types of measures are not necessarily practical, and they can actually be counterproductive. So what we want to get to is something that actually measures the outcome of how good does our landscaping of our medians, for example, look. That's what we're trying to achieve. This measure kind of points at that. We'll spend more money on it, but it doesn't actually get to where we want to be. So the measures then are inputs, outputs. Outputs would be we spend 300 hours or one landscape meeting. The performance measures are how good do the medians actually look. So how do we, sorry, I keep hitting this button somehow. So how do we get to outcome measures? As part of this development of the strategic plan in 2022, the city did contracted to do a survey with ETC. That survey, in my opinion, and I have some experience in doing surveys and studying surveys, was a very good survey. It was very well done. It was statistically valid. It had a lot of good information in it. Plantation contracted around the same time for a similar survey and produced a strategic plan similar to Lauderhill's. However, in looking at it, there appears to be very little correlation between the results of that survey and the measures and goals projected in the strategic plan. So there was a lot of information developed, but I'm not sure how well it's integrated into the plan. So going back to that survey, I think would be a very good starting point as to what are the priorities. And in the conversation that you just had about the tax rate, it's a good example because a goal is to decrease the tax rate. Again, that's kind of an input measure. We're going to decrease the tax rate, but if the residents don't believe that they're getting good value for the dollar, it really doesn't matter what the tax rate is. That's the objective, is for residents to understand. And I'll get to this in a minute, but a lot of that is developing an interdepartmental approach to how you implement the pieces of the strategic plan. So it's not just the finance department lowering the tax rate, it's the communications department putting together a package to the residents or holding meetings and explaining. It's you as the city commission meeting with people and explaining, and then it's doing a follow-up survey to say, okay, now 2 years later, do you now feel that you're getting better dollar value? Or, so we've done these various things. We've lowered the tax rate, but we also have to get people to understand the elements that go into your tax bill. And yes, your tax bill may go up because your property value went up, but do you now understand that the city of Lauderhill is giving you better value? That's what you're trying to get to. And you only get that primarily by doing surveys. So in developing outcome measures, surveys are one way to do it. And one of the things That survey was $18,000, which in the grand scheme of things is not that much. And it's actually pretty good value. And their recommendation was to do those every 2 years. So I would suggest that in 2026, the city do another survey and plan on doing those every 2 years to then see how you're doing on the strategic plan, what you're trying to accomplish. The other types of outcome measures that you can do, one of them that I have experience with and I would recommend and the city has done before are called trained observer ratings. So in that case, trained observer ratings. So what that is using residents or staff members to go out with some sort of score sheet and evaluate whether it's primarily city infrastructure, but it could be commercial areas, residential areas. So somebody actually, or a group of residents, for example, you put together a committee, you give them some criteria, you're going to go down 10 streets or 10 medians, you're going to look at them with some sort of checklist and you're going to say, these look good, this, you're going to rate them basically. And you come up with the criteria for them. You could rate residential neighborhoods. What's the cleanliness? What's the lighting? So on and so forth. And that's a way to get the community involved in this project of trying to measure outcomes. And it could be, supplemented with staff, or you have a staff member working with them. So that's a way to get an outcome measured beyond the survey, to get a measure of an objective measure of how things look. Another way to do that is through automated readings, which is now, again, when we did this 20 years ago, it was not as easy as it is now. There's cameras everywhere. There could be cameras everywhere. So cameras and remote measuring type devices where you have everything's connected to the internet, you can measure what's the water level after a major rain event. What's the water level on a street, for example? How fast does that water level go down? So these types of things going forward could be automated. A camera could measure how many times does a police car go down this street in a 24-hour period, for example, whatever the different measures are. So it's easier now with automation to be able to construct these outcome measures. So between surveys, trained observer ratings, automation, I think there are ways that you could do true output measures that show you and give you an objective measurement of how well these things are being implemented. That was the trained observer ratings I did. This is one, and it's just one example of information from the survey that, again, it would be an example of how people felt in the survey and what you would then look to be improving. Because again, safety is a big issue, but how do you measure that safety? Well, there's probably 100 different questions in that survey about safety, economic development, median streets, fire response, whatever. So this is just one example to use. So possible measures, you would take these different response rates as to how safe people feel and say, okay, we want to increase each percentage by 10% within 2 years, or we want to pick one or two of these. Again, it's a matter of deciding what the priorities are. You can't really measure everything, or you can't make everything a priority. Yes, everything's a priority. It is, and certainly the staff and you are not going to stop working on all of these things. But at some point, to make a strategic plan operational, you have to narrow it down to, these are the things that really we're going to work on in the context of the strategic plan. You're still working on everything, but in the context of the strategic plan, these are the things that stand out, and this is where we want to focus efforts and measure how well we're doing and try to fix those things so that we can then move on to something else. So these are some examples, and I've got 750 here for the tax rate. As it should be 699.98. But these are some of the things that I've talked about as being specific outcome measures, the types of things, as opposed to input measures. Again, these are examples. And the idea from the city manager was that we would have this presentation today and then work towards a workshop in September where would actually have actual measures based on what are the priorities. These are the ones we're going to work on. If we agree to this concept that we're going to try to come up with 15 or 20 of them, that we're going to do a survey in 2026, that we're going to use trained observer ratings, that you think you can get residents involved to be on some sort of committee. If we're going to do that, then we could come back with some specific measures for you to consider in September. Staff could start looking at what would be their implementation strategies, have that workshop in September, and then approve and make these, going fast, I'm sorry. Next step, approve and make these part of the budget that gets implemented in October. So that is my presentation, I believe. Any questions?
Oh, okay. Well, I will tell you that it was a great presentation. Thank you for that information and for reminding us in terms of what needs to be done, as well as what needs to be placed in the strategic plan. And so, as we now are going to, I guess, amend this, what is the time frame?
Well, if, you know,
September?
the timeframe would be September to come back for an additional, some sort of workshop or a regular meeting. I'm not sure how the city manager would want to do that. Present measures to you, actual measures that would be the priorities. I think he would want to solicit your input on.
Based on the survey, you said you're going to begin with
Well,
the surveys
based
that was already.
Based on the
done.
survey, I could certainly give you examples of the things that look to be the priorities or the things that were scored low and based on a general understanding of what the priorities are. So I could give you a list of 15 to 20, and then you would, I guess, have the opportunity to modify those or propose different areas. I'm sure the city manager would be talking to you in the interim to get your input on it before we develop some measures.
And I guess the parties will be in terms of what the commission has said in addition to what the residents are saying and putting everything together.
Right.
Right, because we have, as a commission, I think there are three main things for us. As you say, everything is important, but indeed the taxes, of course, lowering the taxes is very important because that's what the residents have been talking about. The beautification of the city as well in terms of aesthetically what it looks like. And then, of course, public safety. So in discussions with the city manager, those are the three major things from the commission that he has heard. But as we go outside to the community, there might be some other things as well. So I understand what you're saying is putting everything together and then coming out with that sort of plan. Thank you as well for conveying that we need to be targeted and specific, as well as understanding the quality and what the value is. So you spoke, which is very important because oftentimes residents are talking about in terms of how much monies are they're spending. But if we do a better job in showing them what it is that they're getting for their money and conveying that properly, I think they will have a better understanding of where the money is going and the value that they're getting for that. Thank you as well for explaining as it relates to the three components, the survey, the train observer rating, which I think was the first time that I heard that. I understood the concept behind it and what that means, but in terms of that term, and also being, you said we need to be more, you said in terms of automated?
Automated.
Yeah,
Automation.
that's very important.
There's more possibilities for that today.
Right,
than there was
especially in
back.
this era with technology. And that would, of course, give us the outcome measures. And I guess we will just now begin to take a better look at what the strategic plan looks like at this point, City Manager. And then start working on that from our end in terms of what we would like to see it look like and be more specific with it. So thank you for that presentation. That was really, really good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I do have some other comments from my colleagues. I see that Commissioner Campbell, what I will ask of my colleagues, considering that we are going to be here for until midnight.
We are.
Nah.
Yeah.
Well, if we keep talking, we're gonna be here
Okay.
till midnight. So I will ask for my colleagues to only press their buttons once regarding each subject matter. And I will give you each 5 minutes, and if you can please put the timer on, 3 to 5 minutes to get everything in, and that will be it. Ms. Cooper is with me. That means I am on the right track today. Okay, MIS? All right, perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Campbell.
I just need 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect. But we can't say, I'm giving my 3 minutes to to Vice Mayor. None of that. Okay, go ahead.
I have a disagreement. The example you use in regards to service provided versus taxes is a bit funny there. Because one is objective and one is subjective. I don't know your experience, but I can share my experience with you. When I do get my tax bill annually, I don't know if I'm targeted, but it takes me days, weeks to digest it. It's there, it's objective, it's there. There's an increase. Services that the city provide is subjective. It's not there in front of you. You will see certain things and you will not see certain things. So regardless of the service that we provide, the impact of the increase in taxes, it can't be measured in terms of what service we provide. It never did, and it can't, because the reality of you seeing your tax bill, you know it go up. It's not a debate. Services, it depends on individuals and how and what you see.
Well, that's why a survey is valuable, because a survey, and one of the questions in the survey was, how satisfied are you with the value of services that you receive from the city of Lauderhill for your tax dollars? That's a very specific question. And the individual answer to that is an objective measure. For you individually, that's an objective measure when you say, I'm very satisfied, I'm satisfied, I'm not satisfied. So that's an objective measure of your perception of the value that you get for the tax dollar. So yes, the services on a grand scale, the service, the fire department, that's subjective in that I may feel differently about it than you do. But when you ask that specific question and you give a numerical rating of 1 to 5 to how satisfied you are, and then you aggregate that over the whatever 500 to 1,000 responses in a survey, that then does become an objective measure. So it's the perceived value, and really that's what you're after, because perception is everything. It's a cliche, but it's true. Perception is everything. So it doesn't matter what we think we're providing, because yes, what we think, we, the commission, the staff, what we think we're providing is subjective, but it's that measure of the residents' perception that then makes it objective. In addition to, obviously, the tax bill, the dollar amount on there is an objective measure. But that's a separate issue, because that doesn't necessarily correlate to perception. Everybody's perception is going to be different.
Right. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you kindly. That is it for you, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Dunn. Yes, sir. Yes.
Hey, Don.
Hi.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated your and enjoyed your presentation. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your recommendation, right? So it sounds to me like you're wanting to make sure that we create an operational plan to implement the strategic plan in a way that creates clear input, outputs, and outcomes, right? Kind of a logic model type framework.
Well,
What you're thinking?
I'm thinking that the measures would focus on outcome measures.
Got it.
Those input measures are not really necessary in terms of the
document.
strategic plan. In the budget document and in the presentation, when the city is certified by GFOA for their distinguished budget presentation, that's when a lot of those input measures are used. So what I think maybe happened is the focus in the strategic plan, it's organizational or based, it's departmental based. So it's as if they made sure that there were a few measures for every department. And that also means that they're siloed. The measures are per department, and operationally, it's more important that the multiple departments are involved in achieving the goals.
Got it.
So those input measures don't really necessarily need to be in the strategic plan. Again, there are things that everybody's going to be working on, but
Mhm.
they kind of clutter the strategic plan because then there's so many, it's really hard to keep track of them.
Get it. So for example, public safety, each department kind of have a role to play, and then in the plan, you're going to kind of outline what. That's
It
what
depends.
your recommendation is?
Exactly, because in the public safety, for example, that's another, getting back to the tax thing, it's very similar because there may be X number of police cars driving down the street. We may have increased the number of officers by 20%. We may have increased spending. But again, the only real important measure in terms of the strategic plan is how safe do you feel walking around in your neighborhood, for example. Well, that could be a function of, it could be an educational thing. It could be the number of police officers that drive up and down the street. It could be what's on social media. What do people see on social media? Maybe they see things and maybe there needs to be some education about that. They see things that make them more concerned than what the reality is, or less concerned, whatever. So there are multiple departments. It's not just the police department
get
that's
that.
involved in improving the feeling of public safety.
Got it. So, Kenny, it seems based on, thank you so much, Don. So Kenny, you came up with 3 priorities?
So
Could you help me to understand
right.
that?
So the priorities that we've been working under over the last 6 or 7 months have to do with the reduction of taxes, public safety, and beautification. Those are the priorities that we've identified to work under. Sorry.
For now, like, are we throwing out the
No,
other
no, no,
ones, or
no,
are we just putting
we're
them in
not.
phases?
All right. So to Don's point, where
Okay.
we are now is to have this presentation. Now that we've had this presentation at the commission, if there's a consensus for us to move forward in this manner, then we'll start having, or I'll start having with staff conversations with each individual commissioner and the mayor to, I guess you'll say, hone in on exactly what those priorities are. I think to Don's point, a lot of the items that were part of the strategic plan were not in line with what the community felt was important. And oddly enough, is that when we went out and we did our budget presentations, a lot of the comments that we received, and I'll show what those comments were again more in line when I looked at the actual survey that was done 2022. So I think the plan is to move forward, have these conversations internally over the next 2 months, 3 months, until September. We'll then come back with some additional information at a workshop, and then have additional feedback, and then come back in October to have a final conversation on how we move forward. Now, that's not the end of it. That's a change, and I think to Don's point, we'll do more surveys and observations and those type things to get to a final document which may even be another year out. But this is a transitional period to move us from where we were to where we are now to where the commission plans to be.
So I just want to be clear. So those three priorities, you're not throwing out economic development, for example? Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Dunn. Vice Mayor Saray Martin.
Yes, thank you, Don. I really just want to commend you and to Kenny, the city manager. I see this as being a very important part. This reminds me of in the military we call it METAL, Mission Essential Task List, and we do what they call the METAL crosswalk, whereas the task that we're doing actually matches the mission that we want to accomplish. And so, without telling the soldier exactly which step to step in front of, I just want you to get up top of that hill. You may find a different way to do it. So to your point, saying I just want to see more officers out there, and I'm just repeating, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to reduce crime. So our goal should be to reduce crime, and then you're going to come up with the steps on how to do that versus we're just arbitrarily telling you to do 88 tasks that may mean nothing. So going forward, I want us to continue to dialogue, and I just wanted to highlight to let you know that while your few minutes here might have just been a few minutes, it's very important
Impactful.
and it's impactful for what we're going to do in the future. And if we don't give you those 88, we don't reduce those 88 because of we're on vacation, go with the 15 that you come up with.
And I would say that on the last point, I mean, obviously I agree with that. And on the last point, it doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a measure about economic development. There probably will be. It doesn't mean that all 15 are just going to be in those three areas, but maybe 3 or 4 will, right.
Emphasis
but
on
they'll,
those areas.
there'll still probably be a couple that touch some other areas as well, because
It's necessary.
there's lots of things, right? You do want to cover as wide a plan as you can within 15 measures, but you want to keep it comprehensible.
Right. Even like beautification, I wouldn't really even call it beautification. I would put that under public safety, fixing up your sidewalks, making sure the lighting, SEPTED designs by reducing some of the foliage that makes people feel unsafe when they're walking around. While it may look beautiful, but it's really geared towards public safety.
Some of it.
Some of it.
Some of it. So it has to still be separated.
We'll take a look at it and we'll continue. So just thank you for your input. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Kylie. I don't see any other lights. Commissioner John T., would you like to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very good presentation, and I also identify the priorities, even though there are a lot of concerns in the community. But this is actually for Kenny, this question here, because you spoke about the millage rate going on from 8.9.
7.9.
That was some years ago.
Some years ago.
Currently it's 7.998.
Yeah, but I just want, as a commissioner, I want to be able to explain to the constituents about decreasing the millage rate, but it will not affect your taxes. Could you go back into that?
So
for me?
it's not that it will not affect your taxes. It will have an effect on your taxes. For example, there are two components to the property tax bill, and then there are multiple taxing authorities. So the city reducing its millage rate will have a real impact on your total bill, because even though your property value increased in this year, our property value year over year for existing property was approximately 8.4, 8.5%. But with the addition of new properties, our total value increase was over 11%. So even though there is an increase of 8+% in your assessed value, by us reducing the millage rate reduces the total amount that you would have paid us. So it doesn't mean that your tax bill will go down. It will just increase at a slower rate or pace because of the offset and increased value with the reduction in the millage rate. So we will, as requested by Commissioner Campbell, put together a piece. And we're in the process now of hiring a communications administrator that will work with us, that will report directly to me, to the city manager, to help us formulate that communication. I think, again, one of the things, it took me a while to realize over time, because I'm an accountant, so I'm a fact kind of guy, right? It's this or it's that. But over time, what I realized, to the point that Don made, the perception becomes reality. So it doesn't matter what the fact is, if there's a perception of that our taxes are high or that we have high crime, then that's the reality of our residents, or that our parks aren't beautiful, that becomes the reality. So understanding the importance of the communication piece, we are addressing that seriously. We're bringing someone on board, and that will be part of delivering this message to our residents. So yes, we will help put together a campaign where we can kind of convey this information to our residents, not just at community meetings, but also through social media, through also other mediums that we use to convey information. So again, the rate coming down has an impact on your bill. It doesn't necessarily mean your tax bill will go down, because there are 6 or 7 other taxing authorities that may not be going in the same direction we are. Plus, the second part of it is because your property value has increased. Even though we've reduced our rates, net, there will be an increase to your taxes even paid to the city, but it will be a lesser of an increase.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Johnson, let me translate. City has reduced your rate, blame everybody else.
And thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. City Manager, you mentioned that you will be hiring a communications person, then that person will be on this chart, this organizational chart.
They are.
They are?
Yes.
Where is that?
They are on my org chart. They are.
It's on this chart I'm looking at?
I don't know what chart you're looking at, but they are on.
It's not on this chart.
They should have been, because they should have been a direct report to me. So I don't know if that's the correct org chart.
Okay, so I'm looking at this chart.
Myself. That
Well, that would be, oh, so she's not going to, that person's not going to be.
currently.
Okay, but then I notice on here as well that we don't have the city clerk and we don't have the city attorney. Should that person be on, those persons be on this? Not typically? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay,
Well, we'll make, they should.
just to get full understanding.
Right.
Okay,
I think they should.
all right. You may proceed, sir.
So just as mentioned earlier, we did have community budget meetings, and just to briefly touch on those, as stated, there were 8 in total, and the goal was to educate, engage, and to inform our residents. The themes during those presentations had to do with public safety, beautification, property tax reduction, and the GO bond, which isn't listed. That was part of the presentations that we made throughout the community. And to transition into just the general obligation bond, this is something that was discussed back in November, post-election, November, December, with the current commission, understanding that we started a process back in May of 2024 to issue a general obligation bond. The initial goal was to issue it in November of 2024. That did not happen. Then it was decided to do it in March of 2025, and then we were advised by the city clerk that we could not have an election then. So from that, there is this commission by consensus suggested or gave authorization for us to go out and have discussions with the community and to receive feedback from them as it stated to what their feeling was as it related to moving forward with the GO bond. So we went out and we had those type of communications. Just to take a look at the information, again, the general obligation bond, what's being proposed is a $65 million bond. It includes citywide projects. In addition, it includes specific area improvements. Just to talk about some of the citywide projects, you'll see PD, public safety building, license plates, readers throughout, storage at fire stations, asphalt resurfacing throughout the city, landscape improvements, a parking garage at the LPAC. Those are just some of the things that would impact the city that are not neighborhood specific. Again, there are a number of projects that are neighborhood specific that we'll touch on momentarily, but again, the total is $65 million. This slide here shows the breakdown of how those dollars would be spent between the citywide activities on public safety, general government, roadway improvements, and land acquisition, and then it speaks specifically to the various areas throughout the community. Yes, staff is making copies of the entire presentation. Yes, they're doing that. Now, just to touch upon some of the specific neighborhoods, Eastern Lauderhill, just some of the items that were being proposed. Improvements at Lauderhill 612. There are a number of improvements that include sports lighting, athletic field, turf grass renovations, a pavilion, bleachers. The golf course, again,
We're responsible for that?
excuse me,
Lauderhill 6 through 12, we're
for the
responsible
improvements.
for their
Their
bleachers and stuff?
Well, we're responsible for it. We have a lease of that property.
So we're responsible
the
for all of that.
improvements.
Okay.
Yes. The Lauderhill Golf Course, looking at renovating the golf course as well as the pro shop at Wood Park. Again, outdoor bleachers as well as a amphitheater is being proposed. In Northwest Lauderhill, some of the improvements include at West Wind Park, baseball dugout renovations and the baseball field, racket court renovations, a splash pad, pavilions, parking lot enlargement, sports lighting, as well as a athletic field turf renovations. And then there are a few upgrades slated for Veterans Park. Not the resurfacing, but the redoing of the soccer field includes an improvement and also some outdoor bleachers. The St. George community, it does include some outdoor bleachers. There's the phase 3 of the park renovations that we've spoke of. That includes the swimming pool. For Mr. Wilkerson, it is in there, the swimming pool, as well as some improvements to the sports field. A digital marquee, I know that both Mr. Wilkerson and Ms. Cooper asked about that. That is part of the improvements, a digital marquee and also sports lighting slated at the St. George community. In the Embury community, improvements to Jackie Gleason outdoor bleachers in the basketball cover, Waterford Park playgrounds, some improvements at Eileen Lieberman Park. At the sports park, there is discussion of additional artificial turf replacement, some other infrastructure improvements at the sports park, including improvements to the playground and the locker rooms. The Central Lauderhill community includes a habitat park, improvements to the John Mullins sports field. As you know, that field was damaged many years ago, post-hurricane, so there needs to be some major improvements to the field, as well as a canopy replacement at the pool. There's some additional items such as a walking trail at the park, sports lighting, just to name a few. There is the passive park that runs north and south from John Mullins Park up to Oakland Park Boulevard, and then some improvements at the Windermere Community Center. West Kinloch area, we're looking at some solar lighting at Bradley Park, additional walking trail equipment, fitness trail equipment, a storage for outdoor restrooms, a marquee sign, as well as some windscreens are slated for West Kinloch Park. How does that translate into debt? Currently, our debt millage, voted millage for debt is 1.1712, and that includes the 2005 and the 2016 GO bonds. Those original bonds were $35 million for 2005 and $44 million for the 2016 bond. As you can see, that we've had at least 5 consecutive years of reduction in both the operating millage, in the debt millage as it relates to that. Currently, our debt millage is 1.171, and if approved, there's a proposal to reduce the debt millage this year to 1.1212. One of the things that's important when it comes to what our proposal is, and we'll talk about the questions, is that based on our survey, the residents are in favor of issuing a GO bond if they continue to pay the same or less as it relates to their debt. And I think we've worked with staff, we've worked with our financial advisors, as well as our one of our current bond attorneys to structure a deal that would allow us to issue this additional $65 million in debt while still being able to either maintain and or lower the debt millage rates relating to all of our outstanding debt. So again, that is something that understanding not just the demands of our public, but the direction of this commission in reducing taxes, we've been able to model an issuance that will allow us to either maintain or continue to reduce the debt millage rate, even with the issuance of an additional $65 million in debt. Just taking a quick look at the results, there were three questions that we asked when we went out and did the presentations. We had a QR code plus some hand surveys, and the three questions had to do with one, do you support a general obligation bond? And the specific question was, would you support the proposed general obligation bond to pay for city improvements? Question two was a project ranking. So we asked them to please rank the importance of the following projects from 1 to 5, where 5 is very important and 1 is not important at all. And the last had to do with the effect of property on your property tax bill. And the question was, would you support the general obligation bond if your annual total property rate? I would support the general obligation bond if my annual total property tax rate, and then there were specifics as to increase, remain the same, decrease, those type things. So taking a look at the results, would you support a GO bond to pay for city improvements? As you can see at the bottom where it says most definitely yes, 34%, 34.5%. Probably yes, it should say probably, it says property, but it says probably. 22.41%, maybe, need more information, 22.44%, probably not, and not at all. So again, this here shows that we have about a 56%, 57% support based on the information that's provided. If there's additional information that kind of pushes it up, assuming that a portion of those undecideds would move towards yes, again, we need 2/3, we need at least, is it 66 or 60% pass? 66, 60? I believe it's 60%. It's definitely more than 50. So I believe it's 60% in favor in order for us to move forward with the general GO bond issuance. So this gives you an idea based on the presentations and the survey where our residents stand. The next speaks to the ranking priorities in order of importance. Again, what this shows you is that based on the presentations that were made and based on the survey that our residents feel that of the items listed, public safety, building and license plate readers, road resurfacing, land acquisition, and improvement to existing parks. Based on a weighted average, the majority of our residents feel that improvements to existing parks is the highest rated priority, followed by roadway resurfacing. So those are the two, based on this survey that was taken when making the presentation, that improvements to existing parks should be the first priority of the GO bond. The second priority should be roadway resurfacing. The third priority should be a public safety facility, and then land acquisition as the last priority of the GO bond. No, acquisition is last. So the priorities aren't in order. So the highest priority is the improvements to existing parks. So the weighted average of 4.13. Then roadway resurfacing, 3.87 weighted average. Then public safety, building and license plate reader. And then lastly, land acquisition. The question is, I would support the GO bond if my total annual property tax rate, and you'll see here, minimally reduced, there was a 40%, just right at 41%, and remained the same. So between, if the tax rates remain the same or reduced, it shows that there was roughly a 70% in favor. So if they're saying that we're okay with doing the park improvements, the roadway resurfacing, the public safety building, and the other improvements that were highlighted, if our tax rate as it relates to devoted debt remains the same or reduces. So again, that was the direction, that understanding that when we met with our financial advisor and our bond attorneys, our goal was to develop a model that will allow us to issue this additional debt while still being able to maintain or reduce our property tax. And we feel that we've achieved that goal and should be able to do that. Lastly, as it relates to next steps, just so to bring the commission up to speed on where we are currently. We're working in the project finalization phase where we have the list of projects that are being proposed. We would have to bring that list, that final list to the commission for consideration. We're working with our bond attorney as well as and doing a tax analysis to ensure that the goal, the plan of being able to maintain and or reduce the voted debt actually comes to fruition with the issuance of these bonds. We will continue to work on that from now to the end of August. What we are asking is that in September, at that September meeting, that we work to have what we call a reimbursement resolution. What that reimbursement resolution allows us to do is to move forward with the understanding that assuming that the referendum passes, then all of our expenses that we incur will be able to be, we the city will be able to be reimbursed from the issuance of that bond. Now, that's important because if it doesn't pass, then the costs that are associated with it, we're not out, but those will be costs that we will not be able to be reimbursed as a city. So again, and this is I guess you'll say a balancing act. What we've learned from the last two bonds is that we need to be better prepared, that when we ask the question, that we're further along because that helps with the timing of the improvements. That creates a shorter construction period, but it also allows us to get better estimates. So previously, we just did staff estimates on what it would cost to make certain improvements. And I can tell you what came with that is that both of our last two bonds were not enough, because by the time we got to the point of having plans, doing bids, what we said would cost $3 million now costs $5 million. And then by the time we got to the actual construction of it, it actually cost $6 million. So what we've learned is that we need to be better prepared by the time we get to the question so that when the yes comes, we're ready to actually start doing work or start construction on some of these projects, and versus starting the planning process and the bidding process. To that point, yesterday, one of the points that Sean made when he spoke about the renovations to the CRA Plaza at Wingate, he's done that process. He has plans. He has rendering. So at this point, he's just ready to go out to bid and then start the process. So what we're saying is that that's where we need to be kind of close to shovel ready with these projects. So even if the bond doesn't pass us, we still have the plans and we're ready to go. And we'll just be able to move at a slower pace, because what the GO bonds allows us to do is to address all of these issues quicker and at once, where if it doesn't pass us, we're not saying that we're not going to address these priorities, but we're saying we have to do it at a much slower pace, because now it really comes to how much cash do we have to actually make these improvements and how much debt we're willing to issue that's not backed by the voter debt, where again those dollars are collected as part of the tax bill. Where if we issue debt, what we call revenue debt, then we have to pledge a revenue stream, and then we're really limited to how much debt we can issue. So even if we aren't successful, we'll still have some shovel-ready projects that the commission can decide on which ones we're ready to move forward with now versus which ones we'll do over maybe the next 10 years or so. So again, it's a win-win when we do the reimbursement resolution. It allows us, and I can tell you what I've told the public, because the comment is, well, hopefully we can get these done a little faster. What we've learned over the last two bonds, what to do on the front end, so that in November or March, depending on what the commission selects as a referendum date, we will be ready to move right away. So, for example, there are some improvements that we're proposing, such as Wood Park, such as the improvements to St. George Park, such as some of the other improvements we can make at Veterans Park, where by the time that the election comes, we'll have plans that are ready to go. So if it's voted today, we can actually start work the following day, because we would have already done a lot of that work up front to prepare ourselves. And similar to what we have to do for grants these days, that they're looking for things that are shovel ready, not that you have an idea and now it's time to try to figure out. So the spending resolution for us is an important tool that allows us to prepare for these improvements. Now, one of the decisions that we need from the commission is that there are two possible dates, and I've discussed these two possible dates with our residents in making presentations. We have two elections in 2026. There's a March election, and then there's a November election. It can be either. And one of the things I asked the clerk to do, which she did, was to check with the supervisor of election because there was a perception that if you did it in March and it wasn't the larger election, that there would be more costly. Well, based on the information received from Andrea from the supervisor of election, that is not true. So whether we do it in March, whether we do it in November, the cost of the election is the same. So, yes, sir.
Wait. Because there is an election in
In
March.
March.
That would just be the only thing that is on the ballot
Well, it may not be.
I know.
There may be other primaries that take place,
for the city of Lauderdale.
not for the city, but there will be other, I guess,
Right, from the county,
like county,
state, so
state,
on. Okay.
like federal government.
But we will have the opportunity to ask our questions shortly,
Correct.
after he's finished with his presentation. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, those are the two options that we have. So we will need some feedback from the commission. And at the latest, again, assuming there was, and I use this date to assume that there was a November election, then the actual bonds would be issued on April 2027. If there's a March election, then we can roll that back maybe about 6 months between the April and when the actual issuance of those bonds. Now, it's important to understand with the reimbursement resolution, we don't actually wait till the bonds are issued before we start working, because that reimbursement resolution gives us the ability to start working now with the understanding that when the bonds are issued, we can reimburse ourselves from those proceeds. That's it for the GEO bond portion of the presentation. So if there are any questions.
Thank you kindly. There are some questions here. Let me ask you this, Kenny. Previous bonds,
Yes.
you mentioned that we should have had more monies we should have requested more monies because
Correct.
some of the projects required more, and then as a result of that, they were not completed. So if you can just give me, I know it's going to be challenging, but if you close to it, what is the percentage of the projects that have been completed for the last two GEO bonds?
I can tell you off the top of my head for the most recent GEO bond, the two projects that have not been completed, well, three at this point, and one isn't necessarily money related. The two projects from the 2016 bond is a training facility for the police department.
The training facility?
Correct.
Okay.
That we have about $4 million for that, and the bids came in excess of that. So they came in at $5 and $6 million.
So we
in
were
order
short
to do
about $1
that. So we
million
were
or
short
so.
there. Wook Park, we did not have sufficient funds for Wook Park. Scott, what were the differences for Wook Park? So we're about $1 million short
Short
for
as
the
well.
improvements at Wook Park. The track at West Kinloch Park, again, that came in over bid, but we had to move some dollars from other places in order to fund that. For example, we had dollars for the trail along 55th, which we were never able to gain possession or title to some of the property. So we were able to move those dollars to complete some of the existing projects. But those are the three projects that were at this point
The only
that
three.
we have not completed. The last project that was not completed is the signage. So the entry signs at our parks was not done, but that was put more on hold because of the rebranding than just a lack of funds.
Lack of funds, okay. So obviously we have no more monies in any of these bonds. You said $4 million is left over for the training facility, and that's all that we have?
Yes. At
Yes,
this point.
currently,
Yes.
okay. All right, and so I am then assuming that the $65 million, it seems like a whole lot of monies. It is more because of probably more projects, but in
Correct.
addition to that,
Cost escalation
service
also.
cost
Correct.
and materials.
Correct.
Because
Yes, ma'am.
those things have gone up. All right, and so one of the things that I am concerned about is, for instance, the track.
Yes.
So a lot of monies was spent to construct that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But nevertheless can't be utilized because it was not properly done.
That is true.
And so how then are we going to put some measures in place to ensure that number one, that doesn't happen again, and that we are indeed vetting all contractors to make sure that they are doing what we want them to do and that they have an understanding of what is needed as well, because it's kind of a hit and miss. And in addition to that, you're spending monies that we don't have and that we're going to somehow, if it's out of a bond, we're going to have to pay back. So what are measures that are now put in place to avoid those sort of mishaps?
So and I'll address the track first and just speak generally. As it relates to the track, so you're correct, it's not usable at this point, but we do have a claim on the bond for the contractor that did that. So the additional dollars that we're putting into the track, we have a clawback or a claim in for their bond to receive those dollars back from them. So the actual additional cost to the city is minimal as it relates to completing that project. Now, as it
The
relates,
hope of us getting the monies back.
excuse me?
There's a hope for us
Well,
to
no,
get
I
the
think
money.
there's more than a hope. We actually filed a claim at the end of last year. And again, we've provided the information to the current city attorney, and we'll work through that process. But there is a claim on the bond, and that's the point of their bond, is that if work isn't done
Oh.
sufficiently, and there's an actual negotiations between the contractor and his bonding agency, because the bonding agency pays us, and then they recoup from the contractor, is how it works.
Got it.
So the probability is very strong that we will receive those dollars. Now, as it relates to how we ensure that we minimize the chance of this happening going forward, I think to your point is to ensure that we have processes and the right people in place to manage these programs. I'll tell you one thing: I'm an accountant, I'm a public administrator, but I am not a construction manager. So I can tell you, in the past, we've been charged with kind of managing our own projects. So if we were making an improvement in finance, I was the project manager. If Parks was making an improvement, Scott was the project manager. If I don't want to say Public Works because he is a good project manager, but if HR, then whatever the department in the past was the project manager for that improvement. One of the changes that we've made now is that we put together a team that includes our Public Works director, our city engineer, our utilities director, a member from finance, as well as a member from utilities and IT, to ensure that all disciplines are covered when we're looking at these projects. We also have our building official, Randy, who also is part of this and is responsible for going out. And one of the things that's
Every
important
project?
at all of our projects, one of the things that's important is there are two facets to the projects. Is it done per the contract, and what's the quality? Because it's possible that they can do something per the contract and it still not be of good quality. And I think it's from our perspective, by ensuring that we have the right people in the room, we have the right individuals that's overseeing these projects. So for example, our projects, depending on if it's a new construction or if it's an existing program, the project lead will either be our city engineer or our public works director.
Okay.
Now, that requires input from us because, for example, if you're building a new park facility, then it's important, or you're building a new police station, it's important to have feedback from that department director who will actually utilize that facility
And
on
know
a
what they
day-to-day
need.
basis. But it will be either the city engineer and or the public works director will be the project lead. So they'll ensure that the quality exists and that the programs and the change orders are minimized. So those are the type changes that we've implemented to ensure going forward the likelihood of something happening similar to what happened at the park doesn't happen again going forward.
Okay, good. So that was my other question as it relates to a project manager, but you have seemed to have covered that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I was going to ask if you were going to bring in a professional project manager in to assist with these projects. But it seems as if you have a team
And we do.
that you're going to try to utilize and see how that works.
Well, in addition, though, we do have professional project managers that work for us. We have architects, and we also that we procure to oversee these projects as well. But we also watch them. So, because at the end of the day, when we have a design done, the architect ultimately is responsible for the project. But that's, again, even though they work for us, oftentimes you still have to watch the person that's doing the watching. So that's the team that we have internally.
So we're going to
that-
have professional project
Correct.
managers in
Correct.
addition to an
Correct.
internal team that's going to be managing and overseeing.
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned in terms of going out to the community with various meetings, and I think you had mentioned about 10 meetings altogether. And so the response from the community as it relates to just the GeoBond has been overwhelmingly positive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that positive, you got that not just from a survey, but just How did you gather all of that
Well, just
information?
not just from the survey, just from our meeting presentations. Not just, and again, we've had not just the budget or the GO bond presentation, but we've been asked to come to the HOAs to just discuss our budget and our capital programs, and we take that opportunity as well. Even though at those meetings we weren't necessarily doing the survey, but we took those opportunities to talk about the capital improvement plan, the GO bond, and I can tell you, we did not receive any negative feedback as it related to these bonds. I can tell you the one point was, and it's consistent with what the goal of the commission is that if you can do it and keep our taxes the same, then that's great. And that's kind of led us to working with our financial advisors and our bond counsel to model a process that will allow us to do that. And in essence, what we do is we take cash that we currently have and pay off some of the existing debt, which allows us to bring on the new debt and be able to maintain those rates. So again, we do have cash as a city. And when you heard me speak of if this bond doesn't pass, then we would still be able to do some projects, just not $65 million
Right.
worth of projects, because we do have some cash.
Okay.
But this
Got it.
allows us to take that cash,
To take
pay off
that.
existing debt, which allow us to issue this additional $65 million debt. And again, depending on what happens with property values and those type things, still have the real possibility of continuing to lower that debt millage rate, but for sure not increase that debt millage
Okay,
rate.
great. While I'm asking these questions, I will ask the assistants of MIS to just keep us balanced, fair and balanced here with the time, please. Okay, I think I probably have gone over the 5 minutes, but considering it's not there, so just one more, or two more, actually. The tax analysis, you said that we will get the findings in August of 2025.
So, correct. So we'll work from now through September with our professionals to develop a final model based on the consensus of this commission. If there's a consensus to move forward based on this information, we'll then finalize what that lists look like, and we'll bring that and we'll have the conversations with you. Once we have a final list, we can take that list and then work with our tax professionals to model how the bond, you have to take into consideration bond issuance costs and all of those type things, and then we'll work with the bond attorney to come up with what the actual questions will be on the referendum, and we'll present all of that information to the commission, because the commission has to pass legislation to send down to the supervisor of election in order to place this item on the agenda on a ballot. So that's why I'll need some feedback today if there's a consensus to look at March or November of 2026 for this election.
Okay, and then the very last one, reimbursements, resolution. So you spoke of monies to be spent,
Yes, ma'am.
and then, of course, with the hope that we will then agree for this to be at the ballot. So, or for it to be passed.
Yes.
So in terms of what your projection is and monies that potentially will be spent, what does that number look like?
So I don't have a number offhand. When we move forward with the reimbursement resolution, I'll be able to give you a better idea. But I can tell you what the intent is to spend the money on. It's to do the design work. So it's to do the design work upfront so that when we are ready to, assuming the bond passes, now we're just ready to go out and we can start. So design work will be done. We can actually do our actual bids upfront with the caveat telling them when we anticipate being ready to move forward. So the dollars that we're speaking of, it has to do with design dollars. I'm not looking to start construction on anything prior to a vote, but we are looking to design so we can have real dollars, real
You're
costs.
positioning yourself.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
got it. All right, thank you. MIS, please help me with the 5 minutes. Thank you so much. So I'm going to now go to our Vice Mayor, Saray Martin.
Yes, Kenny, thank you. And let me just start off by saying the direction of this bond, I'm not in agreement with. I
Yes, sir.
think I mentioned it before, and it was the consensus that you would go out and ask the community questions. And I said, sure, if you just want to go out and ask questions, fine. And so it's brought back to us today. What I'm seeing is like 4 questions, and if there's more, let me know. The 4 questions that I'm understanding is they were asked public safety, road resurfacing, land acquisition, and improvements to existing parks. Were those the only questions asked to the public?
So all of the projects that are being considered fall into one of those categories. So when we're making the presentation, those were the categories when we spoke of what the improvements would be. So the questions had to do with, are they in support of a bond? If so, what are their priorities? And also, if they're willing to move forward, how are they willing to pay for it? With an increase or a decrease? So those were the different questions. But
All right, got you. So going back to what Don was bringing up in the crosswalk, if we go back to our beginning, what our municipal responsibilities are, the top first line on that was public safety. That included police, fire, water, and sewer.
Yes, sir.
In this GO bond, I see nothing going towards water and sewer. The police department, I know,
Thank you, Dan.
I missed a call from Mr. Wilkinson the other day, but last week he called me about one of the corner stores. His wife called me saying they didn't feel safe. It was too many people outside the public store. So public safety and police is a challenge for our community.
Yes, sir.
As the city grows, so maybe we went from the 50,000 people, now we're at 70,000 people. But I did not see the authorization for our police department to grow. We still at the same 130 police officers, 60 for road patrol, even though our population has increased by 20,000 people. I don't know how often Mr. Wilkinson is going to go to that pool, but I know he's going to go to the corner store probably more often than he goes to the pool. If he was asked, would he prefer more police officers or more public safety more than the pool, that might change the answer when we're asking the question. If the Parkway area, maybe they want to switch their water back to the city, they want better sewer, maybe they want better sewer, reduced flooding. That question wasn't asked to them. So they only responded to what was asked to them. But I don't see anything going towards increasing the size of our police department. And to Don's point, I don't want to just say increase the department just to increase it,
Right.
but it should have an effect on crime. We have nothing here for our infrastructure, for lift stations, public sewer. I love parks, but Woke Park, which is around the corner from me, the pool is more inoperable than it is operable.
Yes, sir.
The restroom facilities has been down for the last, I know, at least 6-7 years. We are not able to take care of the parks we have now. Why are we getting GO bonds to go add more requirements to parks when we can't take care of what we have now? We're not doing anything to our infrastructure. We ask them for $65 million, and what, 45, 50 million of it is going to parks? None of it goes to improving or increasing the size of our police, water, sewer. I just don't think that this is the direction we need to go into.
Got it.
If we need a bond for those things, and then having money, you mentioned we could spend it now and get reimbursed later. If we have the funds to spend it, that we can gamble that we may not get the bond later, and we're still a functioning city, that's a whole nother discussion. Because if you got the money to spend it and fix it, and we can do it even if the bond doesn't pass, I'll say that question for another day. But I just wanted to share my thoughts and say, if you want to go with a GO bond, I think how we spend those dollars should be looked at differently than what it is right now.
Okay. I'll address all of those.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. You did very well with that. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll address the first question. So just taking a look at the police department, and just to go back in time, what I can tell you is that the police department has grown. If we go back at least 8 or 9 years, the whole purpose of that large tax increase that put us to 8.999 mills was a 1 mil tax increase. And that 1 mil was specifically for public safety. So we added police specifically during that time. In addition to those police being added during that time, we've added over the last, from 2022 to present, they've gone from 189, this is sworn and unsworn police officers, to 197. So if we look from a philosophical standpoint, there were some things that we've done where we've added non-sworn police officers to help offset the burden of sworn police officers. So we added additional PSAs, we've added crime scene individuals. So all of those individuals were supposed to offset the burden of having to add additional police officers, in the sense that if there's a car accident, you don't need a police officer taking a report, you can use a PSA to do that. Or if there is a non-violent, I guess you'll call it crime, at an individual's house or business, the officer may come and secure the property, but then you can have a PSA that's there writing the report. So I think what's more important, and I think this goes to the point that Don made also, and I've always been a believer of this, is that throwing people at an issue doesn't necessarily solve your issue. Sometimes you have to look at how you're operating with the people that you have. So one of the things that we've done, and I've had this conversation even with our police department, is that we've done an internal survey just to look at what would be the right number of officers on the road versus in specialized units. Well, I can tell you, based on our numbers, based on what we see as the average, that there is a percentage of officers that should be on the road versus should be in specialized units. And again, it's about, I think, how you use your resources sometimes versus just increasing the resources.
And if we measured the outcomes, has crime reduced as a result of that?
I can't answer that at the moment, but crime has reduced. So as to why it's reduced, I think that'll take more for us to take a look at. But based on the information that's being presented to me at my weekly meetings with the police chief, crime has reduced year over year, and those are the numbers that I'm looking at. We can look at it on a longer term basis. So we'll do that to answer that question for you.
And that's just one example.
No,
I'm just sharing. I think I see a lot of money going to areas that are not.
I'm gonna address those too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna address those points. So I just wanted to address your first point as it related to police. So as it relates to the infrastructure investment, so typically you do not use general obligation bonds for enterprise fund type activities. So an enterprise fund type activity is our water, our sewer, and our stormwater. You don't use GEO bond dollars to do those. We don't use general fund dollars, meaning we don't use ad valorem taxes to pay for the water department. We don't use ad valorem taxes to pay for the stormwater improvements. We don't use ad valorem taxes to pay for the sewer portion of what we do. We don't even use ad valorem taxes to pay for our fire department. So there are dollars that are allocated because those are enterprise type activities that the way to pay for those is based on the fees received. So we pay for water and sewer and infrastructure improvements based on water and sewer I guess you'll say, rates or revenue that we receive. And from that, we do the same thing. We pay for it one or two ways. We use either what we use called pay-as-you-go, where we use cash to pay for those improvements, or we issue bonds. The difference, though, is that it's not a general obligation bond. It's a revenue bond. So because we issue revenue bonds, we don't have to go out to the public and ask for their vote or referendum in order for them to pay for it. But because the police station, not the operation side, because we can't pay for operational activities with GEO bonds either. I can't pay for police officers with GEO bonds. I can't pay to resurface a pool with GEO bonds. I'm sorry. I can pay, not with operational dollars. I can't use GEO bonds to pay for operational dollars to do those type of activities. So I can't increase police officers. I can't increase maintenance workers. I can't do that with GEO dollars. It only can be used for capital, and it has to be used for non-enterprise capital. We recently issued a $30 million water and sewer bond for water and sewer improvements. So we are making an investment in our water and sewer community. We're making an investment. We issued bonds as well. We use cash as related to stormwater to make improvements to our stormwater system. And there is a proposal for this coming year for us to also, outside of this GEO bond, we will be issuing debt for additional water and sewer and stormwater improvements. So we are making that investment. The difference is that we don't have to go to the public and ask for a referendum to do that. We just do that, I guess you'll say, based on the revenues that we receive from those areas. So I think the goal, again, as it related to the GEO bond, is to address what we call general government improvements. General government improvements are park improvements and they're public facility improvements. So you fund park improvements, you fund a city hall, you'll fund a fire station, you'll fund a police station, you fund roadway, not all roadway, but some roadway improvements, because a portion of those can be considered stormwater. So a portion of that we fund with stormwater dollars, but a portion of some of the roundabouts and the median improvements and those type things is considered general government. So That's why you see a heavy concentration on those type improvements outside of the infrastructure, but we're still making those same investments in infrastructure. I guess we're just doing it a little more quietly because that's just part of what we do. It's part of Herb's 5-year plan. It's part of Martine's 5-year plan. It's part of T. Soletti's 5-year plan. So that's just a part of what we do. So we're doing both. We're doing both.
All right, thank you for explaining the difference in GO versus revenue bonds. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we have Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you. I also have a question. I have a couple of questions, Kenny. So my first question is, and you know, when it comes to stuff like this, I always ask you to explain it to me like a
Yes.
third grader, right? So we currently have a bond,
Yes.
and when does that end?
So we have two. We have one from 2006 that expires in 2030. And then we have one from 2016 that's out for 25 years. So that'll put us to like 41, 42.
Okay, so then we'll be carrying, if this passes, we'll be carrying 3 bonds simultaneously.
No, if this passes, we will pay off the 2006 bonds. So we will pay those off and bring on the 2026 bonds, which will allow us to keep our debt rate the same and or less.
Okay, so we'll have 2 bonds
Correct.
happening simultaneously.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
However, this strategy that you have will keep the debt, will still allow us to reduce the taxes.
Correct.
Basically, that's the
Correct.
bottom line.
So yes, we structure it what we call level debt service. So we tend to try to keep our debt consistent. So we structure the deals so that it allows us to keep our payments consistent. So as debt drops off, interest payments go down, then we start making larger principal payments. But the answer to your question is yes, we'll be able to either maintain or lower the the debt millage rate.
Okay, all right, perfect. And so on slide, oh, it's not numbered, but you have a slide here that talks about ranking priorities in order of importance.
Yes, yes, I see it.
Actually, the one that says, would you support the GEO bond to pay for improvements? And if I did my math quickly enough, it looks like you had 58 people to participate in the survey. Is that
Correct.
accurate? Is there a plan to, what's the plan to get more
So
widely
what happens
input from
is
the community?
if there's a consensus now, what we do is we start a campaign. So
Okay.
normally we would bring in a company or a firm to work with us because we can't request that you vote yes or no, but we can educate. So we would
I
go
remember
out.
going through the one in 2016,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
I remember
So
that
we would
process.
we would
Okay.
hire a company to come in and work with us to develop a real campaign where we have renderings, we have signs, we have mailers, we do all of those type things to educate the public. And then as we get closer, then we start asking those questions again, where we can have a larger sample base.
Okay.
But again, before we do those type things, we always want, again, based on the feedback from the commission back in December, we felt it important to go do what we did and then to come back and see if there's still a consensus for us to move forward. The next step would be is to develop the campaign. We'll go out on an educational campaign and then receive additional feedback from the public.
So I had a question. I, too, kind of based on what Vice Mayor said, I actually also wrote down my concern about the way that we ask the questions, right? Because you and I both know that there's a way that you can ask the question to elicit a certain type of response. So my recommendation would be to have your team just go back and make sure that you ask the question in a direct and transparent way so that we can make sure that the results that we get from the survey actually reflect what the community is saying.
I understand.
And then on that same slide, and I'm assuming this is a typo, would you support a GEO bond to pay for city improvements? It says probably not, and you have 5 and 38%. So that's a typo, right?
Where are we? On that same slide?
Uh-huh.
So this slide is a weighted average. I'm not actually showing the percentages on here. It's just showing the raw data.
Because if we take,
Oh, number one.
if,
So one is probably not.
so it says probably not, 7 people, and then 12%. Not at all, 7 people, 12%. probably not 5 people, 38%. So I'm assuming the 38%, because if the 38% is what's accurate, then people don't, based on 58 people, then they're not in favor.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong slide. Okay. Okay, so now restate the question. I was looking at the next slide.
Yeah, I'm just double checking the validity of what you have here, just to make sure that I'm understanding it properly. So it says probably not 5 people, but it
I
says
switched to saying
38%. So the 38%
Correct.
is a typo.
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
all right,
Yes,
got it.
Yes, yes, yes.
And then my other question
How many more do
is,
you have, Commissioner?
I have 3 more questions.
Okay. We still have to maintain that 5 minutes, so what I would suggest is you can ask the 3 questions and then allow him to answer after you've asked the 3 questions. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, in talking about the resolution that you're going to bring forward in September, could you enlighten us to let us know? I'm assuming that you have that somewhere in the 2025, 2026 budget, right?
No, the
Sir,
GO
please
sorry.
just
Got
write
it.
the questions down and then he'll respond.
All right, so I'd like to get a better, I know the mayor kind of asked the question about the general amount, but I'd like to know where in the budget that would fall, and if so, what that amount is. And then you talked about, oh yes, so how does this plan that you have here align with the park master plan that we're currently developing? And then my third question is, and I think you answered it already, but I might have missed it. So my understanding is that if this GeoBond does not pass, right, that it goes, we will have the plans already. So just reaffirm the cost. And I know it's hard to say, but I know that you guys have experience already working with consultants. So I just want to get based on your preliminary, based on your experience, what's the range for getting these consultants to put the plans together? Not holding you to anything, but I just want to get an idea.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So as it relates to the reimbursement resolution, the items that we're speaking of are not part of the proposed budget that we have. They're part of our 5-year capital plan. And if you look at our capital plan, it says to be provided for. So that means we do not have a funding source in place for that. So if there is a consensus for us to move forward, and if the bond passes, then we then identify what that funding source is, and that's done through a budget supplemental appropriation where we would bring it back to the commission and say, we now have $65 million, and here are all of the projects that we will fund, and then the commission has to approve that, and then it becomes part of the funded budget. Right now, it's part of our 5-year plan as unfunded. So those programs are there. They're unfunded. How does this align with the master plan? I believe that all of the programs and all of the capital projects that we are proposing are in line with that plan. Again, it has to do with park improvements, it has to do with roadway improvements, and public safety improvements. So all of those are in line with our master plan. You're speaking of our comp plan, our comprehensive plan?
I'm talking about the plan that we just hired a consultant. I'm talking about the plan that we just hired a consultant to do with the Parks Department. That's,
Oh, the Parks
Yeah.
Master Plan. So again, that hasn't been completed. But again, the improvements that we're proposing are in line because they're doing an assessment of our parks, of all of our parks assets. But they're not just doing the park assets, but they're looking at it from an operational standpoint as well. So it's in line with the understanding that the facilities needed to be upgraded, and the upgrades that we're proposing are items that were placed in this plan by the Parks Department. So it is in line in accordance with that. And the last has to do with the bond. So the resolution that we're asking for, I can tell you that design usually runs about 10% of the actual cost of the improvement. So we figure that if we were to go out and design every item that's on here, it'd be several $1 million now. because we understand our capacity is that we cannot complete all of the projects at the same time, we'll identify the priority projects, and then those priority projects, the ones that'll be done within that first year or two, will be the ones that we actually go out and have the actual plans and the designs for. So we're looking at, correct. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Kylie. Commissioner Dunn. At this time, we'll have Commissioner Campbell, and Commissioner, the same applies, 5 minutes.
Well, it may be 2 minutes again, as you normally give me. Madam Mayor, it's now 12:15.
Yes, sir.
What's our goal in terms of time?
So
Very
that's
good
what I was actually
question.
just about to
Yeah.
ask Nadia.
1 p.m. we're going to break for lunch, and that's going to be for 45 minutes. We'll return. And then, City Manager, according to your agenda, we're jumping right into the budget.
Yeah, I was asking the question because if they were ready like now or soon, because this is the last portion that I'll present. At this portion, it'll transition over to the finance department. They'll do their presentation, then the department presentation.
Okay.
So
I
was
think what we
just
should
trying to
do
figure
then
it out.
is you complete this, and then we can break for 12:30.
Say-
And then we'll return 45 minutes later, and we jump right into
Right,
this.
so
budget.
that was why I was
Okay,
calling that.
thank you.
Okay,
So you were in line with what I was.
yeah, what is relevant here is unfortunate. 6 months ago, I had a medical appointment this afternoon, and so I will not be here for the entire duration.
Okay.
And I was looking at your presentation, and the question is, I had intended to have a discussion in regards to salary, which I've said that prior.
Yes, sir.
I am not sure, looking at the presentation, at what point that discussion could be, or questions in regard to salaries could be presented. And with permission, is there a point prior to me leaving, I could get an opportunity to address that issue of salaries?
Yes. So as it relates, and this was what I guess the next part of my discussion would be, is that our presentation is a little different than it has been in the past. I can tell you specifically, there isn't a part that we were going to discuss salaries. So we can discuss.
There is not.
There is not a specific part of the presentation where we discuss salaries.
Okay.
Now, our intent was to have general comments about salaries, but if you want to speak specifically, so for example, we've made changes to the pay plans as it relates to all of our non-unionized employees.
Yeah,
I
but
mentioned
before,
before.
I hear you, but are you saying at what point can?
I'm saying we can talk about it up to the mayor. We can talk about it before break or after break, wherever you choose, because there isn't a part in the presentation
Okay.
specifically where we.
And it's just a few questions.
So Commissioner, what time will you be leaving?
I have a 2:45 appointment, which means that by
2 p.m.?
2:15, I have to be out of here.
Okay.
So we can,
So I
They're not
think the
allowed me
salary,
to
we
get-
can probably do it now, or after the break?
we can do it the first thing after break.
Okay, we can do it the first thing
Okay.
after the break.
All right,
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you. And one other thing, Madam Mayor, you had asked a question about this document. Yeah. I didn't get it. There are two departments that are not on this document,
Okay, which are?
legal and clerk.
Yes.
So,
We addressed it.
so we'll produce it. So the departments that you see reflected on there report to the city manager. The clerk, nor does legal report to the city manager. So when we produce our final book, it does show residence commission, then it shows the constitutional officers, which are legal.
So
as
why
well
was
as the
it
city
not,
clerk.
I mean,
Yeah,
what
I would
happened
say
there?
just an oversight on my part.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
so
I
that
got
just
it.
reflected, yeah,
I got it.
that's my oversight.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
sir.
thanks.
Yes, sir.
I think he had probably stepped away, Mr. Wilkerson. My ears are so good, I can hear everything. He probably had stepped away. Yeah. All right, perfect. So it is 12:18. We said we were going to break at 12:30, but let's break now. Is that okay? And we'll come back in 45 minutes?
So I
5
can,
more
I
minutes.
can discuss one slide
Yes, go
and,
ahead.
and then, we can do that.
Yes, sir.
So again, as we move into the financial overview, what we'll do is have a presentation by the finance department staff where they'll speak on city's current financial position. They'll speak on the proposed revenues and expenditures. Again, they're speaking at the department level, as I spoke to earlier. What the commission approves is our budget at the department level. So the presentation you'll see from them focuses at the department level. Now, the individual department presentations are different this year in the sense because our goal is to talk about, and I'll use the term, the value that each department brings. So the department presentations will be more about the services that they provide. It's more about the programs that they're providing to our residents. And that's important because if the commission approves the proposed budget, the proposed millage rate, we have a balanced budget. So any real changes to the budget has an impact on service level. And I think it's important for us to kind of help educate our public on what it is that they're receiving for the money that they're paying. So today, when we talk about parks, it won't be about how many subscriptions they have. It won't be about the salaries. It won't be about those type things because salaries are pretty much set. We have a pay plan which prescribes how much a person makes. And the person makes whatever that proposed pay plan say that individual makes. We have caps for everyone now, including the city manager has a pay cap. The deputy city manager, the assistant city manager they have pay caps, and all department directors have pay caps. Everyone, at one point, we had individuals that were working above those pay caps. That has all been corrected. So everyone works within a pay range at this point. And there's anyone working above a pay range going forward. As of October 1st, there wouldn't be anyone working past that. And one of the things that I spoke of has to do with, and we'll talk in detail, but the changes that we've made to our plan. So we did not intend to talk about those type things, even though we'll answer questions relating to that, but we're not highlighting the travel or the subscriptions or those type things or office supplies. We're talking more about the programs, the services, the activities that each department provides. So from our perspective, it's about educating our public on what it is that we do on a daily basis, what it is that we're offering from a value standpoint as to versus how much each line item is in the budget. Now, we have that information, so we can discuss anything you choose to discuss. But from a presentation standpoint, that is how we've structured this presentation, which I know is a little different than what we've done in the past. The last slide that I will discuss before we go to lunch, just to give you a brief overview, an operating budget overview.
But Mr. Hobbs, you did say that you needed some direction from us as it relates to the GO bond.
That is a good point.
Okay.
So
would you like us to?
yes.
Okay. So explain to us again what the ask is.
So we have two elections. There's a March election and then there's a November election. And there's a referendum, which means that our residents would have to vote either in March or in November to say if they are in favor or not in favor of the GO bond. The presentations to the public that we would be having a March election. A March election, but then when we understood there was at least believed there were some cost differences, we talked about the possibility of doing it in November, which would again save the city money because there wouldn't be additional cost. But when we were made aware by Andrea that the cost is the same, we also discussed the March date. So we need the commission to give a consensus on if they prefer to have the election or this question relating to the referendum in March or in November of 2026.
So if we are going in that direction, I would prefer March, and I'll tell you why. I feel that in the city of Lauderhill, for us, it's such a very important subject, and it will give the residents more time to really consider and think about the GO bond, being that it will be the only thing on the ballot for the city of Lauderhill. And so they won't be much concerned about individuals that they have to vote for and so on, and then overlook that. But they will know for sure that they're going to the ballot specifically for the GO bond. So I believe that the March election is the best. It's more prudent. Okay. Commissioner Richard Campbell.
To the contrary, I believe in full participation in election. And we have had a history of all elections in November. To switch all voters on and off and ask them to vote in March where there is no history of voting in March, I don't see us getting the maximum participation. In many cases, it's just those who are in tune with what we're doing, but the vast majority of folks who used to be voting in November, I don't think they will be aware or there will be enough time to push them to change that cycle. And in any case, we're going to have an election in November. So that would be my opposition to it. And I'm not sure what's the difference in waiting until November because we're talking about March of 2026.
Exactly.
And we do have an election on.
You don't want to be on the ballot with disgruntled persons voting for a GO bond.
No, I'm fine about me. That's not the issue. Yeah.
Okay.
And assuming I'm going to be on the ballot.
I am just saying, utilize wisdom.
Yes, but I think in the interest of the voters, there are times when we do things if we don't want maximum participation. I believe in maximum participation, and I just doubt it is possible, but there's going to be a lot of work to inform the average voters that do not normally pay attention that there will be an election in March. So that would be my concern.
So Commissioner, what I will say to that is the city manager has already advised us that there's going to be a campaign specifically for the GO bond. And so the residents will be duly informed. In addition to that, they will know that they're going to the ballot specifically for this matter, right? So they will bring all of their happiness, all of their sadness, all of their aggravation, every emotion that is necessary for this subject. I would then say, in November, I feel that they should focus on just candidates and not GO bond issues.
Let me verify also, the city clerk indicate that there's not a cost factor?
No. Right. Andrea, if you want to speak to that. There's a mic over here somewhere.
The March election will be a special election because that's not our regular election. But the supervisor just advised me that any referendum questions, regardless of March or November, there will be a cost.
There will be a
There-
cost?
Over 100,000
But the cost is the
plus.
same.
It's the same cost.
It's the same.
So what did that mean, though?
That means that we're going to pay regardless of whether we do.
So it's just one cost.
It's a set cost. I think it's about $117,000.
So if for
Per
November,
election?
For referendum questions, any city that does referendum questions. If it was just candidates in November, there would be no cost.
Right.
So they're not charging for us to do our candidates on the ballot
got
in
it, got
November.
it.
So we're paying.
Oh, when we're
so it's just
doing-
one cost,
And you
Right.
pay it whether you do it in November
or
or
you do
March.
it in March?
Paid.
Okay, it seems like you guys are playing tag team on me.
No. I'm helping Andrea answer the question.
Okay, it appears I'm losing.
No, sir. I'll be quiet.
Okay, all right, I concede,
You concede.
obviously.
We've won. Okay, great. All right, Commissioner Dunn. Thank you.
Yes. What's the turnout typically in March versus November?
So we've had it, it's lower. And I,
Well, in general.
I,
is
I
it-
don't, I honestly can't speak to that. But I can tell you that from our community meetings, to Commissioner Campbell's point, but also to the mayor's point, that the public, felt that it was important that we did it in March because they perceived that as being, that their projects will be done sooner. So again, based on the comments that we received, the March date was the preference because the sooner the election, the sooner the projects actually are able to start. That was the perception that we received from the residents. They did talk about costs. Once we dispelled the issue relating to the additional cost, then they were okay, because initially they were saying November because it would save us money. But once Andrea gave us that information that whether you do it in March or November, then the overseating majority felt that March was better because we could actually start their project sooner.
So to me, my thought is November, and here's why. Number one, it's more of a turnout. Number two, it allows you to focus on one key message, which is around the GEO bond. In March, you now have two messages. Number one, the GEO bond, and number two, turnout in March. So to me, it's kind of a heavier lift to do it in March versus doing it when people are already used to coming to the poll. So my vote is for November.
Thank you so much. Don't see any other comments, but again, like I would say, I debunk that notion of Commissioner Dunn simply because I think when you have one specific thing on the ballot and you're already doing a campaign for that item, persons will come specifically for that, and there'll be much engagement. I feel that we need to focus on that. I think in November, we need to focus on the heavy, very serious election that will take place with candidates. And in March, you focus on the GEO bond. And if the residents are asking us to do it in March, I think we should be the voice of the community and move forward in that direction. Thank you.
I
So,
didn't realize the residents did make an input in this discussion.
So yes, we did
And
bring.
I also did not realize and which I just asked,
yeah.
the time factor, what's the importance? But if you're saying that in March it allows us to start earlier, then that changes the whole
Dynamics.
dynamics.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And so I believe I will just ask Vice Mayor your thoughts.
Still no GEO bond.
No GEO bond. And March, sir, or November? Okay, March. So we now are moving forward for March. Thank
Thank
you.
Okay. Just
All right.
to quickly finish this slide so that we can go to lunch. Just to talk quickly, the total operating budget that's proposed is $194 million. And then as stated previously, that our focus is really about sustainability and accountability. So our presentation, our budget is about being sustainable. I know that it's important for us that we have programs that we can sustain going forward, not put things into place or implement policies or programs that we cannot sustain as we go forward. Lastly, notable proposals, you'll see a reduction in the operating and debt millage. The operating millage, the proposal is to go from 7.998 mils to 7.4998 mils, as well as the debt millage is proposed being reduced from 1.1712 to 1.1212. A reduction in the general fund. Again, there's a notable reduction in our general fund from $95 million down to $93 million. And just based on the review and ensuring that we operate efficiently from a staffing standpoint, we were able to reduce our full and part-time employees from 729 full and part-time down to 676. So those are just some notable items that you'll see as you move through this budget, and we'll discuss as we make our budget presentation.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you so much. We're going to break for 45 minutes. The time is now 12:33. Thank you. The time is now 1:17. We've given you guys an extra 2 minutes. So we are going to resume our meeting. And so considering it's not a commission meeting, we don't necessarily need a quorum, but I'm sure all my other colleagues will be coming in. I'm at this time going to ask our finance director to come forth. And before we took a break, Commissioner Campbell wanted to discuss salaries. So we'll yield our time to you, sir.
Should I shoot or you're going to say something?
I might get out the way or I might take it. Let's go.
Yes, it's not a secret that the issue of salary comes up from time to time.
Yes, sir.
A good example of the appointment of the city manager. In my discussion there, it was somewhat uncomfortable because he was going to be promoted and we inherited the reality of where his salary was. And it's difficult to say to anyone that you are promoted, but your salary needs to be cut. So that was not possible, but it was also a little weird to say you're promoted, but your salary stays the same. So I think it's necessary for us to address the issue of salary. And I know that it's not the easiest thing to address because you're talking about people's welfare and future. But nevertheless, it's something that has to be addressed. And I am not sure there's much we can do to this budget. But the last time I made a statement that I will vote for a budget, but I will not vote for another budget that does not address an issue. I was pounded for 4 years based on that decision, but again, I will take the chance of doing so. But I don't have all the answers, but what I do think we ought to do is to, in a very comprehensive way, review the salaries as they are and compare ourselves with similar city in terms of revenue and size of the city to just make sure we're not trying to be exact, but it is unacceptable for other cities under the same circumstance be a major gap in terms of salaries. So that I'm hoping that we could do. The second part of it is that, and which it's more question now, all positions within the city, does it have a range of salary scale from minimum to max?
Okay. So I can address that and then I can address your first statement.
Yeah, but that
Yes.
part of it.
So the answer is yes.
Huh?
Yes. So all positions in the city have a minimum and a maximum salary, including myself. One of the things that was implemented with the change when it related to my contract, when it relates to the deputy and the assistant city manager. Previously, there was no cap for the city manager. There wasn't a cap for the deputy city manager or the assistant city manager. Those positions did not have salary.
What are the positions?
City manager, deputy city manager, and assistant city manager previously did not have a salary cap.
But are there other positions that did
No,
not have caps?
Those were the only positions that did not
Okay,
have a salary cap.
okay.
Every other position in the city has always had a salary cap. All department directors had salary caps. All police union-related positions had salary caps. All fire union-related positions had salary caps. All managerial and confidential, including department directors, had salary caps. The only three positions in the city that did not have a salary cap was the city manager, deputy city manager, and assistant city manager. They all three now have salary caps. As you know, my salary, current salary, is the same salary I had as the deputy city manager. As the deputy city manager, I had a contract that was voted on not by the last commission, but the commission before. So before, I had a contract that was voted on by the commission that existed before the last commission. So that commission, as the deputy city manager, I had a contract where I didn't have a salary cap, and it prescribed certain guaranteed steps. So for example, I was guaranteed a 4% increase. I was guaranteed a cost of living. So those were guaranteed every year. Now, as part of my current contract, the guarantees have been removed. I no longer, so my current contract is worse than my previous contract as the city manager. But understanding the direction of the commission as related to salaries, I understood what I was getting into. So my current contract, I don't have any guarantees. I have a merit increase that's based on my evaluation. So it's up to the commission. It goes from zero. I don't have a minimum. So it goes from zero to whatever the commission decides. Then there's a cost of living that goes from zero to, I think there's a 3% cap that's based on the consumer price index, but neither are guaranteed as I had previously. My salary is capped at what my salary was. So until I come back to the commission, until there's an amendment to my contract, my salary will remain the same. So there is a cap for the city manager. In addition to that, I've implemented caps for the deputy city manager and the assistant city manager. So now the deputy city manager and the assistant city manager have caps. So when you spoke of the survey, that is something that we've done. Since I've been in the position since November, I've worked with HR, where we've done a salary survey where we looked at all positions in the city, all positions in the city. So based on the survey, I can tell you, for example, myself, based on that survey, we have 31, 32 cities. I'm probably the 8th highest paid city manager out of all 32. When we look at our revenue and population, we're at number 10. So I'm kind of right where we should be as it relates to the pay for the city manager based on our revenue and our population when compared to other cities. I use that same philosophy when looking at the deputy city manager and the assistant city manager positions where we created caps for them as well. So none of us are at the highest. We're not the highest in anything when it comes to those three positions. We're kind of in the top 0.25% when it comes to those positions. Now, department directors have always had caps. So their caps are remaining the same, as well as the caps for other manager and confidential employees. And I'm specifically speaking of these groups independent of each other because I'll speak on the union next. But the individuals that the city manager has the ability to affect immediately are non-unionized staff. So managerial, confidential, department directors, the city manager has the ability to affect their pay and classification without negotiating that. So that group that I'm speaking of, the change that was made to their salaries based on the feedback that I received from this commission was to slow down the growth of those salaries. So in the past, the practice has been that individuals would receive a pay increase, which would be an automatic 4% step, which was part of a similar contract that I had and the city managers previous, they've all had. But it also allowed for the pay plan, those caps to increase every year. So the plan didn't stop. So basically the pay plan increased every year. So what I've implemented is that there is a freeze on the pay plan. So our pay plan caps are the same for this year as they will be for next year. So in the budget that's before you, that represents caps for all managerial confidential employees. For example, if you are a person that is capped out, you will not get a increase. Now, you still have longevity, which is part of what we receive, but that's a cash payment. So your pay doesn't change. So in essence, you make the same amount this year that you did last year. So you'll receive that. So there are cash payments that take place, but the pay plan will not move. So if you make $100,000 this year in total remuneration, then you still make that same $100,000 next year. So that doesn't change. So that has been implemented, and we can only implement that with non-unionized employees. Now, union employees are a different animal, and they actually make up 2/3 of all of our employees. So the number of people that I can actually affect is a small number of total employees when looking at salaries and benefits for all of our employees. So we're taking these steps now in hopes of we are consistent when it comes time to renegotiate these contracts, understanding that this is the policy in the direction of the commission, because we may can affect 100 people now, but if the other 700 people aren't in line with what we're doing for the commission and the directors, then it's really not fixing the issue. So these are the steps that I've been able to take without having to negotiate change based on the direction of the commission. So to your question, yes, everyone has a cap. To your question, everyone is operating within the pay plan because we had people that were operating outside of the pay plan previously. We've made adjustments so that everyone is now operating within the pay plan. For the ones that we were able to impact, where like there were special duty pays that we've made reductions to, additional duty pays, no one is working out of class, all of those type things that were taking place previously, which allow individuals to work above and beyond those caps, no longer exist. But that's only for the individuals that I can directly impact without negotiating those changes.
Okay.
So that has been implemented.
Thank you.
There,
So Commissioner, the time still applies. What we're going to do, because initially they did not put it on, we're going to give you 3 more minutes to be
Okay.
able to ask the questions.
And
Then he
then-
can respond, and then we will go down the line, the same thing. I am thinking that considering it's how many of us? 5 of us? So each of us get 5 minutes, and then we'll give the city manager 10 minutes to respond, so we can get going, because we haven't even started this book.
okay, I'll just ask.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Um,
So 3 minutes for Commissioner
Yeah, yeah.
Campbell.
so Kenny, you're heating up my 3 minutes.
Sorry.
Okay, so, 2 departments you did not mention is the clerk's office and the legal office. That's one. 2, from where I stand, and let me make it publicly be clear, the intent is not to deprive folks of maximizing their potentials. And there is other places that look at cut from the bottom up. I have no concerns about the unionized workers or the bottom, but it's more administrative salaries that I think needs to be somewhat under control. So let me just be clear in regards to that. So as far as your negotiation with unions and so on, I will not interfere or suggest anything at this point in time as far as that is concerned. But I think it's reasonable for the administrative salaries to be somewhat under some sort of control. And that is my
Yes, sir.
concern. So I hope, well, you're going to answer. I'm not sure who deals with the city clerk and the legal department, seeing that it doesn't directly come under your portfolio. But I'm happy to hear what I'm hearing. I know it's not going to resolve our issues. A large percentage, a very large percent of our budget goes towards salary.
Yes, sir.
And therefore, if we don't address that, we're going to be in big trouble.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Is there anything you need to respond regarding?
Just to the two quick points.
Yep.
As it relates to the clerk's office and legal, I did not address those because they do not fall under my purview. They both have existing contracts that speaks to what their pay is. I can tell you historically, Andrea has, as the city clerk, has, even though she's had contracts in the past similar to myself, when there were concerns relating to pay, and we took the position not to increase our salaries, Andrea did the same. So I can tell you that she has, even though her contract called for something different, she did not receive an increase in line with what we were doing based on the direction of the commission. So as it relates to this budget,
But how can we make that official?
I would assume that you would have to talk with her and make an amendment to her agreement.
Okay.
We have to make an amendment to her agreement. And I'll allow, I guess Hans can speak to his agreement, but he has an agreement independent of myself and Andrea's.
Right, okay. So considering that, we're going to come back, when are we coming back again and to
September.
discuss this is September?
Yes.
Will this discussion be before, that, it would just be on our workshop in itself, right?
What's that?
The budget review? It would
So
just-
normally it's done as at a meeting. But so if you want to have an additional workshop, we can. But normally we work through and we produce what we call a reconciliation document.
Yep.
So we take the existing proposed budget, then we reflect to the commission all of the changes. So normally we don't come back and have a presentation similar to what we're having
It's just
today.
whatever amendments are
It's
necessary.
right. We
we'll
identify what
convey
the
that to
amendments
you.
are and we provide the commission the backup to show what was increased and decreased.
Commissioner Campbell, would you like to have a special workshop just to discuss that, or would you do that individually with each department? Because I think you've already,
Yeah, but
you've conveyed your point, and it is well taken. So I would suggest, if anything, you can talk to Andrea as it relates
well,
to
then that is
moving
what,
forward.
and it's not, I am going to speak to her. I think the responsibility of all the elected officials should have a discussion and see if similar to what we are suggesting to Kenny's department.
That is
I
the
think
same
it-
applies
Precisely,
to her,
yes.
yes, as well as to the city attorney.
I don't think there's a need for a workshop because based on what Kenny is saying, that the things are already somewhat
Place.
in place.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
So this would be for the next budget, I would assume.
Yeah, so we've
Okay.
implemented those
Okay,
changes that I spoke of.
got it. All right, wonderful. I see that Commissioner Dunn has her hand up.
Yes, I do have a question about budget, specifically the commission budget. I noticed that for seat number 2, which is my seat, that and tell me if I'm reading this correctly, Kenny, because, I was in the hospital, we didn't get a
What
chance
page
to
are we
meet.
looking at, Commissioner?
Page 68. So I noticed that fiscal year 25, that the budget for chartered officers, which would be for the commission seat, is 49,527. But then for fiscal year 26, it's a $4,000 increase. And then I noticed also that that's consistent across the board for all of the commissioners. And then the mayor's seat, the salary for 25 was $70,000. And for 26 is $85,000, which is a $14,000 increase. Could you help me to understand the disparity?
Right. So for the commission, there was, he's just doing a quick calculation for me, roughly a 5%. 10? Okay. So for the commission, I think. So basically for the commission, there was a 10% increase. Again, the commission budget is set by budget. The commission's salaries are set by budget. And the commission had similar increases that I spoke to. So there's normally a cost of living increase, and then there's normally what we call, in our side of the world, a step increase, but we no longer have pay steps anymore. That's one of the things that was removed also from the pay plan, that employees aren't automatically receiving steps anymore. Going forward, their increases will be based on their evaluations. Now, for the commission, again, we had an ordinance in place that spoke to how the commission would receive increases, and those increases were fixed percentages and amounts. So for the commission, we carried that forward because, again, the commission sets its own salary. So we're here to have a discussion if what we're proposing isn't sufficient, or if it's too much. Again, that's for the commission to have a consensus, come to a consensus on what that salary is, because the code says it's set as part of the budget. So as it related to the mayor's salary, and I think you spoke on the full and the part-time, what's different about that is that in the mayor's part-time, there is
No, I'm talking about the charter salary.
Okay.
Yeah, so the increase for everybody was about $4,000, and the increase for the mayor is about $14,000.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand the logic.
So again, that additional, that change came from conversations that we had directly with the mayor on proposing the budgets. That's reflected. So again, based on the surveys that we did, based on our discussions with the mayor, that was the number that was proposed for the mayor.
Okay, all right. So I'm not sure. Well, let me ask you this. How does that salary for the commission and the mayor, how do we stack up against other cities?
Fairly consistent. I think for commission and the mayor, we are probably, again, similar to the city manager, probably in the top third as it relates. I can tell you there are a few cities that have higher mayor salaries. Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood just changed their mayor salary. Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Plantation, even though they have a strong mayor, are the ones that have higher mayor salaries than us, and the same applies on the commission side. So it's fairly consistent where we fall as it relates to our mayor and commission on salaries.
Yeah, I would like to see the fallout, and I'm concerned about us giving ourselves a raise when we're questioning the raise of staff, and also when there's an economic tightening that's happening around. I mean, everybody knows what the economy is like, right? So to me, it feels a little bit tone deaf.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm concerned about the salary raise that I'm getting, $4,000 increase, and the $14,000 increase that the mayor is getting.
Noted.
The other thing too that I noticed is in terms of the aid, I understand that because of the way that we set it up with contracts, right? That this is what I'm understanding. Tell me if I'm right. That it's based on longevity. So, for example, my aide might be getting $54,000, and somebody else's aides might be getting $70,000 or $60,000. That's based on the length that they've been with the city, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I noticed that the mayor has $120,000 for aides.
Yes.
Could you help me to understand that, please?
Sure. So as it relates to the mayor's aides, she is requesting an additional aide, so a second aide. That's reflected in there. Also, the current mayor's aide is in a pay grade that is higher than the commission aides. So similar to the mayor, when looking at our pay structure, the mayor is paid in a pay structure or a pay grade higher than the commission. So one of the things we implemented is for the mayor's aide, and this was even with the previous mayor's aide, she was paid at a higher rate than the other commission aides. So that's for consistency. That's what we've implemented with the current aides. Now, in addition to that, there was a request for a second aide for the mayor based on her workload. So again, that's reflected here in our budget based on our conversations.
So do we also have the ability to request a second aide? Because my workload is pretty heavy
Absolutely.
as well.
Again, the commission sets its budget. I set the budget of my staff, and if the commission has a will to have a aide, 2 aides, part-time aides, again, that has to be a consensus amongst the commission. And if there's a consensus, then that's what we do as it relates to your budget. Each of you have your own budgets. That's reflected here within our budget. Then there's a commission budget as a whole that captures certain I guess, items that affect you as a commission, but individually, you do have a budget. So again, if that's the will or your will that you would like a second aid, that is something that we will put into the budget, assuming that there's a consensus among the commission to do that.
Well, as you know,
Commissioner
that
Dunn, just one more statement or a question, and then we have to move on. Thank you.
So as you know, a lot of my programs, LHPP, for example, I had 2 team members that were grant funded, not taxpayer funded, that was helping to move some of my initiatives forward. And those folks have been, for lack of a better word, laid off,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if there is an opportunity to, and my workload remains the same.
Yes, ma'am.
So if there's an opportunity to have another aide, I'd love to request one as well. Thank
Yes, ma'am.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I get a clarification on some of the issues that were just raised?
Absolutely. But what I will say, of course,
Yep.
what I will say as it relates to the aids, indeed, and we have done some studies. I don't present anything unless I'm clear on what is out there, what other cities are doing as well. And what I have recognized for sure in talking with other mayors across the county. In fact, when I came on board, one of the main things that I did was I reached out to every single mayor that there was in Broward County and had conversations with all of them, with the exception of probably 3 for scheduling conflicts, just to be able to see how their cities were operated. In addition to that, for best practices, and to see how I can move forward as a new mayor as well. And what we have all recognized, and I think that Hollywood stated this quite appropriately, is that back in the days when we had commissioners and we had mayors, it was considered to be something that you would do upon retirement. You would come in, you would just be able to assist the city, assist the staff, and so on and so forth. What we have recognized in recent years is that this is not a part-time position. This indeed is, if you're doing this well and you're putting a lot of your work and effort into it, it does take up a lot of time, it does take up a lot of effort, and if you're dedicated to this, you are here all the time. As the city manager then can attest to this, I work, city manager, the city manager can attest to this, I work just as hard as every other mayor here in Broward County. In fact, he wants me to go on vacation. The other day we had a meeting, he says, this break, you need to be on vacation. Because indeed, we all put a lot of effort into this position. It requires a lot. I am here sometimes from 8 a.m. in the morning until late at night because the influx of emails from our constituents, and in addition to that, what their needs are, their issues, I am not certain if this is the same that other mayors encountered, but I know that it is a whole lot. In fact, I have an aide who is quite professional, and she handles herself in such a manner that indeed she is the right person for the job. But I will even tell you with her, it's a lot. On a daily basis, I get about 50, and the number is 50, phone calls into the city, in addition to the fact that my cell phone number is out there, so everyone calls me nevertheless. So it is a lot of work. I have dedicated myself to the city wholeheartedly. And if I was independently wealthy, I would do this for free, for sure. But the reality of it is that persons are paid based on skill set, and persons are paid based on service and the value that they add to the institution, the organization, or the entity in which they are a part of. And so for me, when we were doing our diligence, and we did diligence as it relates to the city manager advising me in terms of, even with the aid, the recommendation came because there is other cities that have the mayor with 2. And so I said, okay, that's perhaps an option. But another option could be as well interns, right? Which we do have. But the issue with interns is they come and go. There's not necessarily consistency or continuity. So the type of work that we are doing, we definitely need persons who are committed. I am 100% open to suggestions. I'm 100% open to modifying what is before us. It was just proposed, and not just proposed by me, but by information that we receive back and having discussions with staff. So Commissioner Dunn, your point raised is quite valid, though I believe that it is political, but nevertheless, it don't matter. The reality is that we can address it, we can fix it, and we can move forward, because I am here to serve the community and the community as a whole. And I will tell you this, City Manager, if we were to take a survey with the 75,000 residents that we have in this city, I would believe the majority of them would be pleased with the work in which I have put forward and the effort. Now, we haven't accomplished everything, but the effort. And I think they would be quite surprised that the peanuts that I am making, because they may feel as if our salaries are consistent to staff, and it's not. It is not consistent to staff, but the workload may be. But I am open to anything. If you say $5,000 a year, I'm good. But nevertheless, I do understand that it really requires a lot of work and diligence, and hopefully all of you in here as staff will see that I am putting my best foot forward, and I'm trying to do what is necessary in order to move the city forward. Thank you. Commissioner Campbell. And
Yeah.
Commissioner Campbell, and then anyone else on salary? And then we'll have the city manager close this out. No more, we only had the 5 minutes. So go ahead, Commissioner.
Bear
Yes.
with me. I think this is extremely important for us to make sure that we're consistent. And it's more a clarification that this is the first time I'm having this discussion. As far I had no idea in regards to, I've never discussed my salary. And I'm glad Commissioner Dunn raised the issue, because I didn't even know where we were. I think, well, let me speak for myself. I'm not full-time here, so I'm comfortable with whatever we're getting. But there needs to be, similar to what we're asking staff, there needs to be a sense of cap also on all of us, regardless if we're here part-time or full-time. So I would fully support that notion that it be capped. I also will fully support what I've said about staff and gauging ourselves in terms of similar cities, similar to ourselves. We don't want to be jumping in the sky if that's not the norm. I can speak probably for more elected officials than myself that most of us, we do have our other jobs, and therefore I'm not hoping to be full-time in the city. So I hope we don't change that and it remains where I am now. So I don't want more money and I don't want more time, because I do have my own business to take care of. So please, hopefully when we leave here, there's no push for us to put more hours in this than we are putting. However, in the case of the mayor, if our hours are longer than ours, I suspect there need to be some sort of guidelines there that compensate her, whether it's $14,000 more, that is debatable, but that needs to be taken into consideration. The final thing is our aides. I am a bit uncomfortable. There has to be caps on those compensation. In addition to that, there was a point that was loosely thrown out there just now that I have a part-time aide. I just acquired a second aide to make it 2 in 1, if that is understood. So it's not 2 aides, it's 2 persons ended up to be 1.
Yes, sir.
But it was just thrown out there that, okay, so we can have 3, 4, 5 aides. I will not go along that unless they're all going to be paid $5 each. Because there still needs to be a sense of controlling the budget, and that's what I'm concerned about. And therefore, if Ray has 2 aides, they should be 2 half-time. And even if we're going to make an exception, the exception needs to be within reasonable. So I hear you say it's you guys need to work it out. I don't know what you mean by that, because in reality, after this discussion, it's not like we're going to meet and say, okay, Ray needs 5 aides. It doesn't happen like that. And if he gets 5 aides, I'm going to oppose it.
But I don't think
Follow me.
anyone is asking for 5 aides, sir.
No. I just heard that, okay, can I get 3 aides or whatever? And it's up to you guys. It's not up to me. Okay?
I don't think
Let
that's
me
what
be
he
clear
said.
on that.
I don't even think 3 was thrown out. I think it was 2.
Okay?
But
Okay.
if you,
No, I just want to be clear in the public that there has to be a sense of reason and there has to be a limitation.
okay,
Okay.
fair enough. But I will say this, just the events in itself to attend is a part-time job. All the different activities in which we have and all of the work that is put into this position. As a mayor, I can't speak for my colleagues. I don't know how hard they work and what their hours are, but I can speak for myself that I work very, very hard.
Mayor, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that there should not be special situation where we accommodate. I'm just saying it has to be within reason. Therefore, if it's 2, I'm fine with that, but it's not going to be 3, 4, 5.
No.
Okay.
3, 4, 5 would be excessive.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. So Commissioner Dunn, you're going to speak again, and then John T., and then we're going to close this session out. The Vice Mayor did say that he is not going to speak on this matter, and then we will have you, sir, to be able to close us out on this matter. Okay? Commissioner Dunn.
Yes, so, on paper, you're right, Mayor. On paper, this is a part-time job, right? And then some of us work at it more, put in more hours. I'm going to speak for myself, a lot of hours, right? So even when I'm not here, I'm representing the city, right? A lot of us are going to be having a break, but I'm out representing the city on other stuff. So I just wanted to go on record as to say that you're right in that, they said it was part-time, and for some of us, it is not. For me in particular, it's not. And I hear the mayor saying that for her, it's not as well. And I acknowledge that. It is a lot of work, right? When you put in a lot of effort into it. And so I just want to say, I don't believe that we should be giving ourselves a raise, particularly with the inequity in the raises when we are questioning staff and their salary. And when we're asking the department, we're asking you to tighten the belt, when we're asking you to find ways to cut the budget, when we're asking you to find ways to reduce the millage rate. And in particular, when the community right now as a whole is facing a lot of economic challenges. So my thought as it relates to salary is I don't think that we should be getting a raise. And number one. And number two, I don't believe that, I agree with my colleague that we should think about some ways to figure out how to cap it. I would like to see a study done between other cities to see where we fall. I know that in Hollywood, there was a split around the voting, right? I think it was like a 3-2 vote for them to raise their salary. So I'd like to see where we stand with other cities. And in addition to that, as it relates to the aid, well, you know, I have a lot of stuff too. So I'm complete.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you kindly. One thing I will say, and then we'll go to Commissioner John T. I'm so happy that Don came up and spoke of the strategic plan, because I think the operative word for me that jumped out was value. So let's consider that. What are you getting for the money? The value. What does this commission bring to the table? And if it doesn't equate to the service, then indeed, I think we should not move forward with that. But if it equates to service and the value is being seen by the community, I feel that we are okay with that. I find it quite interesting as well, considering the fact that we are dealing with, you know, an individual to which spoke of aides when we had the entire city working for one person last administration. So that is very quite interesting. I am bringing before you the fact that there is a lot of work, and it is administratively we do need support. So if one aide can or one assistant can do the workload, absolutely we can move forward with that. But I think we have to evaluate what that means. And perhaps we don't need 2 assistants, Commissioner Campbell. We may just need some really smart and witty and progressive interns that could be able to assist us. But I think this is a conversation that we should have. There's no vote necessarily that is on the table at present. But what we can do perhaps is have conversations around this with the city manager, and he can take the consensus and see where we can move and if we should move forward with this.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner John T.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You know, when I thought of running for an election, salary was never a concern because I was always told that it was a part-time job. After being elected, this is no part-time job. This is a full-time job. And I've watched the mayor working. That's not a part-time job. I have no problem with the mayor's salary because I think she's deserving of it. But I have a problem when consideration is not given to the commissioners because based on what I've seen since I've been elected, this is not a part-time job. I'll come to this office sometime 4 to 5 times a week. There are a lot of things to do in the community. If you are a concerned commissioner, you really want to work for the community, it cannot be a part-time job. There are too many things to be addressed. And that's what I've discovered since I've been elected. I'm totally committed to my constituency, but this is no part-time job. If you really want to be a good commissioner, it must be a full-time job. Based on 75,000 people who will call you every day and there are needs in the community, and if you're going to drive around and talk to the constituents, you realize this cannot be a part-time job. So I think the salary should reflect on a full-time job. That is my...
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to go on a record. I just need some more time really to flush it out and think about it.
Understand.
Get back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are we all comfortable? Yes?
Yes.
All right. I still stand that I feel that we should move forward with it, but I am definitely open to ideas. But anything that I put forward, I stand behind it. Thank you.
Move forward, continue.
Yes, you
Okay.
may can. So we've already completed with salary, Commissioner Campbell, because this was the item in which you wanted to.
A bit delicate to leave things floating. Are we going to have a discussion to
So I think based on what I'm hearing, I'll have individual discussions.
Individual discussion, you
With
guys
the
come up
commission,
with.
and then come
how
to
you
a
wanna proceed.
consensus based on those discussions on the salaries and the aides for the mayor and full commission. And then, as part of our reconciliation document, if there are any changes, they will be reflected in there with what those changes are
Right.
when I do my reconciliation memo.
But the final thing we'll say is that,
September.
Take in consideration caps, all of the things that we
Caps.
spoke of, yes.
and those of us who are not here full time, if we are going to be here full time, we need to give up our second job.
So I'll have those conversations and. then
Yeah,
come
all
to
of
a
those
consensus.
conversations, and take into consideration as well that one of the commissioners that was here, I think a lot of the heavy lifting was taken off, considering that she had two aides, actually three aides that were working for her at one time, okay? So thank you, but heavy load was lifted. So heavy load was lifted, which means simply that they took on a lot of the responsibilities, and that was for many years. And so now that they're gone, I think you are feeling the blunt of the work, and it's quite tedious for you as well. All right, thank you kindly.
And the things that we do outside of City Hall, I have an organization and involved in many organizations that has absolutely nothing to do with my responsibility with the
As-
city.
right.
So if we do have other commitment, we should not be allowed to have aids that cover those commitments. Thank you very
Exactly.
much.
Exactly. So let's put all of that on record.
Yes.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'll turn the floor over to the finance department. Sean Henderson, finance director, will take us through the remainder of the
Let's
presentation.
meet in- No, I'll call you back because I'm in the middle.
She just
Okay.
said to me, that's why you're sick. She just said to me, that's why you're sick. Who does that?
Oh, Lord.
That. Go on, Sean. That is just pure evil. Who does that?
Just to kind of bring the conversation back to the budget. We kind of preface things with the strategic plan, with the obligations and jobs associated with the city manager and commissioners. Now we want to kind of get into the meat potatoes of the budget. I'm going to kind of preface things with the overall budget, then one by one we'll bring the directors up to kind of evaluate their budget. So first off, on the very first slide, it gives you the 2026 proposed budget. If you look at that bottom number in the green column, $194,040,475 is the total budget. That
What page,
includes,
I'm sorry, what page are we on, Sean?
it's the presentation.
Oh, just the presentation.
ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
It's the presentation. In that, if you look at that first line, it reflects a general fund budget of $92,876,255. And as you come down, you're able to see the different departments that make up the total budget. The total budget obviously takes into consideration the grants, the fired fund, debt service fund, the remaining funds for the GO bond, so on and so forth. So again, the total budget that we're presenting is $194,040,475. Just to point out a few observations. When you look at our debt figure, we do have, and the city manager eloquently explained what a revenue bond is. We do have two revenue bonds that will be complete at the October 1st date, a sales tax bond and a water utility tax bond that will be going away. We'll be making the final payment October 1. And then the subsequent year, 10/1/26, we have a communication service tax bond and an electric franchise fee bond that will be going away. So there is debt that will be maturing. Okay. Normally, and you had some questions about the remaining cash for the general obligation bond. Again, the three categories was public safety, parks, and roadway improvements. Usually, we consider it period 13 where we reconcile the outstanding invoices, and that particular number will roll over to the next budget. So funds are being spent constantly on that. So again, we reconcile that in period 13. Okay. Next slide. We like to start with the revenues. Without the revenues, you you can't pay any expenses. So the general revenues, general fund revenues, we give you a 5-year trend. I just kind of want to go through a few of those. At the top, far right column in green, you're looking at about $34,806,624. That's our projection based on the July 1 assessed value for the city of Lauderhill. As we go through the revenues, we've made some adjustments, and it's an art to evaluating or doing a pro forma as it relates to what we think the revenues will be. So with our team, we sit down and we make our best guess at what we predict will happen. So under franchise fees, just to kind of make you familiar with what makes up these revenues, you're looking at your electric franchise fees, your sanitation, and your recycling. We're seeing an uptrend on electric. Under utility taxes, you're looking at your gas tax, water tax, electric tax, and communication service tax. We've been seeing water tax trending down a little bit, so we projected that down. And then communication service tax, that's been trending down for quite some time. So again, we have our best prediction as it relates to that. And as I alluded to earlier, we have that particular revenue as collateralized for a revenue bond that will be going away next year. Under licenses and permits, we have permitting fees, minimum housing inspections, local business tax, and we're seeing a trend in regards to minimum housing going up and local business tax going down. I want to kind of take a minute to kind of explain that. I got caught in that conversation yesterday with the mayor as it relates to the CRA's purpose versus the housing authority. We did assume some of those responsibilities as it relates to minimum housing inspections and COU collections. In that, we've assumed going out with our community standards division, and we've already completed the entire city, whereas LHA has never completed the entire city. So though we've completed inspections of the entire city, it's also allowed us to go out and look at businesses that aren't in business anymore. So we're cleaning up our receivables to make sure that at the end of the day, when we pull a list of businesses or existing businesses, it's a real list. So in that, there are going to be potential write-offs as it relates to receivables that are there. So again, we're trying to absorb those things in this fiscal year so we can have a clean slate going into the next fiscal year. Next, in intergovernmental, that consists of state revenue, half-cent sales tax, and grants that we receive, specifically a transportation grant that we utilize for the buses. And we're seeing a downtrend in both sales. We're predicting a downtrend in both sales tax and state revenues. Lastly, in miscellaneous revenue, that's where we pick up the fines and forfeitures and telecom leases. So again, it's just a miscellaneous catch-all. And due to the revenue received from there, it didn't warrant its own specific category. Next slide. Just a depiction of the revenues year over year, and it gives you an idea on a weighted average basis where the revenues come from, and also predicts the trends that it relates to going all the way back to 2022. Again, property taxes, we're seeing that as pretty even, leveling off, because though we're reducing the millage rate, we are seeing property values increase. So that's a net effect of keeping us kind of level there. Utility taxes, we're seeing a downtrend. Licenses and permits, we're seeing that pretty level as it relates to more so structural permitting going on. But anytime we can have a hurricane and that could, go out the window. Fines and forfeitures, we're seeing that up. And interest and administrative fees, we're seeing those pretty level. Okay. Next slide. This goes into the key thing here is if you look at the last column, an estimate of taxable value for 2026, we're looking at about 4.799 million as it relates to the taxable assessed value as of July 1. The important thing here is you come down to the rollback rate just from an educational perspective. The rollback rate 7.3399, basically that's the rate that we would have to roll back to receive the same revenue that we received last year for for taxes. So we're coming with a proposal of 7.4998, which gets us sufficient revenue to balance the budget. But again, I just wanted to educate you on what the rollback rate is. Okay.
I'm sorry, Sean. I think we have to get consensus considering that Commissioner Campbell is going to be leaving regarding the tax rate. Is that what I'm advised? Can you explain a little bit more?
Yes, we're proposing a tax rate of 7.4998. That's 50 basis points from where we are now. We think that's suitable for the type of um, expenses and inflation that we're encountering, but also managing the existing contracts that we have. Again, we think it's suitable for our operational expenses, and we'd be able to absorb that deduction and pass that on to our residents.
So we have to notify the revenue department on what our proposed tax rate is so that they can issue trim notices. So because there isn't a resolution for the ad valorem and the debt millage, we need a consensus so that we can complete the required forms to send that forward to them. So we wanted to, before Commissioner Campbell leaves, want to have a consensus with the other full commission on the ad valorem rate that's being proposed, a reduction from 7.998 to 7.4998, and then a reduction of the debt millage from 1.1712 to 1.1212. So we want to know if there was a consensus for us to make those reductions.
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dunn.
Sean, could you help me to understand the difference between what's the rollback millage rate? Could you help me to understand that, please?
Again, the rollback millage rate in this particular case is 7.3399. That would mean that the revenue that we received last year, that would be the rate that we'd have to apply this year to just receive that same amount of revenue, dollar-wise.
Okay, so basically the bottom line is just pay attention to the millage rate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, just an important point, and the manager knows very well that this consensus, this commission, that number can be reduced, but we cannot go above in September. So the good news, you can increase it. It can be reduced.
Okay, okay. So what is your pleasure, Commissioner Campbell? Yes? Vice Mayor? Commissioner Dunn?
yes.
Yes? Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
All right, okay.
Thank
Okay. The next slide, just for the sake of time, just a visual depiction of what we just discussed. Year over year taxable values, it gives you a history down at the bottom if you're interested in that, just kind of understanding what the taxable values and the revenue increases year over year are. Next slide gives you a comparison of revenues versus expenditures. Again, our objective here, and by statute, we have to give you a balanced budget, and it gives you an idea of the primary revenues at $92,876,000 for the general fund, and the corresponding expenditures that go along with that. Again, that excludes water and sewer, stormwater, fire fund, and those things. This again is just the general fund. The next slide, it goes from top to bottom, 21 through 26. So if you look at that bottom row, it gives you the total expenditures, again, that $92.8 million, and it gives you a breakdown, commission, administration, public safety, public works, parks, and transfers. So the important thing I wanted to point out here was one of the first moves that the city manager made was moving the gentleman that used to work in parks over to public works for the sake of efficiencies. So you see a decrease in parks and a corresponding increase in public works. Other than that, pretty consistent as it relates to the budget. Okay, next slide. Just to point out just staffing levels at a glance. And the one thing that stood out to me was, as I looked at the history from 2016, this was the first time that we actually reduced full-time employees. So I thought that was a move that at the end of the day, we're getting a lot more done with fewer, and then putting the people in the right place. So now I think the city manager is looking at those positions that are critical to receive value, for lack of a better word. Okay. That being said, that's the overview. And I think now we're ready to start having the departmental presentations. So first up, we have it'd be the commission, city commission. So I'm basically fielding questions as it relates to your review of the financial documents for each commission. We kind of broached the topic in regards to salaries, but if there are any other comments, observations you want to share that we can take into consideration.
Sean, if you can tell me,
62.
okay, Sean, you can tell me how many departments we're going to be covering or all together. It looks like 10,
In total.
12, 12?
Total.
12, okay. All right. And so in the interest of time, would you then suggest that we give each department, what, a half an hour?
Yeah, much less. Yes.
Some will be less? Okay, so let's say 15 to 20 minutes per department?
That's fine, but I can tell you the majority of the departments will be fast. There may only be 4 or 5 slides, and then it's up to the questions that come from the
Okay,
commission.
so
So
we'll
it'll
give
be
each
driven by-
department 15 minutes.
Right.
Okay?
It'll be driven
All
by the
right,
commission.
great. Okay. Who's going to be taking the time, just to make sure? 15 minutes, all right.
The next one.
So we are on the commission?
We are on the committee.
Okay. All right, so I guess based on the commission, we are now going to go back to the city manager and to yourself as well to determine individually in terms of what we're going to do moving forward, aid, salary, that sort of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
So in September, once we get back, whatever information you guys have gathered, then will be amended in this document.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
If you don't mind, for the sake of information, I'm gonna sit over here so I can respond to the.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Okay. What is, pardon?
So are we good with the commission?
We are good with the commission. Let's move forward now to city clerk. Is that it?
City manager's office.
Tab 3, city manager.
So again,
Will we skip city clerk?
The slides are just ordered based on.
Okay. Okay, administration.
right. So again, administration, I've pretty much made my presentation earlier as to what my responsibilities are as city manager. So if there are any questions at this point relating to the tab 2, I believe it is that you have, I can address those.
Okay.
Tab 3?
Tab 3.
Tab 3, sorry, tab 3. So again, I just.
I think the slides are out of order.
So-
Yeah.
So primarily speaking, the major changes year over year is that there have been administratively changes from the in administration, where prior to there were divisions that I didn't feel made, it wasn't efficient to have certain department divisions within administration. For example, park rangers is no longer part of administration. The grants division is no longer a part of administration. Special events are no longer part of administration. Administration is solely made up of myself, a deputy city manager, and assistant city manager that's vacant at the moment, and 2 administrative staff. So again, we carry out the priorities as set forth by the commission.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay. You would have to press your button, Commissioner, if you have a question. Okay. Commissioner Dunn.
So administration is just 2 positions, 3 positions?
So it's the city manager, the deputy city manager, assistant city manager, which is vacant,
Got it.
and then Vanette, who is the operations administrator that works directly for me. We have Katia, and then Lakeisha, who are the 2 administrative supports.
All right.
And so Katya is part of purchasing, right?
No, Katia is part of administration.
Oh, Katya. Oh my
yes.
gosh, I can't believe
Yes,
that.
reception.
Okay, got it.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
All right.
yes.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Dunn. Anyone else? All right, so we'll move forward.
So communications is tab 4. So communications is a new division. Again, we are in the process of hiring a communications administrator. She's being processed. We've selected a candidate. That individual is being processed currently with HR, should be aboard in the next few weeks. That person will report directly to myself. It includes in communications, the graphics team. So Lisma and that group will be part of communications. There will be a communications administrator. You'll see that there's a position in the budget of a director. That position may transform into a director in the proposed budget that we have. But currently, in this current year's budget, because of funding, That position is being considered a communications administrator, but that position will report directly to the city manager.
Okay, Commissioner Dunn.
Yes, so, where would the rebranding campaign be in the budget?
So the rebranding campaign, the functional side of it will happen through communications. The dollars that's associated with that is reflected in Julie's budget. Again, we will make adjustments to that, assuming that this budget moves forward, but the dollars currently are associated in Julie's budget, but the actual campaigns that we put forward would be part of communications.
Okay, so when you say in Julie's budget, in tab 4?
No, Julie, I don't know.
Special events.
I don't know her tab.
That's out of special
yeah.
events. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. I guess the next tab is City Clerk? Yes, City Clerk,
City Clerk's office.
tab 3. No, tab 2, tab 2.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting on the city clerk's office, and for the record, my name is Nadia Chin, I'm the deputy city clerk, and we have Andrea Anderson, the city clerk here. The city clerk's office is comprised of the city clerk, the deputy city clerk, executive administrative assistant, a records management coordinator, and an administrative specialist too.
You guys do so much with only 5 people, huh?
Yes. Just to go over our mission statement really quickly, our mission is to support the city commission and staff in serving the public, and we do that through professionalism, efficiency, and courtesy in every service we deliver. We uphold the city's integrity through the legislative process while also providing strong administrative technical support to the commission and the city. Accuracy in communication and record keeping is central to our role, and through innovation, we also preserve the city's history for generations to come. So these key pillars that I just mentioned from our mission statement will show up again as I highlight each program because every tool we use directly supports one or more of these values. So the first program that I'm going to discuss is GovQA. It's our public records request system. This platform is used for managing all of our public records requests. So some of the things that this program offers is that it's directly linked to the city clerk's webpage. It gives 24/7 accessibility to residents to submit and track requests. It's equipped with real-time automated updates. It's built with secure tools for redaction and document delivery through a protected portal. We handle about 10 to 15 requests per day, most completed within 2 business days, but for more complex requests, additional time might be required, but we definitely prioritize timely responses. And just to tie in how this coincides with our mission statement is that GovQA directly supports enhancing transparency, streamlining communication with the public, and ensuring secure and accurate records management. That's it for that one.
Okay.
For our next set of programs that we use, GovQA is reinforced by a variety of internal tools that allow us to access and manage records with speed and accuracy. So the first one I'm going to touch base on is the City Clerk's Index. It's a detailed inventory of where each record is located. So it gives us quick access to find records on the whim while we're in the office for anyone who calls or puts in a public records request. We know where to find those documents. We also use Laserfish. It's a digital document storage system. So all of our documents are stored in a digitalized format. To access any documents, we just do keyword searches and it holds thousands of records. And then the last system that we use, it's our microfilm system. We use it for our archived and legacy records, and it's essential for fulfilling older or historical requests. The next program you're probably familiar with, it's our Legistar. We use it to create and publish agendas for meetings. It helps us manage ordinances and resolutions from draft to adoption. So this system streamlines the agenda preparation process. It enhances internal coordination between departments, ensures public has easy access to legislative materials, and Legistar is directly linked to the city clerk's webpage, allowing residents to access both current and past agendas right from the city's website. That's it? We have a couple more. The next program is our voter focus system. I'm sure you're familiar with this one as well. Our elected officials use this, our candidates use this program to track candidate filings and campaign documents, supports the election administration reporting process. It streamlines the candidate qualifying procedure. And Voter Focus upholds the integrity of our legislative process by enabling accurate communication and efficiency for our office. The next program is our boards and committees management software. This one's connected to our city's website as well. This system tracks member terms, vacancies, applications, and reappointments. It reduces manual work by automating reminders and generating up-to-date rosters for our public to view on our city's website. It offers online application portals for residents and provides full transparency by making all board-related information publicly accessible under the Boards and Committees tab on our city's website. And then lastly, we have the Lobbyist Registration Management System. This program tracks registration of individuals or firms who represent clients in discussions with city officials regarding contracts, legislation, development projects, or other official matters. It oversees required disclosures, annual renewals, and expenditure reports. It offers online registration portal for ease of access and submission, and publishes all active lobbyist records on the city clerk's webpage, ensuring public transparency. And then this program aligns with our mission statement by providing professionalism, transparency, and accountability for all lobbying activity. And that's it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for this presentation. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Is there a cost associated with the Laserfish, the microfilm, the clerk index, the voter focus? I didn't see any costs associated with it.
Well, we didn't put it on here. It's in the budget. It's in the
Oh, okay.
detail.
Okay.
Yes, we have an annual cost for each of those.
Because some of the slides had them and some didn't.
So for our Legistar program, it's $20,000. Laserfish, $4,700. Clerk's Index, $600. Microfilm, $1,000. GovQA is $10,000. The boards and commission software is $7,000, and our lobbyist one is $1,200.
That's annual.
Those are annual subscription fees.
And the microfish, is there a long term to come off of that, or will that always be?
We actually we're one of the only cities that did not destroy our residents. We have the original surveys from when and building plans of most of our properties. So they're on microfilm. So it's not my intent to destroy the history of the city. So we're not probably going to do away with that. We can still access it.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the majority of the records on microfilm is our surveys and building plans from homes that were booked from the 60s, 70s.
And what about the physical storage of the records? Is
We have
there a
offsite.
storage facility?
We have a
offsite?
storage facility offsite.
How much does that cost?
That is, we just changed to VRC.
So
It's probably 10,
You can come back to
12.
it later, that's fine.
off the top of my head, I don't.
How long are
Right.
those things are
And
there
we
for?
pay
They're stored for how long? 7 years, 10 years?
No, everyone, we
Forever?
have a retention schedule. So part of the records management is destroying when they've met their retention. So we retrieve them back and destroy them if need be. Most of our permanent records are scanned in now,
Got it.
like our personnel files with
yep.
HR, and then we scan them. But short term, like finance probably has a majority of our records offsite.
Okay. All right.
And is it a consolidated, meaning like finance or the police or fires, everybody's records in the same place?
Yes.
Or and who manages that? Is that
It's
your
managed
office?
from my office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you kindly. Thank you so much for your presentation. The next presentation will be? All the other ones that we're skipping, we're coming back to, right? Okay, great. All right.
Evening.
Hello, Doug. How are you?
Good. You,
Well, thanks.
Director of Information Systems, Doug Downs. Before you is our org chart. Next is our mission statement. MIS is unique in the aspect that we don't have programs that actually support residents. We support other departments that support the residents. So we do all the things behind the scenes. So whether it's credit card transactions for utility payments or command incident programs for the fire department or so on and so forth like that. So that's what our main goal is. And that's our budget and our staffing.
Okay.
Can-
Yes.
Can you go back-
How many staff members do you have altogether?
8.
8. Okay, got it. Oh, 2026. Okay. Okay, got it. Full-time and part-time. All right. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, if you could just go back, maybe. Necessarily have to go back to the slide, but I seen something where it was like 5 million emails and using AI, and I know we talked about AI before. Can you
Yes.
explain what you're doing right now with this implementation?
So historically, we had on-premise device that would scan the emails based on rules that we physically put in ourselves. With the vision of the city manager and his tech savviness, we invested in a product that has AI built into it. We put it in service in October, and it learned our system for about 6 months and read all of our emails and the patterns. So instead of us having to go in there to release emails, it knows which ones are the good ones, which ones are the bad ones. So it takes the less labor off of us, and it's working for us as opposed to us working for it. So it's AI driven.
Yeah. Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Doug, you have 8 right now full-time employees, and it's going to be consistent for 2026 as well.
That is correct.
No need for growth?
We are absorbing GIS this year with understanding from the city manager that that's the direction with our GIS manager retiring. It's the direction for us to go into to absorb GIS, which is in addition to our department. So it's good.
Okay. And the Vice Mayor touched on AI. And so specifically, because I think we're all learning as it relates to AI at this point, and how is that technology been helpful to MIS?
It's good in the sense that, we've established with the assistance with Director Krimpler an AI policy. We've actually formed an AI committee based off of feedback from Vice Mayor Martin. We're trying to prevent
An AI committee. What does that look like?
members of different department to get their feedback.
A different department. Okay.
To see what they use. And what we're trying to thwart is shadow AI, which is users using AI without us knowing about it, and unapproved AI. So we want to recommend the best products for users to use it because it's not going to go away. It is something that's here. It's the next coming
It is.
for technology.
It is here. Yeah. So will AI say you need to find some sort of record or anything like that? We call you all the time asking you to look in the archives for emails and things such as. AI will then be able to assist in terms of doing that work. You just program it and it just goes and locates it in seconds, eh?
Correct.
Okay.
There's different levels beginning, at the exploratory stage where we're at. There's some that's already mature. Next week, we're meeting with the city of Tampa that has a mature AI program. And we're going to learn from their lessons and build from them.
Okay, great. All right, if that's it, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
One more. The E11, that's in your department?
Yes.
And what is the cost annually?
I
say 15,000, 17,000, up on my head.
And have we reviewed it to see if we're getting a return on investment? Is everybody using it? Is it being used, or something we're going to continue, or we need to review it, or what's your take?
From the stats that I see and the data that we get for the annual review for the city manager's message, yes, it's well used. Yeah, and the comments and the feedback from your office has been helpful to guide it into a better product.
So you plan to continue recommending using it forward?
Yes, I haven't received any other direction from the city manager.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Commissioner Dunn.
Hey, question. We updated, and again, I'm not tech savvy, right? So bear with me. So recently we went through a technology update that will help us to automate some of the processes. Yes?
That's through HR.
For
To be able to make things more efficient in terms of
was through your
the different, that's through your department?
So what department is that? Is that MIS or is that I?
that is, we're under a huge project right now for the Enterprise Resource Program. We've launched and went live with the financials earlier this year. We're under utility billing and HR and starting permitting and licensing tomorrow.
Okay.
That's got a life cycle for another year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, there was.
There was something that was rolled out and it was given challenges.
No.
Yes, a system that was rolled out?
We rolled out automated meter reading, but we've started that process. But as it relates to any other software, as Doug mentioned, the current change has to do with finance. We had some issues with the new finance software that we've been using.
So it's a new finance
Yeah,
software.
that has affected
Okay, that's
payments
what
and
it is.
deposits and those type things. But outside of that, I'm not aware of any other software that we've rolled out.
Is this the same, we talked about automating the COU process too, right? This systems change that you're talking about, is that a part of that?
Yes, and that's
Okay.
going to be going live December of 2026.
Got it. And that's reflected in your current budget?
That is part of the capital.
That's part of the capital, but so that would be reflected there, not necessarily here.
Correct.
Okay, and then do you believe that you have, I know the mayor asked a good question about capacity and growth. Do you believe that you have what you need in this budget in order for you to be able to deliver on efficiency and make sure that we're on par with other cities who are technologically advanced?
Yeah. So God blessed me with one child, but Tyler is mentioned at my house
Okay.
like it is a child.
Okay.
I eat, sleep, and breathe it.
Okay.
I can attest that with the vision that the city manager has, we are poised to be successful for the
Okay.
years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug. We do appreciate it. Thank you for your presentation.
Well, thanks. It's not many times I get in front of the microphone.
Yes. Okay, so we're at HR, and I think that is tab number 9, 8? 8.
All right, so kind of like Doug, my department does a lot more of the behind the scenes and supporting the those who do service the community. So our structure is we have 7 employees. It's myself, the director. I have an assistant director. I have 2 generalists, 2 HR technicians who are very tenured in the city. I have 1 benefits and risk administrator, and I have a part-time admin manager. And then in terms of, these are just some of the events and things that we've kind of done this fiscal year, but really the Human Resources and Risk Management Department is dedicated to delivering comprehensive and strategic support to the devoted employees who carry out the vital work of serving the residents, visitors, and customers of the city of Lauderhill. So kind of like I talked about last night in terms of just continuing our culture. That's kind of what we're responsible for, ensuring that it's all done within policy, and on the risk management side, ensuring that we are mitigating any risks to the city. So recruiting and staffing are part of our programs that we do. Obviously, we have employee relations, which includes, you know, conflict resolutions and staying on top of labor laws, grievances, complaints, that type of stuff. Comp and benefits administration, so we also handle all the benefits for the city, all of the insurance policies outside, not just for the employees, but also for our structures and, you know, policies like that. We do all the training and development, the policy development and compliance based on new laws. We also handle the performance management of all of the employees in the city. We do all the payroll in terms of managing the pay aspect. There's an aspect of it that's also done in finance. We handle all the risk management for the entire city, all workers' comp and labor relations for the entire city as well. And again, we have a staff of 8 total, 7 full-time, 1 part-time.
Okay, great. Thank you. LPAC. And what tab is that? 5. We're going back to 5.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
So tab 5.
Okay.
Welcome, Julie and
Hi.
team.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm here to present for the LPAC and special events. I have a team that includes myself, our special projects coordinator, Sally, that's with me here today. I have 2 special events coordinators, and Amanda Seeger is the general manager of the LPAC. Underneath Amanda, she has an assistant general manager, a box office manager, and a technical director. The mission of the Special Events Department is to align with the City of Lauderhill's commitment to cultivating a community where everyone feels a sense of belonging, has access to meaningful opportunities, and thrives in a vibrant, inclusive environment. Through dynamic, culturally enriching, and community-focused events, the department supports the city's vision by fostering unity, celebrating diversity, and enhancing the quality of life for all residents and visitors. The Special Events Department's core services includes the city's events, processing all the EPABs that are submitted by your staff, all the other departments in the city. In fiscal year 2024, we had 266 approved events, programs, and activities that were processed through the Special Events Department. This fiscal year, we have approximately 285 activities to date. In fiscal year 2026, we already have our proposed city signature events lined up. This does not include all of them here. This is just a handful. They include the barbecue on 38th Ave, the city's annual MLK program at the LPAC, Juneteenth at the LPAC, and a 4th of July kickoff event at the sports park. In addition to these city's events, the Special Events Department, we also support non-city sponsored events. We process special event permits in the city for events taking place at Central Broward Park, the sports park, all of our other parks in the city. We also process Broward County's film permits that are required to be approved by the City of Lauderhill. We work with the Grants Department on submitting grants applications for local and federal funding opportunities. We've recently submitted a couple of grants applications through the Broward County Cultural Division. We submitted 2 in the past month, and we found out recently we were awarded $25,000 for the city's August 3rd concert event at the LPAC. We are also in the process of submitting an application for the Federal National Endowment for the Humanities Application Grant. We have proposed 2 signature sponsorships in our fiscal year 2026 budget. Those include the 2026 cricket games at Central Broward Park and the Miami Broward 1 Carnival events that are scheduled to take place at Central Broward Park in October. The Special Events Department, we also are the staff liaisons for the Lauderhill Listens E11 submissions. To date, we have received 303 submissions to date that are being handled. We are also the board liaisons for 6 boards in the city. That includes the 4 safe neighborhood districts, as well as the Public Art Board and the ACT Board. And I will turn it over to Amanda for the LPAC.
So that's special events that we just did?
Correct.
But why would special events be responsible for, to be on the boards of, say, Habitat 2 and the Isles of Inverie and that sort of thing? I can understand Public Board and the Art, Cultural and Tourism Board.
Yeah, I've had discussions with Zach. That board, it will be transitioning to the intergovernmental affairs, just the safe neighborhood boards that I'm speaking of. So what other board are you referring to?
The Manors of Inverie and
So
Windsor.
that's the safe neighborhood boards. Those
Right.
boards were traditionally under administration, so they moved with Julie. We are actually started the transition from Julie's division over to Zach. So I had a conversation about a week or so ago with him, telling him to work with Julie to come up to speed on what's taking place. So between he and the legislative administrator that he'll receive, they'll be taking over those
Okay.
special safe neighborhood.
So I would recommend that in September when we come back, that's not here.
It will.
Because it's not applicable.
Yeah. So
Yeah, considering I understand that you did it previously because you've held other roles, and so it just kind of went with you. But at this point, I think for what the city manager has just conveyed, that should not be here. It's a
Okay.
little bit confusing.
yeah, it
Sure.
will be.
Okay.
It will be again. That was made post July 1st when this book went out. This was a conversation I had with Zach about a week ago. Once when we were meeting with the Windermere Safe Neighborhood Board, at that point it became apparent that it did not belong in with Julie, but it belonged more with his division. So that will be one of the changes we make in September.
Okay. So Julie, another thing as well. So we're looking at 2024 and then 2025. We had a lot of approved events, 266 in 24, 260, 285 in 25. And so as we are looking at 2026, we are only seeing 4.
Those are just
Signature
selected as our
events.
signature
Do
events.
you have an idea of how many other events, approved events altogether?
Oh, well, I expect it to be similar with the over 200 for events and programming, but as far as the signature events, I would say we're right around 10 to 12 again.
Okay.
And again, the total number of events will also depend on the events submitted by the commission, so which we haven't received yet. So between now and September, one of the things we'll do is formulate that event calendar. We'll also receive feedback from the commission on the discretionary funds, what the intent is for those to be expended. So we'll build that out between now and September. In September, as we've done in prior years, we will submit an event calendar to the commission for approval, which will include those items. I think what we were trying to highlight are some of the signature events, and that's not an exhaustive list. As she stated, that's just 4 of about 10. So we have a complete list. When we come back, we'll provide the commission with a complete list of what we consider to be city events. And again, those are the events that the city takes the lead on. The city funds those events in total. But as it relates to the total events and the EPAVs, the majority of that will be set by the commission in September, when we usually there's usually a resolution that's submitted to the commission for passage in either late September or early October. So we'll follow that process this year.
And Julie as well, as it relates to the Jazz in the Gardens and the Jazz in the Park, or whatever it's called, I forgot, the jazz events.
The Jazz Picnic in the Park at Eileen Lieberman.
Eileen Lieberman, I know that there is one over there as well as West Kenlark and also Broward Estate. No, St. George. Where do they fit in here as well? These are city events, right? City
St.
sponsored?
George and West Kenlark fall under special events, while the Eileen Lieberman Jazz in the Park had a couple conversations with Commissioner Campbell's aide. That's something that he may be interested in taking over.
So of course, special events will absolutely assist his office, but we turned over some files for the previous jazz concerts as artists and budgets, and that might be something that he would consider sponsoring himself.
No, I don't think so. I think the jazz event that is in the park is supposed to be a city event.
The ones that
Eileen
Lieberman, those in particular, he wants to sponsor.
So I-
Last we heard on those.
Historically, Eileen Lieberman was it was a mayor's jazz in the park, so that was always paid for by the mayor, going back to Kaplan.
Uh-huh.
That has never been paid for by the city. All of the other jazz in the parks have been paid for by the city.
Okay.
So if we're looking to change that, then yes, we can make the
I think we
Lieberman
should make
events,
it, I think
a
we should
city-
make it a
a city-
city-sponsored event. Yeah, and we can have some discussions with him around that.
But historically, that has always been managed by the.
And I don't think it's a very expensive event, is it?
They've raised about $10,000 in the past
To
do
do
that.
the event?
Yes, so it was
Okay.
normally done with outside sponsors and then supplemented by the mayor's budget.
Okay. I think we should have some more conversations around that.
Okay.
Yeah. But you did say the St. George and West Ken Lark are city events.
Correct.
So we have to add it to this list as
Um,
well.
Right, they're already included in the budget. Those were just a handful that I picked out.
These were just for
Right.
instance.
But those have already been discussed about being put in for.
Yeah.
for-
I would like to see
yes.
it written out as well, so we can just have a visual to make
Okay.
sure that they're there.
So Mayor, that's what we're bringing forward in September. In September, there will be a complete list of all of the events where we'll submit it to the commission for approval by resolution.
Okay,
So
good.
all of the events that you're speaking of are part of the budget.
And it will be in
Highlighting
this,
Some of the ones.
the amendment. Okay, great. So with 2026 as well, I know that, and Vice Mayor, perhaps you can advise me if I am moving in the right direction. But I think when we came on board, essentially, we wanted to kind of cap events because we were looking at more humanitarian efforts for the city versus a whole bunch of parties, right? So I'm not sure when we can have that sort of conversation as well around it. I know that there was a list that was brought before us as well at one point. There were some things that were recommended and some things that were crossed off as well in terms of how much events were costing. I think there was a particular event, an MLK event one year that was $300,000 plus. There were some other events that were like 200 and something. And I think that the residents in itself they were a little bit concerned about the monies being spent in that direction. So if we can then revisit that list as well to be able to look at and see what we can take off and what we will move forward with. What would you think?
I agree.
Okay, great. All right, so perhaps we can do that as well. If we can just have this stuff written down, so.
Sure.
Yep, so we can come back to it. All right. Let me see if there is anything else here. We already talked about the Miami Broward One Carnival in terms of what it says 3 events we're going to sponsor there or something? No, they have 3 events.
They have 3 events
Yeah.
as part of their programming in Lauderhill.
Did we make a determination as well in terms of what we're giving them?
Yes, it'll be consistent with what we did for cricket.
Which
Same.
is about less than the 100,000?
No, for them, we said 50,000 because we said we were going to match what Broward County gave them.
Okay, so 50,000 for cricket, and then, no,
50
for
for
Miami Carnival,
Mhm.
and for cricket, we're doing?
Cricket was a max of 100,000, but it ended up being less than that based on the actual reductions that they had in staff.
Got it. All right. Let me see if there's anything else, I think. So we're going to move that over. One other thing, Julie, and there's so many other things, but my colleagues also would like to speak, but as it relates to the Art, Cultural, and Tourism Board, my appointee has advised me that at current, it is going well, right? In the past, sometimes it was difficult for you guys to get a quorum, I believe. So with all of the events that we're having in the city, in particular those jazz events, before becoming a commissioner, I used to see the ACT board more involved. They would even have a table and they would do different things at these sort of events. And I think in current years, they have not been as involved in these sort of events. Can we then engage them a little bit more now?
Absolutely.
Yes.
We'll invite them to participate in all of them.
And even in the planning of it.
Sure.
Perhaps we can do that?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Mhm,
All right.
absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Julie, just to get some clarity. So for the city, small city events, you're gonna provide a list of what those are,
Yes.
right? Okay, perfect. And that's about 180. So could you, the distinction of the advertising, which is $50,000, that's just, could you help me to understand, is that advertising to promote the events?
Advertising and I believe some of our rebranding efforts as well.
Okay, well, I see Destination Lauderhill, which I assumed was the rebranding, was for 150.
No, that is the cricket and the carnival sponsorships. The 100 for cricket and the 50,000 for carnival.
So where in this budget is the rebranding to market the city as a destination? That's $50,000?
Advertising and some of the other accounts that fall under special events.
Right,
Can
so
you-
a portion of that will also be charged to GO bond. So there are additional dollars that's not in her actual budget. That's part of the overall budget to help fund those activities.
And how much is that?
We don't have the number right off, but it's under promotions within the GO bond. We can get you a full number for that.
Yeah, I think that's important because considering some of the image challenges that the city of Lauderhill has, $50,000, I don't think is a realistic budget for a rebranding. I don't even think that covers the fee for the agency that you hired to do the, so I think it's important to know what that number is. So if you
Yes.
could share that before we have the final
Yes.
budget. And then, so the barbecue is $188,000. That event has been a revenue generating event in the past, right? Or we've generated sponsors and all of that. It's a great event.
We've had some sponsors, but more so we've actually generated businesses from those events. So BBQ has actually was the start of us, I guess, bringing businesses along.
38th Avenue. Got it.
We do receive sponsorships along the way. We've also put in a request to the County Arts and Cultural Board for funding this year as well for that event.
Yeah, so I would like to suggest that we have, to Don's point about creating measurable outputs around everything for all of the different departments. I think it's important for us to think through events as well. So I would love to see some real metrics around measuring event success. I wonder sometimes if we have events that are not always well attended. And then, so for me, it'll be attendance, it'll be obviously the impact that it has on residents, feeling like they have a great quality of life. And then also, let's not forget media exposure. I think if memory serves me right, we got some really good positive press from barbecue, right? And certainly from cricket and from carnival, we get some really good press. But I'm curious how we can come up with some sort of standard by which we measure the success of our events. And perhaps as we go through and think about how to streamline or edit those, the list of events, that we should have some sort of standard by which we do that, so it's not arbitrary. And then Kenny, if you could share what that rebranding number is?
We have, so
Oh.
Don just advised me, we have 150,000 in GO for branding and signs, and then the additional 50, so we have 200,000 in total.
Okay, so the $150,000 is just for physical assets, or is that from marketing, advertising, PR, all of that
Yes,
stuff?
yes.
Okay, all right.
So 200,000 in total.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda, you're next, I assume. Yes, LPAC.
Yes, fabulous. Thank you all so much. Hi, I'm Amanda. I represent the Lauderhill Performing Arts Center. I bet you never would have guessed. Our mission statement, in brief, is to provide diverse, quality performing arts program for the city of Lauderhill, but also for our surrounding communities. We want to be that place, and we are actively working at being one of those places in our city that draws people from outside of our city in to see all that we do and all that we have to offer. So, on our next slide is a little bit of a visual for you, a little bit of a breakdown of how our typical season would look. So this is actual numbers of what we're looking at in terms of facility usage for fiscal year 26. So 114 public events, 23 rehearsals, 17 uses of the parking lot, which could be for cricket, it could be for a concert event for the city, could be for the Juneteenth block party, you never know, and also 9 private events. So a birthday party, a wedding, something of that nature. So even though we hope to add more events, and we anticipate adding more events because we do have a couple of gaps that we're still working to fill, this is a good representation of what the breakdown is still going to look like in terms of percentages of what we do in this space. In the space, we do a variety of things. So a lot of our events are rental events, right? So if somebody comes in from the community and says, I want to rent your venue and I want to put on a show. And we love that. That's probably 90% of the work that we do. But then we also have our events that we put on that are sponsored by the city, either in full or in part. The events that we sponsor in part with our memos of understanding are intended to really continue that diversity aspect of our programming. So we each year have a select number of these, and these are some pre-existing relationships. In our MOUs, we're always working with local promoters to bring in talent. That talent might be local, it might be regional, it might be national, but it's always intended to target a specific group of people, and again, to increase diversity and invite everyone in. So the first of these we have coming up in fiscal year 26 is called From South Florida with Love, and that targets our LGBTQ+ community. So we're inviting those folks and others who support them and want to learn about that community into the space and celebrating through music. We have in May each year, we are so pleased to have a relationship with Success Junior. He brings his Haitian comedy into the space. He celebrates his culture. He invites people from all sorts of different cultures in, and it's a really well-enjoyed and well-attended event that we're proud to have as a part of what we offer. We also have our Juneteenth Imagination Unchained event, where we work with Next Weekend Productions to celebrate African-American culture and heritage, and we do that through a multi-sensory version of celebrating that holiday. So we have art, we have live art going on, we have drummers, we have poets, we have a keynote speaker and or artist. And we also, in September each year, work with the Louise Bennett Coverly Heritage Council to bring in something that celebrates our folks of Jamaican heritage here in Lauderhill and the surrounding communities. In addition to that, in our budget, we also have, am I pointing at the right thing? Okay. We also have our signature events, and these are events that are budgeted into the LPAC budget that you're going to see line items for when we go through. So this year, all of the Lauderhill Lives are moving into the LPAC budget.
Oh.
There's not going to be a change to the type of entertainment, the quality of entertainment, the programmatic nature of things. We're going to market them the same way. It's just that those dollars are going to live in the LPAC budget this
And
year.
no longer the CRA?
Correct. The CRA will still be, I presume, still involved, and we hope for that. They've done a great job of growing that show.
Do we have a representative from the CRA? Yes.
Oh, I didn't. Yes, that is the intention. We're just sliding it into a different budget.
So that means that you have more money in your budget? Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, makes sense.
Also, the annual MLK celebration is going to live with us. It's going to change formats just a little bit. That hasn't been totally settled on, but we are heading a great direction with that, and that will be on MLK weekend this year. So we're moving that back into January to continue that celebration. Lastly, we, as you may or may not know, we did some great improving to our speaker system last year. And yes, that was a significant capital expenditure for the city and for the LPAC, but that's something that not only has improved the quality of what we're able to do in this space, but it's really become an asset because we're not spending as much on sound support and things like that. So shows are able to come into our venue, sit down and use what we already have. So it really makes us more appealing to different sized tours and presentations coming through the area. So we're really pleased for that. And we also just recently, I found out last week, we are going to be gifted with some equipment from the Arsht Center So our lighting capabilities will be increasing dramatically in the next little while. So I can't wait to show you guys that the next time you're in this space. So what questions do you have?
Okay, you're so welcoming. Thank you, Amanda, for that. So the speaker system
Yes, ma'am.
in itself, so we no longer have to, when we have large shows like the one that's coming up August the 3rd, then we don't have to go outside and then rent equipment?
Exactly. We don't necessarily
have
need
to
to
do
rent
that.
speakers. We might
Okay.
need to rent a keyboard or a drum set or something like
not
that
the
that's specific to
speakers.
the artist. But speakers, we are set and good to go.
Commish. Are you here? That's good to know, that we no longer have to rent speakers for the show August the 3rd? Because that was something that was, one of the engineers were asking, is that do you guys have the capability?
Absolutely.
So we do have the capability.
If they want a specific board or something like that, we might have to look into that, like if they have a specialty item. But our actual system that they would plug into is sufficient for everybody's use.
Okay, wonderful. All right. And so these other events that you spoke of with LPAC, the from South Florida with Love and all of those, these are just organizations or companies that come in to rent the space. So
They're
no
not.
expense to us.
There is no direct expense to us. What we do is a ticket split. So rather than an actual rental number, we have an agreement, and it's the same with all of these folks, where depending upon the number of seats filled, a percentage of the income goes to the LPAC and a percentage of the income goes to the presenter.
Okay, good. So a couple other things. I know that there has been a change in terms of the management components, assistant city manager.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
so now everything is now in-house, right? So that contract that we had previously, null and void.
It expires at the end of this fiscal year. So for fiscal year 26, it's not a part of the
So that
conversation.
also means in terms of certain shows, like the Broadway shows and things, are we still going to have those shows? No longer?
We are not.
Okay, all right. So who is going to be responsible for, let's say, recruiting or looking or sourcing talent and
It's me.
events? Okay.
It's me. We've
Okay,
actually,
Good.
we've done, this is not me tooting my own horn. This is looking at going from what was considered a relatively large gap in our schedule when we took out 51 performances of Broadway. Like that left a lot of dates, right? I think we've actually done a fair job of refilling the majority of those with rental opportunities. So
Okay.
it's a good mix across the board. We have plays, we have concerts, we have dance, we have all sorts of different things coming into the space.
Yes, okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for this presentation. We appreciate you.
Our pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And who is next? Finance, okay. You had a question, Commissioner Dunn? Okay, for LPAC or for special events? LPAC, okay.
That's tab 4, right?
Yes.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, so I just want to make sure, Amanda, that I know you say that you're going to be the ones kind of sourcing new shows now that we're not doing the Broadway
Correct.
anymore. Could you help me to understand what the plan is to promote and advertise the wonderful work and the jewel that is the LPAC? How are we promoting that? Because I know we're all eager to see more sold out performances.
Absolutely. Are you referring to promoting as a facility for use, or are you referring to promoting individual events?
Yeah,
Both.
correct.
Okay.
Both.
So in terms of promoting ourselves as a facility for use, we are very blessed right now. And I truly mean this. Our word of mouth is wonderful. I get referral calls on a regular basis from people who have used our facility and had a positive experience and shared it with others. So much of our business that's coming in right now is the result of guests who have already been in this space, whether it's because a friend who is also a promoter said, hey, you should call the LPAC, or whether it's somebody who's come to a Lauderhill Live or a Jamaica Independence event or any number of other great things that we do and seen the facility in use for the first time. Like they've come in as a guest and said, wow, this place is going to work for me and what I do. So our primary focus there is very grassroots. It is very grassroots. And at this point, I feel like it's effective. I certainly am not closed off to the idea of adding to that.
But if you think
we-
it works.
It's
okay,
working at the moment, and if adjustments are needed, I will
then you
report
will
back.
just- Got it. So
In
how
terms-
can we
yes.
have more solar, I mean, kudos to you, Sean, and your CRA team, but I think the Lauderhill Live piece is amazing. You're sold out consistently, right? How can we replicate that success with other shows?
So I think that we are actively replicating that success with a lot of our city shows because we have a great model. We have great organizations that we work with in a marketing perspective, whether they're consultancies or whether they're boots on the ground actually putting Facebook ads in place or looking at metrics and helping us make decisions. I do think that some of our rental events could benefit from spending some more time and money and effort in their marketing efforts. I do think some of our shows that aren't necessarily sold out sometimes are rentals that don't have a business plan that includes spending on that item.
Yeah, I'm curious because I only see $5,000 on your advertising budget.
That would
And so
be
that would be the advertising for the facilities?
It would.
Where do we have advertising for the shows?
Everything else would live in 915, my budget line 915. So we put everything together under the term promotions. So everything that might be associated with a show, let me see if I can find the page for you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good
So
amount.
192. It lives in promotions, but it's there.
All right, that's a good amount. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Commissioner Dunn. And so now we're at Finance, tab 9.
In the front, in the front.
Yeah, say 9 front or 9 back, 9 front. Thank you.
All right. Let's just note that the time is 3:12.
Okay, just kind of go over my organizational chart and, you could, I wanted to make sure you understand the face with the name. So when you say your name, please raise your hand. Under, the deputy finance director is Ms. Karen Pottinger. Ms. Karen handles treasury, accounting, payroll, and grants. Under, Ms. Elaine Todd is the operations administrator, as you know. She handles purchasing, accounts payable, utility billing, meter reading, customer service, and our new community standards division. Under Mr. John Coley, assistant finance director, he handles budget and special projects. Okay, I'm gonna kind of go into detail, a little narrative for each category. Under Karen, she handles the accounting and payroll. That's biweekly payroll, state and federal withholdings, W-2 preparation, and ensures compliance with GAAP and internal controls. Under Treasury, she manages the city cash flow, investments, bond issuances, and relationships with our financial advisor. And lastly, grants, she attracts federal, state, and philanthropic and corporate grants that align with the city commission goals, multiplying general fund dollars.
That's Karen, right?
Yes, ma'am. Next slide is Miss Elaine Todd. In our finance department, she handles purchasing and procurement, that oversees procurement processes, vendor relation, and maintains competitive bidding for goods and services. She also oversees our accounts payable, which maintains all vendor invoice processing. Utility billing ensures accurate and timely billing of the city's water, wastewater, sanitation, and stormwater services. The gentleman at the top there, if you see them in the streets, that's our meter reading crew. They serve as the front line for consumption accountability through a manual and soon-to-be automated meter reading system. Our customer service, the ladies downstairs, Ms. Tears isn't in the picture. Ms. Tears, raise your hand, please. She manages the human connection to the city's essential services. The division delivers empathy, clarity, and solutions in relation to the utility system and the billing. And then last but not least, again, community standards. That was a division that I said went out and started collecting on the the business tax receivables and the minimum housing inspections. They're responsible for conducting minimum housing inspections to ensure safe and sanitary living conditions and for enforcing business tax compliance.
Who is over that?
Ms. Elaine Todd?
Oh, it's still over.
Yes, ma'am. And then last but not least, Mr. John Coley. He oversees our budget. He develops, monitors, and updates the annual operating and capital budgets, collaborates with department heads to monitor account level spending, and then also special projects. Serves as the city's internal consulting advisory team that bridges policy development, data-driven decision-making, and long-term financial planning. So again, yes, we're trying. Okay, next slide. Not to toot our horn, more so making sure that we continue the level of excellence for the finance department. We applied for the popular annual financial reporting report this year, and that was our first year of receiving that. Under the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, we've received that for the last 15 consecutive years. And last but not least, under our annual comprehensive financial report, we've received that for the last 36 years. So again, we just want to keep the level of professionalism, and hopefully with the generals that I have running the different divisions, we're in good hands. So that being said, just had my budgetary, 22 full-time and 4 part-time within the departments. And if you had any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Dunn.
I want to give you guys some kudos. So I was in Georgia.
Okay.
And I was meeting with the CFO of a large city, and they mentioned Lauderhill and the finance department and your budget book.
Wow.
When he found out which city I was with, so he literally gave me congratulations. So I want to pass on the kudos for that. And I just have one quick question in regards to the responsibility for conducting minimal housing. Could you help me to understand what community standards are? Help me to understand what that a little bit better.
Definitely. Basically what we did is we divided code enforcement in two. We felt as though code enforcement needed to deal with code enforcement, and we were outsourcing the minimum housing inspections and the COU inspections to the housing authority. We decided to kind of bring that in-house, and what we've done again is that it's brought so much efficiencies as it relates to, we would give the housing authority a list on a geographic basis, and they would go through and do their thing at their own pace. And when they did it, they did it. We've gone through and not only dealt with all the rental properties, all the brick and mortar properties, but we've also gone to the swap shop and cleared that out also. So
Okay.
just for the sake of, Don and Yolanda tell me, I just want to work with clean information. And when you ask for a list of the businesses in our city, we want to give you businesses that are in business. So we've gone through and done the OOBs for those businesses. And as I kind of alluded to on the financial statement side, we're preparing to take a hit because we're going to be writing off a lot of businesses that weren't in business. So that receivable will be written down, but we're hoping to absorb that within our finances this year. So going forward, we have an accurate number.
So does this department, and thank you, that's really good to know too. So does this department also deal with like blight? And if there's so for example, if I get a concern from a homeowner about a property that appears to be unkept or appears to be abandoned, is this the team that goes out and investigate that?
That would be under Daniel's purview. That would be, Daniel has assumed all the code enforcement. So
That
we deal
would be
with
a code
businesses.
enforcement thing.
Yes. And
Okay.
if it's in a CRA district, then our CRA people kind of pointed out also, so we kind of work together. I have under my, I have both Miss April Skinner and Miss Lahoma Scarlett working with me. So Miss Lahoma Scarlett deals with the communication, and Miss April's keen eye is able to identify, and she's familiar with the code. So we just utilize the systems that are in place, and we input it with a picture, and we allow code enforcement to do their job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And so next presentation.
Sure. So the next presentation is going to be with Zach, and he's going to be online. So let me get him prepped.
Good afternoon.
Perfect, Zach.
Hi,
Can-
Zach.
Hey, how are you all?
Good.
I don't see my slide up yet. Next slide, please. And again, please. Thank you. So Zach Davis Walker, Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, who houses the Economic Development Division as well. So as you can see by the org chart, I have or will have one IGA administrator. And within economic development, we currently have 2 coordinator 2s and 1 coordinator 1. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with Intergovernmental Affairs. This is a new department, as you all know. So essentially, to steal Don's point from earlier, we, or not Don, actually, both Don and Doug, we are a support department. We're here to support all of our city departments because everything that we do oftentimes involves not just, code or planning and zoning or utilities, but there's a coordinated effort that's needed. So the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs plays a primary supporting role in advancing Lauderhill's strategic priorities by facilitating collaboration both within the city and with external factors. So I just want to give a couple of highlights that summarize our key functions and contributions. So we support the city administration in representing Lauderhill's interests in all matters as directed by the city manager. We advance Lauderhill's strategic goals through policy guidance, cross-departmental coordination, and consistent communication. We serve as a central facilitator for interdepartmental, intergovernmental communication and collaboration, ensuring the seamless flow of information and coordination necessary to advance city priorities. And I promise I will provide some concrete examples for all this fluff language. We support the preparation and coordination of agreements, MOUs, and local partnerships related to matters involving the department. And we do that in collaboration with the city attorney's office. Lastly, we serve as the city's primary liaison for local, county, state, and regional agencies, fostering this collaboration and representing the city's interest, which is ongoing. It's an ongoing operation of our department, and it's shaped by the evolving needs and priorities of the city and its partners. So to give some concrete examples, I may, in a given week, have to coordinate with planning and zoning, all the way to utilities, all the way to grants, for those things that may require our attention or actionable items from the city. So I led the drafting of the federal earmark request for affordable housing projects. I did that in coordination with the city administration, community redevelopment agency. I found out today that we have successfully gotten $3.5 million for our infill housing program. That was told to me by our legislative lobbyists in DC. And there was a project for veterans home hardening that we received $865,000 for. So that's all positive news. We serve as a primary liaison to, the negotiating for the termination of the education mitigation agreement. That's something that's ongoing. So in communications with the school board for those cities that are subject to this mitigation agreement within TOCs. So that would mean our city within 441, and certain developments that take place there are responsible for paying a higher mitigation fee for student station costs. So these are all conversations that are ongoing and I have to participate in. Surtax and interlocal agreements for MPO meetings. So obviously I attend along with Daniel the MPO meeting specific to the surtax interlocal amendments. And as Kenny just advised, I will be taking on the safe neighborhood districts as well. Next slide, please. Next slide again, please. And one more time. So economic development, as many of you may know, has been led by the city manager at one point, me in the past in previous roles, and as well as Sean. So I like to give credit where credit's due, because what we're doing is essentially honing in on what we do best, which is business support. So as you can see, one of the primary functions of economic development is the processing of COUs. And that essentially is us acting as a concierge for small businesses who are opening or modifying their uses. And we are a direct point of contact for these business owners and ensuring that they navigate the city processes in as smooth as a smooth way as possible. So sometimes some of the requirements from a code perspective, from a planning and zoning perspective, can be complicated. So, one thing that we hang our hat on is the ability to help shepherd these businesses through the process. In the way of business support, we also provide small business education programs. We have Small Business Accelerator Academy. We have Grow with Google. We have Broward Score. In partnership with CRA, we started the financial literacy series. So it's not only geared toward home or businesses within the CRA or residents within the CRA, but also the city at large. Promotional partnerships with small businesses. So that's essentially highlighting our businesses to ensure that they have what they need to get their brand out there. And we do that by way of the business spotlight. So that's something we're going to be introducing in this coming fiscal year, where we'll actually have votes for top businesses or top restaurants, and we'll highlight them in our Spotlight magazine. Ribbon cuttings, you've probably seen them in the CRA as well as at large. So any business owners who want to take part in the ribbon cutting when they're newly opening, we try to give some in-kind contributions to assist in doing so. And something new for the next fiscal year, we're going to be doing co-sponsored themed business promotional events. We look to, hopefully have 2 or 3 different themed events that help our businesses liaise with one another and with the community at large. Next slide, please. And this is really something that with the new administration that we want to ensure we're doing. So essentially, when we have to be more lean in the way in which we operate, one thing that I have my staff doing and one thing that we're focusing on is leveraging the resources that exist. As many of you know, there are plenty of opportunities out there through the office of OESBD, that's the county's small business development office, the SBA. We see programs at different universities throughout the state of Florida. OIC is one that we're working on. We're re-engaging our involvement in sister cities because this provides trade opportunities for our small businesses and international businesses and our Fort Lauderdale Alliance. So essentially what we're doing when we have to be creative in terms of leveraging resources that exist, it enables us to, essentially scale ourselves. In the past, we've offered different microloan programs for build out. We've done CFG in coordination with the CRA in the past. But in situations when we may not have, where there's budgetary restrictions, where we've really put a focus on leveraging outside resources. So in the next couple of weeks, you'll actually see on the city's website a list of all different funding opportunities. So it enables our small businesses to go to one place and have pertinent details specific to different funding or grant sources. I think that is the last slide. I believe these are just some pictures. That's a ribbon cutting. The bottom left is actually a picture of our SBA, which was a 6-week program. And then to the right, you see the food truck roll, which actually started as a CRA initiative, and it's kind of morphed into an economic development one with the CRA support. And I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you kindly, Zach. I have some questions and one of my colleagues does as well. So thank you for that presentation. And I suppose then I would like to see your department. I know that there's another person, Courtney has been added, yes?
She's in the process of coming on board. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So more county commission meetings, of course, being more engaged in that, on that level, considering that a lot of what happens in the county affects us at this level as well. So more county commission meetings. I'm not sure in terms of your engagement with the Broward League, Florida League, and the National League, at least in terms of meetings that they have online, teleconference, more engagement on that front as well. And I know that you're interfacing a lot with our lobbyists on the state as well as on the federal level, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. With the school board too, I know that some residents have called for a representative here in the city that deals specifically with the school board. If you can just give me a little bit more information in terms of what your engagement moving forward would look like with the school board.
So anytime the school board is reviewing an item that's going to impact our city, I'm most definitely engaged. As you know, I attended a couple of those meetings with you, as well as some of those smaller community meetings within the community of Broward Estates. So I do my best to be involved, and obviously that's done within reason. So as I stated earlier in my presentation, what we have to do is focus on those things that are actionable. My job is to facilitate the transmittal of information between the school board and making sure the electeds are aware of it, and ensuring that we put our position on the record when we have the opportunity to do so. Obviously, when you're dealing with a separate district, a separate taxing entity, we're limited in some of the stuff that we can do from a policy perspective, but we most definitely can support our community, on the public record, and ensuring that the school board is aware of what our positions are as a commission. By no means do I speak for any individual commissioner, but I ensure that you guys are aware of those opportunities in which you can speak to. So anytime I'm made aware of something, obviously I'm only one person. I will be getting some assistance very soon. We try to be visible and involved as much as possible. But that does not mean I'd be able to attend everything at all times. So once we
Right.
become aware of an issue or a matter,
Mhm.
we find that subject matter expert or where the root of that issue where it is, and we will engage.
Do you think then we should perhaps also hire a community outreach individual that can perhaps monitor those things?
I have everything I need to facilitate my job, but I defer to the deputy CM and the CM.
Okay, all right. So I think that's a conversation that we need to have, considering that the needs of the community are so vast that perhaps under that particular department, we can have a community outreach person that's interfacing with the school board and all of those other entities, organizations, going to these sort of meetings and doing that. So that's something that I would like to have a discussion around, Vice Mayor. Yes? All right. Also, wanted to find out a little bit more as it relates to economic development. I'm not sure, but in previous years, I think that's been under finance. So I would like to know why the move.
I don't want to speak for Kenny, so feel free to chime in, Mr. City Manager. I think it's probably because of my previous involvement in economic development and the fact that economic development, one of the primary components of being successful is leveraging those outside resources. So I think it's intergovernmental in nature, that division. That would be my assumption. City
Yeah,
Manager?
that's correct.
Yeah.
Again, even though it was in finance, Zach at that point was over economic development and saw that it to be a good fit with intergovernmental relations in the sense that he is the main contact person between us and our outside businesses. We also have community standards, which deals with businesses, but they deal with businesses more from an enforcement standpoint, where economic development is more about fostering relationships, it's more about developing those businesses, identifying resources for them outside of the city. So because he's the intergovernmental person and his division is responsible for developing and fostering those relationships, it made sense that economic development also falls within that purview.
I don't necessarily know if it makes sense because I would think economic development having to do with finance and monies should perhaps be under finance, but I'm sure that you guys have taken this into deep consideration of why that is. Some of the things that he've outlined, I can see why, but there are other areas as well where it's questionable. As it relates to the sister cities component and some other things that you mentioned, Zach, I can see why that then would be under your division. But with sister cities, I think I would like to know a little bit more about what the re-engagement will look like, simply because it is an organization that stands on its own. In order for us to be fully engaged, we would have to bring it into the city. I had proposed that at one point, but it's good to hear the conversation is starting and wanted to know a little bit more in terms of what your vision and your mission looks like.
Yes, ma'am. So as you stated, Sister Cities is a standalone organization, but what it does is it facilitates trade opportunities between small businesses internationally. So in the past, I know we've had Sister City, which was Brazil. I think we've had I want to say Jamaica at some point. But long
We
and short,
still have a sister
I'm-
cities. It's an entity that stands on its own.
correct.
It has a president that is Rafiq Mohammed. It has a full board. I'm not sure exactly how active they are, but they are in the city of Lauderhill. So I'm sure that you guys have been having discussions with them in terms of perhaps either bringing them in or having some form of engagement. So I just kind of wanted to know what that looks like.
So
Yes.
that has not been formulated yet. Again, we've had internal discussions on the idea of sister cities. We've included it in our budget so that if there is a will of the commission to fund that as one of our priorities, then we can initiate and develop how that vision will look. We can engage the individuals that are part of that sister cities and then move it forward. That has not been a formal vision set for it, other than taking a look at how successful we were in the past relating to sister cities and understanding that, again, that is a resource that we can utilize and leverage to move forward our economic development, not just at the city level, but to broaden it to other cities outside of just the region and into other countries.
Okay.
So we're looking at it more from that perspective, but we have not had those conversations that you're referring to.
So we're really at the decimal stage.
Correct.
Okay.
If
So
I may, Madam Mayor, just so I
Yep.
can add some context to that.
Sure,
We've been
Zach.
engaged with the organization itself. We've already attended a couple of local conferences because what it gives you, I understand that there's an existing board, but it also enables us to use the Sister Cities platform And that's what I mean by re-engaging. So we have done
Okay.
that bottom line research, as the city manager stated, and that's something that we look forward to kicking off in the upcoming fiscal year.
Right. So one of the things that we need to look at when we're fleshing this out is having open conversation with the commission step by step. I believe I'm still written in as a director, which would obviously be some sort of conflict of interest, right? So we would need to be able to then engage our city attorney and all of those persons. So when you are starting those conversations, I would like to be advised accordingly, city attorney.
And again, this is something that we're proposing for FY '26, so we wouldn't necessarily start
Right,
those
but
type of
when you begin,
then.
when you start that
Yes.
conversation,
Yes.
I would like to know about it. I understand the success of Sister Cities. I know that Dale started it in the city of Lauderhill some years back. It was successful at one point, so I think it's a good idea. Just want to be able to see it and make sure that we move this forward successfully and in the right way. Let me
Yes,
see if
ma'am.
there's anything else. The federal school board safety and the safe neighborhood. So essentially, Zach, you have 3 major responsibility in the city, right? So you're
Yes,
doing
ma'am.
intergovernmental affairs, economic development, and then now you're going to be over the safe neighborhood. So
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
me a little bit about your staffing again.
Currently, we have an administrator coming on board, and then we have 3 active coordinators total within economic development.
He
Okay.
also shares administrative support staff with administration.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, it's good. I think Zach is, I always compliment him. I think he is super smart. But one of the things that's important is not for us to have multiple jobs and not be effective and proficient in each area, but for us to be able to make sure that we are taking care of all the departments in which we've given. And no matter how smart you are, sometimes it can be a heavy lift if you have 4 major responsibilities. So hopefully we have really thought this through and we'll be behind you to support you for sure, but understand that the work has to be done. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you. Thank you for this plan, Zach. I do have a couple of questions. So the COU and business licensing, I know I had asked Doug before about the technological piece. I know about a year or so ago, we talked about revamping the COU process, and there was a process map that was created. When is that going to be wrapped up so that all of that stuff can be streamlined?
So as Doug stated, the electronic or the technical component is really going to come on board in December of 26. But there were changes made to the process ahead of that. So currently, we're still operating on Genero, but we do have essentially a tracking system through EcoDev. So as soon as something comes in, we're going to review that application for completeness. There's certain requirements that the business owners have to fulfill to ensure they have a complete application, one of which is being planning and zoning verification. And once we do that, we've seen improvement in the efficiency and how quickly we've turned them around. I remember when I was first working economic development, there was sometimes COUs that wouldn't be issued for weeks on end,
Yeah.
and we don't see that anymore. In some rare circumstances where there's additional entitlements that are required, that may happen. But once we've created this workflow where you have that concierge and that checklist that they go through each application, we've seen a rapid increase. Sometimes we turn COUs over in a day, rarely over a week.
Okay, yeah, that zoning verification, I did notice the zoning verification insertion into the process did speed it up. So I thought that's a really good idea. And I love the idea about facilitating access to small business funding and putting that on the website. I think that's a brilliant strategy. Might as well take advantage of the resources that's already out there, right?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would, however, though, like to see a more aggressive strategy around business attraction and retention. And I'm wondering if looking at the budget, I noticed that under the economic development line item, last year that was 200 and something thousand, and this year is 67,000. Could you help me to understand why the drastic decrease? What's the thought pattern?
Well, to my earlier point, Commissioner Dunn, the thought is to utilize those dollars that are existing so that we can, shore up our budget and ensure that we're operating as fiscally responsible as possible. In the past, like I said, we've had those CFG programs and those microloan programs, which staff administered. So the coordinators administered that in partnership with the grants division and finance staff. So I believe this was just a method of kind of making ourselves a little bit more fiscally conservative for this upcoming fiscal year. And the commission's
So you
goal.
just move the dollars to,
So-
or you're cutting the like, are you cutting?
So what happened is that funding for Lauderhill Live is part of economic development because you could not use CRA dollars in order to fund those activities. So those dollars now have been moved over to the Performing Arts Center because it's more of an enterprise. So it's now an income generator. So the income and expenses relating to carrying out those activities are all part of the LPAC's budget. Where previously, the expenses were reflected as part of economic development. and
Got
revenue
it.
was coming into the general fund. So now, because it's part of our cultural experience, all of those activities are now housed under LPAC. So the expense that was associated with it is not reflected in EcoDev anymore. It's reflected over as part of the enterprise of LPAC.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're not cutting any support to small business.
No.
We're just shifting which budget code it comes out of.
Correct. The support that was provided previously, we're still providing.
Okay.
The bulk of the dollars that you do not see here anymore are related to the 4 Lauderhill Live events that took place at the LPAC. So now those $50,000 per event, $200,000 is now reflected in the LPAC with the revenue that's generated is also reflected in the LPAC now.
Okay, all right, got it. And then my final question, well, I think it's my final question. So I really liked what the mayor said about making sure that we have a presence at national and state league events. I know this past March, you guys came to NLC, and then we were able to like piggyback and also lobby, right? So is that what the travel, is that reflected in your budget here that allows you to do that?
Yes, ma'am, it should be both NLC and then obviously our Tallahassee visits as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Campbell?
I have 3 questions here.
I think you were looking for the city attorney as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you there? Yeah.
Yes, you need to.
One for Zach, I think one for the city manager and one for the city attorney. Zach, your intergovernment affairs department, I know it is somewhat new. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So since I've been back here in the city, I've heard frequently individuals making trips to Tallahassee, to Washington, elected officials. I know recently we indicated that Vice Mayor Ray Martin will be going to the League of Cities. What relationship you have with us when we go on those trips to ensure that whatever we're doing is in line with the city? How do we do that as we move forward? And in fact, what do we report back to you? Do we have a conversation with you prior to attending those meetings? And are we advised what we do and what we don't do?
I was yes to your initial question. So before you go up, and obviously when you report back, I'm all ears and I'm here to service you guys in that effort. So if it's a question about what our priority issues might be, or funding issues, I'm all ears and I'm here to discuss those with you because I do engage with each city department. As far as when your last question, Commissioner Campbell, specific to you said guiding or what you should and shouldn't. The last part of your question.
Essentially, I'm trying to understand that are we to expect that the policies that we are pushing forward in terms of the city in a collective way, that I can go to Washington and lobby or negotiate without a clear understanding from your department?
No. Yeah, I'm here to give you that clear understanding. I'm here.
You're there, but is it an obligation?
I would say so.
Okay.
I think that's part and parcel of this department. Yes, sir.
For the city manager, I know most recently we had extensive discussion as far as grants are concerned. There was a time in the city where the grant department was taken from finance and moved elsewhere. Let me use that word. I understand that it's back in finance.
Yes.
Is there a possibility, and I understand that we had voted for a freeze on certain activities.
Yes, sir.
Is that temporary or that's where we're going?
That's where we are until the audit is completed. We have received responses as of yesterday for the audit RLI that was issued. There are 13 firms. Staff has been directed to meet. They were directed this morning to formulate a committee to meet to narrow that down to 5. I will then select 2 firms to move forward with the audit. One to audit the LHPP or the smaller grants that were received. A second firm to audit the $3.5 million in order to move us forward quicker.
So you're actually saying it depends on the result of the audit? Because
no. So some of the programs we put a freeze on and they've expired. So some of them are just going away by the nature of the grant terms have.
So more specific, because it happened before. If after the audit, whatever comes out of that, you're saying that you can go ahead and do whatever you want to take grant and put it in whatever corner?
No. What we're saying is where grants is now in finance, it will remain. We're also having conversations with the.
So it's a permanent decision?
Yes.
It's not.
No, it's a permanent decision.
It doesn't depend on the result of the audit?
Absolutely not. That decision will not change. It will be part of finance. Also, there was a resolution passed by this commission that specified that finance will manage all grants. And that was done by resolution as well. So that is a permanent change, yes.
And for the city attorney, which this has been a question that have been somewhat passing me by, and I held on to not asking the question. What's in the charter as it relates to elected officials in terms of finance and being involved in financial activities? Because that has nothing to do with the audit. It has something with the established charter that governs our behavior. Because I just found out recently that that was possible for us to be directly involved in making decisions or being part of the financial structure of the city. Where are we exactly in relation to that as elected officials?
Can you be a little bit more specific, sir?
Okay.
And before you do that, I guess we're now finished with Zach. Yes, Zach's department? Intergovernmental Affairs Department has now concluded?
It is,
Okay.
assuming there's.
So thank you so much, Zach. Is he gone?
No, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Zach. Thank you kindly. So
problem.
I am assuming we're going a little bit back to finance,
Yes,
sir?
If that's.
And then we can spend maybe 5 minutes on that and then go to the next one.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Campbell had a question, but I think he just needs to be a little more specific.
That based on the most recent experience we had, and we all realized where it took us. I was not aware, or I was told before, that our charter limits our involvement in the day-to-day decisions as it relates to finance, which means I did not know that I could direct grants and things like that. That's what I was told prior. The clarification I'm trying to get from the city attorney, to what extent as an elected official I can be involved in the finance department and supervision or directions.
Like directing monies to be spent a certain way or
Well,
whatever?
You said be a bit more specific. Can I lobby for monies to come in this city?
Oh, okay, got it.
That's an example. And can I participate in the distribution of such funds
Once they're here.
once they're here?
Okay.
There has to be a clear guidance in terms, because prior to that, the prior city manager had indicated that that's not our charter directly indicate that we should not be involved in those types of activities.
Okay.
So it is new to me, and it needs to be a clarification in regards to that. Lobbying for monies and distribution of monies, once the funds are here, it should be staff that is involved in distribution and decision of how such monies, unless we're going to do it collectively in the public.
Let me, the first part of the question is the authority of the city manager with respect to the day-to-day operation of the city versus commission. The charter clearly provides the city manager with the day-to-day responsibility of the city in terms of hiring, firing employees, in terms of directing employees to manage the city. Members of the commission does not have that authority under the charter. With respect to policymaking, given the city manager and charter officers direction that come from the commission. Obviously, one caveat, members of the commission can ask questions of staff, just like the public can, but they can't direct staff to take on tasks unless the city manager has given the consent or directed the staff member to move forward on the project. In terms of the ability for members of the city commission to lobby for money at the state, federal level, nonprofit foundations, there's nothing under the charter that precludes members of the commission from asking for money or lobbying for money. So they can ask for money. That's they right as a member of the city commission. But if the money is received as a grant to the city, then it falls under the auspices of the city manager to manage that grant, make sure compliance is achieved. Okay?
Understood, Commissioner?
I heard.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Yeah. All right, so we're now going to, it seems as if police and fire, police. Yes. Police first.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney. So if you all have, I guess, the first, we can start with the first slide with the org chart. Can you all see that? It's kind of small print. All right, so starting with the top, Chief of Police, myself, and then I have, there are two deputy chiefs that are assigned, actually from my department. We have professional standards that reports directly to me. That includes internal affairs investigations, along with recruitment, who reports directly to professional standards. So that falls under, they report directly to me. I have an admin executive assistant who's reports to me. Then we have a breakdown. So Deputy Chief Granville will be overseeing the Operations Bureau, which is patrol, along with Special Operations divisions. And you can see the breakdown there. So Road Patrol have several shifts. We have Alpha and Bravo shifts, and then we, they have a lieutenant assigned to each shift, two sergeants assigned to each shift, and then several officers. So you see the breakdown there. The K-9 unit also reports to, is assigned to Operations Bureau. We also have a quick response force team that consists of officers that have some extensive training. So it's similar to a SWAT team, but we're not as extensive. So it's, they receive special training from the Broward Sheriff's Office. And then if there's assistance we need from other agencies that have that training, they can provide it. But they're able to respond to calls that will require, if not a SWAT team, at least they can take some additional actions that Road Patrol wouldn't be able to address. Then under our Special Operations Division, that includes the traffic unit, training unit, and our community relations unit, which consists of crime prevention, special events, community liaison, and school resource officers. And then we also have our honor guards that are under that division, and our emergency management, to include, and bicycle patrol falls under that as well. So under the Administrative Services Bureau, we have one major, and I'm sorry, I meant to mention a major over the Operations Bureau. We have a major over admin services. That's Major Hennessy, who's here. So you can see he's responsible for the fiscal services, which consists of 2 sergeants, 1 detective, and 9 civilians. So he has the bulk of the civilians in the department. And under that, we have asset maintenance coordinator, timekeeping, grants, budget, and you can kind of see what other areas are covered there. Then under criminal investigations division, we have a major that's assigned there and a lieutenant. And as you can see, our criminal investigations division consists of 2 sergeants, 15 detectives, and 1 civilian. They cover homicides, batteries, assaults, a list of all crimes that, if the case has to be further investigated, it may be assigned to that division. And then we have a strategic enforcement team, which 1 sergeant and 3 detectives, and they're pretty much assigned to handle areas that where, if we need some surveillance done, where an example was the convenience store that we had on the east side where they had a lot of issues and reports of drug sales. They kind of watched and monitored that, and we were able to successfully make several arrests based on that. Our Vice Intelligence Narcotics Unit, so they do deep undercover stuff, and that's 1 sergeant, 4 detectives. They're also detached to a couple of outside state agencies who provides additional assistance if needed. And then we have 1 sergeant attached to the human trafficking unit that's with the FBI. So anytime there's an issue regarding human trafficking, she conducts those investigations, and we assist the other agencies as well. And our crime scene unit, which is 7 civilians, and then we have a victim advocate unit that consists of 4 civilians. We have a Reverend Calderon oversees that unit. Okay, next slide. Oh, thanks. You can be the clicker for me. Okay. So just to kind of give you the administrative Administration Division, these are some of the areas that they cover. The only thing that has not been included in that is our speed zone cameras, and I think we just recently had those that approved. So that will be added and will be handled under that division. Next slide. So we have our records unit, crime analyst and property and evidence. So again, that falls under admin. And again, you can see the breakdown and what that division does. So we handle distributing flyers, evidence, chain and custody for a property and evidence unit. And then also any evidence that's entered into our property evidence unit, they store and keep track of that, needed for court purposes, and then we can obtain those items. And then our records unit, they facilitate public records requests, processing cases for court submission, and it is staffed 24/7. So it has to be ran because they do teletype injuries, they run records, and then they receive phone calls as well. They do our stats. We have a crime analyst, teletype entries and queries, toll log entries, as well as uniform crime reporting review. So they make sure that they obtain that information and make sure the crimes that occur are entered into that system. They're responsible for a second level review. So the officer submits a report. If they put a robbery on there, they have to review it and make sure the contents of it match up to a robbery. Next slide. Our police operations division. Again, there are first responders, so that division is proactive and reactive. So besides them providing 24/7 response, they do area checks, business checks, K-9 searches, the list goes on. Again, part of their responsibilities is not only to respond to calls for service, conduct area checks, where there may be areas that have been problematic and, we do some extra surveillance. They do those, and people that want business checks or have their homes checked, they have to document, they go twice in that night, depending on how the calls go for that night. Then they document the number of times they responded. Again, we have the road patrol unit assigned, our quick response team is assigned, our police service aides, and I think it was Kenny that mentioned earlier, the reason that we hired the additional police service aides, which you see them assigned to the patrol shift, is so they can handle calls for service where it doesn't tie up an officer from having to respond. So we were able to increase our staffing in that area. Next slide. And these are just some pictures showing, our K-9 unit doing demonstrations. We have officers that are walking in the mall in that lower picture. And then on the bottom, I mentioned our QRF team, quick response team. They're actually doing training, entering a building. And then again, there's some other pictures there when officers speaking to someone doing a traffic enforcement. Next slide. Our criminal investigations division, and this is just a breakdown of the different types of crimes. So we have person crimes. I'll let you read that at your leisure, just so you can see what they are. Property crimes, miscellaneous crimes, tasks. Again, that's our gang-related activities, fugitive apprehension, things of that nature. We also have our victim advocates unit that is assigned to that unit, and you can see the number of responsibilities they have. And we also have our, so CID is assigned our SET team, strategic enforcement team. Crime scene unit is assigned to that division. Okay, and it just kind of lists some of the responsibilities that they all have. Next slide. And these are just some of the pictures. As you can see, the picture with the money and the drugs there, that's from our our SET team, street enforcement team, and also our vice intelligence narcotics. So with the weapons, seizure, and also the guns. I also have some additional photos. I didn't want to put them all in the presentation, so Deputy Chief Siegel, if you can just so you can kind of get an idea. And there's one interesting picture on those photos where you see drugs that are stored in a, a Tic Tac box. So it just shows how clever, you know, the drug dealers are and the people that consume the drugs. So one thing to, you know, expect it. So it's pictured in there, but just to give you an idea of what they collect. And I do provide this information to the city manager, and I know he forwards it to you all, just so you can see what we've done. A lot of things are done on the cover, so that information it may not be readily available until we're ready to release it. But just to give you an idea of some of the work that they do. Next slide. Back one. Special Operations Division, again, they do the community outreach. You'll see the different services that we provide there, the different programs. And then it also includes the units that are assigned. So we have 2 SROs, school resource officers. Of course, when they're assigned to that unit, and right now they're assisting that unit and working, assisting patrol because school is closed, but they're assigned full-time in the schools. And then again, we have the traffic homicide unit. And a lot of times, just to kind of explain to you with traffic homicide, you know, we have criminal investigations division that handles other homicides, but we also have vehicular homicides. So we have the traffic unit that handle those types of calls. Next slide. And again, these are just some pictures of the events that we actively are involved in. Next slide. That completes the presentation.
Thank you so much, Chief, for that information. Tell me a little bit about, you just renewed your contract, the Lauderhill Mall, of course, utilizing that space. When will you be at your building?
So we didn't renew a contract. We're actually on a month-to-month right now.
Oh, okay.
So Chief Saletti, he's not here, he's working very hard and trying to get our building up and running. So I'm hoping before the end of the year,
Oh, good.
but we're on a month-to-month right now.
Okay. And considering that, how many officers did you say that you?
We have a total of 138 sworn and civilian, just got that number, 52.
Okay. And your building that you're going to be going back into, there's no need to renovate or anything? It will be able to house all the officers?
So it won't. So we have another location, 3800, on the 3800 Park. What is it, Park? Infirmary Boulevard. What the address is? Anyway, we're at that office site. So we have the traffic unit that's housed there. We have our training unit. We have our community relations unit. I know what Sean referenced earlier. There's a location on 31st Avenue in that plaza that they're looking to. We're looking to house our our community relations unit and also the traffic unit, depending on, you know, the space availability there. But we have them housed at that location. We also have our our SET team, street enforcement team, that's also at that same office plaza. And they have an office there as well. So what we are in the process of doing, we are making some adjustments inside the building so we can house more, like our body worn camera specialist she's at the Lauderhill Mall now, but she was at 3800, and also our accreditation manager. So we're doing that, and we're also making some adjustments to be able to staff additional personnel that needed more space.
So do you have any future plans for a larger building that would be able to house everyone?
All right, city manager.
If I may, the $4 million that I spoke of earlier of GEO bond is also allocated to make additions to the existing police department. So we do have that $4 million.
For an extension?
Excuse me?
For an extension?
Yes. So we do have that $4 million. In addition, there is an item in the GEO bond for an additional $7 million to provide for an addition to the police department. So we had talks before about trying to acquire the library that sits adjacent to them. We're also looking at a building off of 15th over in the industrial park that will help provide space for police and public works. So we do have plans in the works to try to identify or expand the existing building to provide a campus so that the majority of their officers can be housed in a single building.
Okay. And how long is that in terms of
So
rolling out?
So right now we've actually have plans for that addition. However, we have to make some changes to those plans as it relates to what the uses of that building will be. So we are now moving more towards a building of staff versus previously there was a training facility that we were looking at, which would have included a gun range. We're no longer doing a gun range at that facility, but looking to provide additional space for housing. So not housing, I'm sorry, for personnel. So we have meetings set up with our capital improvement team. We've met twice already to discuss how we proceed with that. We will have additional conversation with the chief, both chiefs, Chief Saletti as well as Chief Stanley, to discuss how we move forward, being that the gun range will no longer be housed there. So those are continuing conversations, and we meet on a monthly basis to move that forward.
Okay. So, and so when we're making these sort of decisions from administration, the decisions, of course, are being determined by what the police department's needs are and what the chief is saying, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So you guys tell me a little bit more about the gun range, so you don't need one?
We,
No, so
we,
no, I think, no, that's more of a complex question.
Yeah.
The gun range is, we spend $30,000 a year currently to provide, I guess, what do you call that?
Services.
Certifications for our employees.
So,
The
I'm
gun
sorry, certification?
Yes, so they have to certify on an annual basis, all the police officers. We spend about $30,000 to do that. To build the gun range, the additional space that we would need to do the gun range costs several $1 million. So the question becomes, what is the best use of our dollars? Now, we're not saying that we're not going to build a gun range. What we're saying is that in the current site, we will not build a gun range. We went up to Boynton Beach and we took a look at the Boynton Beach Police Station, which kind of gave us an idea that the gun range doesn't have to be at the city facility. It doesn't have to be at the police station. They actually have their gun range in the warehouse district, i.e. what we're looking at a property over off of 15th now in the industrial park. So the thought of are we building a gun range doesn't go away. The decision to not build a gun range at this facility, but to build more office space so that they can house more officers in a single location.
I understand. So we are, of course, going to utilize the police department to build more office space. We're advancing in that direction because you have to house people. But in terms of the gun range in itself, because tell me, do you just use the gun range occasionally, or is this something that you would need continuously for the department?
so there's annual qualifications that the city manager referenced. Then we may occasionally, like our special team, street enforcement team, or our quick response team may utilize the gun range because they require additional training. You have officers that have rifles that may need additional training.
So how
So-
often do you think the department would need to use the gun range? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? Is it by quarterly?
So besides us having our qualifications, we also have cadets that come in, so we have to put them through a range. So we're utilizing an outside service to do that. So it can be, we'll use it throughout the year. I can guarantee you that.
Quite frequently.
Also, there's another option to use it to bring revenue in if we have other people come and utilize the range. So
So
there's
it's
an opportunity.
important. It is
Yeah.
important.
It is.
Okay, so the city manager mentioned that we will not put it on this site, but there is plans for another location. I want to know more specifically when those plans are to be rolled out and what the cost associated with that is.
Okay, and I think, as he said, he's taken a tour. We went to one department to look at that, and we're working on.
So we
again,
don't
the
have
price.
anything in place currently.
There's, I think we came
No,
up with
Mayor,
an
I
initial.
can address those
Yeah.
questions because again, that's more at our level than her level as it relates to that. We have conversations with the police department as to what their needs are. And then the final
I
decision.
would like to
is
hear
made,
from the chief, though.
But she can't answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, she spoke to what their needs are. So she told us what their needs are as it relates to a gun range. We visited other facilities, and I can tell you gun ranges are not commonplace for cities. That's not a common thing for cities to have.
Most cities don't, most
No.
police departments don't have gun
They do not.
ranges.
I
Okay.
think how many cities within Broward County have their own gun range in Broward County?
All of them have them?
Except for Will Manor, us, T-Ranch Lakes, but any of the large cities.
Okay, so about 28,
So there are 28 gun
27?
ranges?
Okay,
Those that are staffed by the show.
got it.
they leave.
They utilize the sheriffs. Right.
It's part,
Mhm.
except in the smaller ones.
Okay, so I guess, city manager, what I am being told is that most of the cities, with the exception of a few, do not, they do have gun ranges.
And I can tell you that is news to me.
No,
Okay,
News to the
That's not-
individuals that we've had. these
most of them do not have gun ranges?
well, that's not what I'm understanding they're saying.
They're
They have
saying that,
access,
yes. No, what they're saying is that most cities
have access,
Right. they
have
don't have
gun
range, they have
ranges.
access to the gun.
access.
Have access, okay, do have access, deputy, or do they have gun ranges?
So can you name the
I'll-
cities
I'll
that
list
actually
them. No,
have some?
I'll start from the south.
Okay.
City of Hollywood has a gun range, Pembroke Pines, Miramar, Town of Davie, Fort Lauderdale. You come up to us, the city of Sunrise, Plantation just built, within the last 2 years, a new range, they had one. If you go north, Coral Springs has one. Just trying to think of all the municipalities as I go through this. I'm sorry?
Parkland.
Yeah, so there are 16 municipal police departments in the county that are not serviced by BSO. Of the 29, whether it be unincorporated, the rest of them are the sheriff, and the sheriff provides that service.
So most of the ones that are not governed by the sheriff have gun ranges, with the exception of a few.
Correct. I would
Okay.
say that every agency that's 100 people or more have their own firearms range.
Okay, got it. So understood, Commissioner Campbell?
I hear it, but
Yes.
I have a comment on it. but-
Okay. So what I am saying is that when we are taking departments into consideration as it relates to the budget, it is good to be able to have a high-level understanding, but it's imperative to be able to speak to the department heads to know what the needs are. It's similar to when you are a commissioner and you are an elected official. I can have my own idea of what the situations and the issues are in the community, but it is imperative for me to hear from the citizens because that's where the decision-making is going to be. We are voices of the community. So for what I am hearing and what I would like to see is that when we're making decisions for the police department has to be actively involved, not just in terms of just saying, I think we should have, but definitely what the needs are. Every city has to have a vibrant, a strong, a powerful police department, and similar to a fire department. That's what really makes the city strong cities. So I would say if they need a gun range, that we are definitely have to put something in the plan, especially that GEO bond that looks like it's going to be moving forward to ensure that we do have specifically a gun range, not just smoke and mirrors, but definitely something that is tangible that we can knock on and see that it's there. If they need it in order for them to move forward, public safety obviously is one of our main initiatives. And in order for them to be competitive with their colleagues in the other cities that are around, they have to make sure that they have what is necessary in order to do their jobs successfully. Just like if you have an assistant and she don't have a pen or a computer, it just doesn't work. So especially during this time. So you have to be prepared. And I would like our police department to be fully prepared. So I would say, yes, I understand the building in itself where we are right now, building that out to be able to house the police officers that you have. But in terms of a gun range, a training facility so they can be fit, because we want fit police officers. If you are running down a criminal and you're not fit, forget about it. You need, it's just common sense. We need fit and equip police department in order for them to be successful. We cannot ask for a police department to be successful and we're not equipping them to be successful. And so I am proposing, and my colleague just came in, but I know he is all for the police, and you were listening back there, right? Yes, you were? Uh-huh. So we want to make sure that they have what they need. So I would say, let's make sure that there is a plan for a gun range, a training facility, whatever is needed in order for our police department to be prepared to be able to handle the task that is put before them.
Yeah. If I could just say, Mayor, one thing about me, I'm not bashful, and Kenny knows it, about expressing what our needs are. So we've had the conversation back and forth about the range. So I know it is something that we're working towards, trying to get
Yeah.
accomplished.
If I may,
And that's good, Chief, but working towards does not mean that I like Don. You know why I like Don? Don is specific.
Mayor.
When he spoke of a strategic plan, say you did us wrong, Kenny, because you brought Don to us.
no.
When we spoke of a strategic plan, Don said we have to be specific for measured outcomes. So we can't just say we're going to do it, we're whatever, because that's what the community has been saying to us, especially in these listening tours. We put stuff forth and then they're not executed. Then we look like we're not doing our jobs. And so it's imperative that we have specific things that we're working towards, and then there's measured success. And so with all due respect, I feel that in the budget itself, we should make sure that we have something that's laid out for the full success of the police department.
Okay.
And I think that would include a gun range as well as a training facility. With a training facility, I heard that we were supposed to be having that from the day of one. And so prior to me coming on, and we still don't have that. So I'm sure that there are plans in place, but they also said Jesus was coming and he ain't here yet. So what I'm trying to say is we have to make sure that we are specific in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. That's all.
Okay, and I'll speak with specifics. So we had a plan with the current GO bond to build a gun range at the current police department. As stated earlier, the proposal to build that, including the gun range, exceeded the available funds. We have $4 million. The plan to build the gun range came in close to $5 to $7 million.
Okay.
Police department is aware of this. We've had conversations with the police department concerning this. We can do one or two things. We could not build anything because we do not have the funds to move forward at this current facility for a gun range that cost us $7 million where we only have $4 million. Or we can do what we're doing. We've identified, and after going to Boynton Beach, we've identified a specific location in the industrial park. We've identified that location where it will be a shared location, and we've had these discussions with the police department, the chief included, that there would be a shared location where there would be a gun range. It would also be shared with the fire department to house some of their vehicles, as well as public works to house some of these vehicles. We've had specific conversations with the police chief, the fire chief, and the public works director on this property. We've also had conversations with the finance department where we've ordered appraisals. We have appraisals for the specific location to house this gun range. However, even though we've identified the property, we still have to receive the appraisals. We still have to come back to the commission to seek approval to purchase it. We still have to, at that point, identify funding to build that specific location, i.e. the $7 million that's in the GO bond for us to move this project forward.
Okay.
So we have identified a specific location, and we've already started working on moving that location to accomplish two things at the same time: to provide them additional space at the existing facility to house their personnel that's scattered across the city, while we identify a specific location to build a gun range once the funding is put in place via the 2026 GO bond.
Okay. And
Madam
so
Mayor.
considering, Commissioner, I'm sorry, give me a
Since
minute.
this is your question, is it possible and when can we weigh into this discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just as this the last statement.
Okay.
Or a question. So considering that we now are saying we have some specifics, if we do pass this GO bond, what is the time frame that we have in mind?
The time frame would be passing the spending reimbursement resolution in September will allow us to complete the design phase, assuming that the commission approves us to purchase this facility. We would have the design work done. If there is a March election, which the commission has authorized, we would have plans ready to move and a shovel in the ground sometime shortly after March. Being that between now and then, we would move forward with negotiations of that property, assuming that the commission allows that. We would then design with the police,
No,
fire.
just tell me.
I'm saying it would
So
be
we saying
sometime soon
2
after
years, a year?
No, we would be ready to move soon after March. So we would
Okay.
actually be able to do something 2026.
Okay, perfect, for the gun range. Okay, amazing. All right, thank you so much, City Manager, and thank you as well, Chief. Commissioner John T.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. First, let me congratulate her new deputy and welcome to Lauderdale. Congratulations. Good to have you here. Chief Stanley, you mentioned in your presentation about some of the rather problematic areas. And one of the areas that you mentioned was on the east side. Are there any plans to improve the relationship between the police and the public? Because getting information from these problematic areas can be very helpful if we establish a sound foundation and information center from those problematic areas. Are there any plans?
So to address that, we have plans in place. So we have a lot of community programs where people from the community are invited to come out. There are a number of them listed there, such as our slow roll, our coffee with the cop. We go to different areas in the city and encourage people to come. There's a lot of information and feedback that we get from those meetings. Officer Lonis, who I'm sure you've met, he attends the HOA meetings. I can assure you our officers who are out there, again, they're the first responders. So when they're speaking to people in the community, there's a lot of information that we get from community members. So we are and have already established relationships. We're going to continue those relationships. And I can tell you that myself and the command staff, we occasionally go to businesses in the city because the businesses in the city are also, part of that community relations. And we attend those the meetings there, meet the owners of the businesses, and just to let them know who we are and see how we can assist, whatever services we could provide. But we established that relationship with the community, and again, we will continue to do that.
You mentioned that there are 138 police officers. Do you think there's a need to increase the presence or to deploy more detectives in those problematic areas?
So the detectives work on investigating cases. There are occasions where they do have to go out in the field and communicate with people and investigate. But as far as having officers out there, again, we're proactive and reactive. We do have an AVL system in our vehicles, and I want to say there was a recent meeting, I think it was the cricket club, where one of the complaints there, and again, I know Don talked about this earlier, perception, what people feel, and they said they don't see police officers in their community. So the officer was able to provide them with the AVL printout to show how we have been in and out of that location. So again, when they saw that, they were like, oh, we didn't know. Because a lot of times you may not know when the officers are passing through. But again, when on their downtime, when they're not handling a call, and let me just remind you, there are certain calls that will require more than one officer. So we can't predict how our day is gonna go. It all depends on what happens in that day. So you can, you may have one day where it's not as many calls and the officers can focus on being proactive. We've also, instead of having roll call in the station, if there's an area, and I can tell you there's some areas that have been cleaned up. We got Lauderhill Point, we know what they're doing there. We also have Devon Hut, which was a problematic location. And I can go back to when I was a captain on road patrol. If we identify a problematic area, we put boots on the ground. So instead of the officers being inside to do that roll call, they'll go to that area and conduct their roll call and do a walkthrough after that. So I can assure you that we're out there, besides the programs, besides officers on the road doing their job, and we have our street enforcement team. So we get a lot of feedback and information from the community at these events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner John T. We have Commissioner Richard Campbell.
I had 3 questions, but I have to weigh in on the issue of the gun range. And Madam Mayor, sometimes when we listen, we hear different things. I heard something different. What I'm hearing from the city manager, which I tend to support, because I'm pushing for financial responsibility, it doesn't take away from the need of the police force. What I'm hearing is that we can spend millions of dollars to build a site, or we can spend $30,000 to effectively have our officers getting the proper treatment, training, that they need. I am on the side that, yes, we need to give you what you need. That's the training. But then you build a site that costs us as taxpayers millions of dollars just to be utilized, roughly speaking, once per year. And I heard that there are special training for a special unit occasionally. And I heard also that, well, we can make some money out of it by allowing folks from outside to utilize it. If it's not properly computed that we are going to make thousands of dollars by doing so, and we actually need once per year to make sure our officers are ready. And occasionally we may have units that need to have training. I'm not sure if the cost is like this in difference. Why should we not have the Tamarack, if they have a thing, and we can pay small fees to use it, and it's going to achieve the same goal? Why just to say Lauderhill, Tamarack has one, so Lauderhill should have one, and we purchase a parcel of land to do so? That will only serve for that purpose. It's not something that can be utilized otherwise. I mean, I think I would not support that. I would not support us using much more money than we need to use, unless the relationship with spending money means that we don't have other options and that it will decrease the effectiveness of our police unit. So that's the difference with what I'm hearing. In fact, the cost of us getting one in Lauderhill versus utilizing the one next door that will serve the same exact purpose. That's what I'm hearing. I may have gotten it wrong. So I'm just putting my views in regards to that. But
So let me point out, let me just comment on that. So one of the things that we did not include in that, so again, as you know, we have officers that work nights. So we're incurring overtime to provide for those officers that are not working during the day to have to come in. So we're paying overtime. There's travel, they're using the police vehicle, so you can save on gas from them having to travel to a range when we have our own in-house. So instead of them having to come on their day off, get paid overtime, they're actually, it can be done on duty. So we have training officers that can take them in the range, while they're working, they get qualified. But again, what we're paying right now for the range, and I can't sit here and give you the total number of what we're paying. I know that since we've been going to the range that we're utilizing now, the prices have gone up. So again, that's one of the.
So that will somewhat level.
Yeah, that would kind of offset. So
That's
we
a
have
different conversation.
Yeah.
That's a total.
And in addition to that, even though we have the 1 year, there may be someone that needs that additional training and they can utilize the training.
I got it. That's a total different
So
conversation.
you've changed your position, sir?
Did I say that?
We're no longer stepsisters, but the Cinderella?
Okay, that's a different, because I'm looking at the financial
Yes.
disadvantage and advantage. But now you're saying that it can
Yes.
be utilized for much more than
Much more, and the officers can qualify throughout the year.
Right.
Commissioner John T. I'd asked a question, but it was one of my questions. How did you come up with the figure of 138 somewhere around there? Is that's what you have, or that's what you needed?
No, our budgeted number is 138. Currently, we were at 137 with the
You
hiring.
use the word budgeted, but is that the ideal number, or that's what we can afford?
Right now, what we can afford, you know, if we get additional staffing, that would be great. What the city manager mentioned earlier was the fact that we were able to hire additional PSAs. Before we had 6 and now we're at 15. So the purpose of hiring them is two-part. One, we can utilize them to alleviate the officers from having to handle certain calls like traffic accidents. If there's a call like a burglary and there's no subject on the scene, they can respond to those calls, so it would not tie up an officer from handling.
I just have a few minutes. I'm trying to push it along. So because I heard the expert vice mayor said that there's a concept sometimes in our mind that if we just flood the place with officers, our problems are gone. So we're not flooding, but you could do with some more.
We can, but like I said, we are making the best of what we have. We were able to increase the budget by 5. This was what, 2 budgets ago, I believe, Kenny? Yeah, about 2 budgets ago, we were able to increase those numbers.
Okay, the final thing is that I know, based on where the city is located, and it always confuses me, that we share borders with other cities.
Yes.
I.e., 441. A crime started across the street, Lauderdale Lakes. It ends up in Lauderdale. Who is responsible? How do they do the Lauderdale Lakes? It is with the Broward Sheriff.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you do that? Because
so it depends on where
I drive around and see Lauderdale Police, and I'm wondering what the hell you're doing here, because this doesn't look like Lauderdale. And sometimes I see the Sheriff Department. How is it?
I'll give you an example one. So we can have a robbery in Lauderdale Lakes and they flee the scene and they come in our city. That would be a Lauderdale Lakes case because it extended in our city. It's where the crime initially occurred. So since we border each other, there are going to be occasions where we're there. So if there's a crime that occurred in our city, we're going to be there assisting them, and it's what we call you don't know police jargon, but it's an AOA. So we'll be assisting another agency.
Whatever that is.
Yes.
So where is the crime committed? Is it Lauderdale or Lauderdale Lakes? The reason I say that, because I use a reference point of 441. I have seen things that had nothing to do with Lauderdale, but then we end up with the crime took place in Lauderdale.
Yeah, it all depends, and a lot of times we have to determine that. So you may, on your initial scene, they may be in our city, but we may not know where it initially occurred. So you're going to see that often where, either they're coming in our city to assist, or we because we're so close, we border the other agencies, we assist often. They may need some people. They may not have their units close enough to them, and we're close, and we would render.
Madam Mayor, I'm talking about the image of Lauderdale.
Yeah, sure.
Because I give you, it was a couple of years ago in my community, the helicopters came, well, not for me, and all manner of types of police were around. And it appeared, oh my God, Lauderdale. And when I found out, in fact, I gave you a call, but it had nothing to do with Lauderdale. It was a crime that was committed in Miami. But they got some information that the guy ran away from Miami and he had a friend living in my neighborhood, and they came to find him, but there was no crime in Lauderdale. But it didn't appear that way. Right. So for our image, we have to be, I don't know how we get these information out, but there are times when we get the blame for crimes that are not actually us.
We just have to make sure the media, portrays whatever happened, whatever city is in, but,
And your public relations department, or was it called PIO?
PIO.
Yes, they should be the ones that conveying that information, that positive information, and then also working with our communications department as well
Right.
to make sure that the entire city has the information that's necessary.
They just saw the helicopters and
Yeah.
that's about it. They
So
didn't bother
it's,
it.
so when it comes to the image component in media, the police department, PIO should be working with the communications department in the city to make sure that the proper information is sent out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome,
So
sir.
thank you so much, Commish. All right, Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate the hard work that the men and women of the Lauderhill PD does for our city. And it's reflected, I think, in the fact that crime is going down in Lauderhill. We still have a lot of more work to do, but I just want to acknowledge that to start. A lot of my questions were already answered. I do have one other question. I'm trying to find in the budget book what the line item allocation is for your community policing unit. Could you help me to find it? I saw an area, but it was blank, and I know that's not true because you do a lot of community policing. I just want to make sure that that's incorporated in the multi-layered strategy.
So for community events, we have an amount of $45,000, and that includes our Shop with the Cop.
What page is that?
What is it? 30, no, what page?
511?
3110.
So I was just trying to understand how it's allocated here, and I don't see it. 511 I'm looking at, but I don't see a community event line item.
So it's
It's under what?
25,000, but that includes all these other things as well.
So what page is it in their book?
25,000 includes the gun range.
It's a page 130 in their book. 130.
130?
And what's the line item, Chief?
So it's under 3110, professional standards, but that, part of that is professional services, I'm sorry. So what comes out of that is the community events, and what we budgeted for in that particular area was 45,000. So it includes our Halloween Safety Day event, Secret Santa, Citizens Police Academy, our Coffee with the Cop, Youth Transport, and Shop with the Cop.
And you're
some other
still doing
programs.
slow roll?
And the slow roll,
Okay, all right. Are you finding those to be effective programming?
very much so.
Okay.
And people look forward to them every year. We just have to get it out there, the information, especially with our slow rolls, get the information out there.
Okay. All right. Well, all the other questions that I had was answered in the long conversation. So yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Vice Mayor.
Yeah, forgive me for missing the spirited conversation in the beginning, so I don't want to kind of go over that again. I don't really know what occurred.
You
but
can review the tapes.
Yeah, I'll review the tapes, but I'm sure my colleagues is making sure that the police department is getting what they want.
Yes.
But I will tell you that when I first was elected, and even prior to, some of the concerns I had then, some of those still concerns exist, and that was a lot of murders. I remember to the point I was pointing out on Facebook that I was called up and said, hey, I might actually be contributing to a negative image in the city if I continue to promote the murders in the city. But I wasn't really promoting. I was trying to draw attention to say that these are things that we need to take care of. And we still have a pretty high murder rate. I don't know what it is right now for.
And we don't.
We don't?
We're not, I mean, one is too many, but the numbers have gone down.
Okay. And so as we were talking earlier about the GO bond, getting the officers what they need, the facility, the police department, I think, has been under repair since I've been elected. There's always something wrong with the police building. The staff has been scattered. I know we moved them out of Windermere, the training unit out of Windermere. I think they're across from Chateau.
And 3,800.
So GO bond, and I understand revenues and GO bonds now, but these are the areas where I feel like I can support. And to my colleague, I'm not the expert as a police officer, but I can tell you there's a certain amount of pride that comes with having your own police department. It just having the best training facility makes your officers want to be here. It gives your officers you have a Sunrise that, of course, they got a lot more money than us, but they got a big complex. They got shooting range downstairs. Everything is state of the art. And our officers are working 10 times harder than officers in some of these other cities, but they're living and working in conditions that are less than attractive. And it kind of makes you feel like, why stay here? Why not just go to one of these other departments? I'll work less and have a better facility, gyms, everything is a lot better. So I personally feel like the boots on the ground, our officers and our fire department, they should have state of the art everything. If there was anything that we lacked on, it shouldn't be our first responders. And so if we need an extra $1 million to get a training facility or a firing range or a new building, I feel like we need to do whatever we can to ensure that our first responders have everything they need. And if we can tweak the GO bond that ensures that more is allocated to helping our first responders, I can support that. So with that, thank you for what you do. Welcome, new
Thank you.
Deputy Chief. And I guess we got fire up.
Yeah,
Well,
I
don't
think,
show me up before the officers like that. I did concede.
yes, he conceded
Okay.
nicely too. So, right, Commish?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I think during these sessions, what the city manager is looking for is also direction and recommendation from this board, right? So it seems as if it looks to me, although the vote has already been, well, no vote, but recommendation, it seems as if our vice mayor is turning a corner, which is a positive thing, with condition. And so the condition then is, and I think most of us have agreed, that they need a shooting bond, what is it called? A shooting range? A fire
gun
range. And they need a training facility. And so I think specifically, as Don mentioned specifics, that needs to be put into the GO bond.
Shooting range.
Shooting
Firing
range,
range.
It's currently in there.
it is in there?
About $7 million.
It is written in there. And what about the training facility?
That is the same. The training facility and the shooting range goes together.
Oh, so both of them go together. So
Yes.
the $7 million is going to cover both things.
Yes, and that's the facility that I'm speaking of. that-
No, I'm just, so the $7 million
Yes,
is going to cover the shooting range, and it's also going to cover the training facility.
yes, and the $4 million that we currently have will cover the extension of the existing building.
Okay, perfect. So, and again, you said that considering that this goes through, that we're going to start working on that right away, once you have acquired the building.
Correct.
Okay.
We have a spending resolution. We have the funds to purchase the building currently, but we
Yeah.
have the funds to improve the building. So the $7 million will go to improve the building, assuming we're successful in purchasing it.
Okay, great. Okay, so we are good. We're moving in the right direction, guys. All right, and then the chief, you'll keep us apprised of all things. Yes, ma'am?
Yes. Mr.
Okay.
Manager.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you kindly. Okay. At 5:01, we have a firm stop because we have to do public hearing of the city commission. Okay, so someone can assist me with that, city clerk? Yes, please. All right, great. Tab 5, okay? All right, so we have 10 minutes? We have 10 minutes?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great.
Go ahead and slide. So here's our organizational chart for the fire department, which comprised of myself as the fire chief, deputy chief, assistant chief, and 2 division chiefs, and fire marshal who oversees the prevention bureau as well as the community risk reduction. Then we have 3 shifts. We have the Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, assumed by battalion chief, district chief, captains, lieutenants, drivers, and firefighters. Then we have 1 training officer. Our community paramedics, obviously, like I mentioned before, under the community risk reduction and the support services with a captain overseeing that division, as well as the mentorship cadets that we have now in the fire department. We have a part-time position for them, as well as a logistics coordinator. Next. And the mission of the fire department is very simple. Driven by excellence, we protect lives, property, and community through service and courage. And we support the mission through these four core values, which is excellence, respect, ownership, and courage. Next. These are the services, the core services of the fire department, which we provide, and that is fire suppression, with a fast, effective response to fires, safeguarding homes and businesses. Emergency medical service, which is the core of our fire department here, with providing advanced life support, quick transports, and life-saving care for residents and visitors of the city of Lauderhill. We also provide investigation bureau and prevention, which is very proactive fire code, enforcing the laws and fire cause analysis to reduce future risk of fires. A community outreach, which includes education, prevention efforts, and obviously including school programs and CPR training and outreach programs to the community. And finally, we have a water rescue program, which actually responds to any swift, coordinated response to water rescue emergencies and any natural disasters that may come our way. Next. This is the chart that basically explains our call volume of the fire department. And we, as you can see, the biggest piece of the pie is always going to be EMS. That is 73% of our call volume throughout the city, with a statistical 15,707 calls for last year, which is pretty high, but it's been pretty standard throughout the different years, and we are one of the highest call volumes throughout the entire county. But we manage the high call volume every year, covering all fire, EMS, rescue, and specialty incidents, as well as natural disasters when they do come our way through the form of hurricanes. We continue the improvements in response times, service quality, and directly impacting the community safety. Next. Here's our breakdown of our personnel and staffing. We have 13 positions in the administration, which includes the fire chief, deputy chief, assistant chief, division chief, captain on days, and administrative staff. On the operations, we have 105 positions, like I mentioned before in the operational chart. And finally, we have the community risk reduction, which are 7 positions, including the fire marshal, inspectors, and community paramedics, for a total of 119 uniform personnel and 6 civilian personnel. Next. Capital improvements. Here are the things that we have done in the past, and we will continue through the future, which is preparing the organization and the department for replacement. So every time we purchase a piece of apparatus or a piece of equipment that is any value of capital, we ensure that it has a birth date and a retirement date or replacement date, to ensure that when we come to budgetary plans like today, we could present proper number of budgetary funds to make sure that we could replace vehicles and equipment effectively. Part of that, obviously, is fire truck replacement, extrication equipment, renovations to stations, and EMS equipment upgrades. Next. Here's a quick example of community programs that we have established to assist our community and enhance the quality of life, which include under public education. We have done over 450 residents trained on hands-only CPR this year. We build a safer community through community partnership with 40 plus partners. Over 50% drop in 911 calls for high utilizers in the first 6 months. So let me just explain what that means. Those are the callers that were recurrently calling 911 and wanting to go to the hospital, not just 6 times a month, but we're talking about 150 times a month. When we established a community paramedic program, they were able to reduce that number within the first 6 months to 50%. So 50% of the times they will no longer be calling. At this point, we're down to 0, which means that they will go to the hospital only during those emergencies. The rest of the times, the community paramedics visit them at home, assist them to ensure they're receiving medications, to ensure they're following up with their primary doctors, but definitely reducing that need for emergency transports. Very successful on that end. We have also done 859 Narcan kits that have been distributed throughout the city, 699 referrals, and 539 home visits. This is by 2 people in the community paramedic program. Fire prevention, we do visits throughout the week. We do school visits, displays, outreach, building trust and awareness with our community, as well as doing developing partnership through the CERP program, Community emergency response teams, the Fire Explorers program that we have established for many years. So let me say, this program of our new young kids coming through the Explorer program, we did a study and we actually been able to hire, whether through our department or through all the fire departments throughout the county, 13 of those cadets explorers have actually achieved professional jobs at fire departments. We also done and established a mentorship program, which has been accomplished. We currently have one. We're working to adding an additional two, which has been very successful in expanding the public safety reach for city residents. So this program is specifically for city residents, where we teach them first aid, CPR. We give them an opportunity to train in our facility. They actually have a part-time job in our logistics division, and then we pay for all of their schooling. And then when the opening arrives in our department, they're the first ones up to take those positions as full-time firefighters.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
We also do safety initiatives like a smoke detector installation, senior safety checks to protect our most vulnerable population, which is our seniors. We do through the community paramedic program. We help reduce preventable emergencies and hospital revisits. Next. This is how we achieve some of our revenues through grants and revenue resources. We aggressively pursue grants and alternative forms of funding. This year, we're actually applying through over $8 million in federal, state, and local support of grants. Now, one of the grants that we're applying is for the replacement of our air packs, and it looks like a lot of money, $8 million, because we became the sponsoring city, which will be doing a multi-agency grant. So we're sponsoring the grant to replace air packs in multi-agencies, like, for example, Tamarack, Coral Springs, Lauderhill, Pompano Beach, and so on. So we're basically the ones writing the grant, including all the agencies that will be participating. Next. Here's some example of the grants that we've been able to achieve through the FDLE program. We are now, we'll be receiving 2 new drones in the next couple of weeks. We received those 2 detail cards that when we have special events, they will be specifically deployed to service our community, firefighter gear, and the most recent one on the top right, that's the fire prevention grant that we received through Firehouse Subs. Not a very big numerical or number of grant, but definitely one that's been very effective to help our community and to help that prevention bureau. Next. Here's some example of community engagement, whether it's at the schools, teaching the kids about a future career in the fire service, in the pools, the community paramedics in the front line, doing recruitment efforts at the latest Coral Springs recruitment program that they had going on, participating in the Ring of Life that we established the first 2 at Ward Park. There's a picture of the Explorer right along the ring, achieving awards during their Explorer competition, and that picture in the center bottom, it is our CERT members, our CERT program. Next. Here's an example of some of the training that is performed by firefighters, whether it's extrication, EMS training. We do officer development training on the bottom left. And EMS, we just partnered recently on the bottom right corner picture. We just partnered with, what's the hospital? HCA. We just partnered with HCA over at Plantation Hospital. I'm sorry, the city of Plantation, they have a building there which has been occupied by HCA. And in one of the top floors, they established a simulator for EMS training. So what does that do for us? They allow our firefighters and paramedics to go in there and actually perform all type of procedures, including deliveries. So if a patient is doing a delivery, the firefighters and paramedics will be in there, and through mannequins, of course, walk themselves through an entire procedure of a delivery, which is one of those things that we never had an opportunity to do other than when you're actually in school or you do your rounds at the schools. But this is a fantastic partnership that we have done with HCA, and is providing incredible training for our firefighters. Next. Okay, no problem.
Yep, is it time? Okay, wonderful, thank you. Thank you so much, Chief. I will come back to you for sure.
No problem.
At this time, we have a firm stop from our budget review to deal with the public hearing of the City Commission. And so we're looking at the rate assessments. And we are going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Campbell,
Here.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson, Vice Mayor Martin,
Present.
Mayor Grant,
Present.
City Attorney Ottenot,
Present.
City Manager Hobbs. Roll call completed.
Okay, thank you kindly. And so just to let you know, this will be a limited agenda meeting and the only items to be discussed will be those that are on this particular agenda. And so we have several items, I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We actually have 8 items. So City Attorney, will you guide us through the process, sir?
Item number one is resolution number 25R-07-136. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lauderhill relating to actual costs and expenses associated with the Habitat Safe Neighborhood Improvement District, declaring estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for a reimposition of the uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on the annual tax bill for all related costs and expense for the designated district area, stating a need for such levy to cover actual costs associated with the improvement district, allowing for an increase equivalent to the actual costs incurred not to exceed non-ad valorem special assessment 125 and tax levy of 1 mil for each individual parcel of land per year. Directing the preparation and assessment role, authorizing public hearing, directing the provision of notice, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you kindly. And so at this time, do we have any discussion as it relates to the city manager? Okay. And so do we have any questions or concerns from the No, okay. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. So I have a motion and I have a second from Commissioner Dunn. And so we would ask for the city clerk to call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson, Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, and so that has been passed 5-0. Thank you so much. Now we are on to resolution number 25R-07-137. City Attorney.
Item number two is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lauderhill relating to actual costs and expenses associated with the manners of Inverary Safe Neighborhood Improvement District, declaring the estimated non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for the reimposition of a uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and expenses for the designated district area, stating the need for such levy to cover the actual costs associated with the improvement district, allowing for the increase equivalent to the actual costs incurred not to exceed non-ad valorem special assessment for the Master Association in the amount of $100 and a tax levy of 0 mils for the Condo Wine Association in the amount of $400 and 0 mils for the Condo 11 Association in the amount of $400 and 0 mils, and the Condo Association in the amount of $0 and a tax levy of 0 mils. Directing preparation of assessment roll, authorizing public hearing, directing provision of notice, providing for effective date.
Okay, thank you kindly. And Commissioner Dunn, you do have a question as it relates to this? No, that was before the fire. Oh, okay. All right. So yes, I'll leave it there nevertheless. Yes, because they will be returning.
Off the record.
Off the record? Okay, got it. All right. And so may I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion. We have a second.
Mayor, can you say who said the motion in second?
The loudest voice actually was Commissioner John T. You have to speak up a little bit more, Vice Mayor. Okay. He beat you again. So Commissioner John T. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. We've opened to the public, closed to the public. Please call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes. Passed 5-0. We'll speed it up. Commissioner Dunn has to leave. So we're going to number 3.
Item number 3, resolution of the City of Lauderhill relating to the actual costs and expense associated with the Isles Inverary Safe Neighborhood Improvement District, declaring the estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for the non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and expense for the designated district area, stating the need for such levy to cover the actual costs associated with the improvement district, allowing for increases equivalent to the actual costs incurred not to exceed non-ad valorem special assessment of $500 and the tax levy of 2 mills for each individual parcel, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you kindly. May I have a motion? A second? Okay, so we have motion and a second, open to the public, close to the public. City Clerk, please call the vote.
The motion was by Commissioner Dunn, and the second was Commissioner Hodgson?
Yes.
Just to confirm, thanks. Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson, Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, 5-0. Number 4.
Item number 4, a resolution of the City Commission of City of Lauderhill relating to actual costs and expenses associated with the Windermere Tree Garden Safe Neighborhood Improvement District, decline the estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for reimposition of a uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and expense for the designated district area, stating the need for such levy to cover the actual costs associated with the improvement district, allowing for increase equivalent to the actual costs incurred not to exceed non-ad valorem special assessment of $500 and a tax levy of 2 mills for each individual parcel of land period, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, wonderful. May I have a motion? A second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, open to the public, close to the public. And may we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, 5-0. All right, excellent. Number 5.
Item number 5, a resolution of the City Commission of City of Lauderhill relating to the provision of stormwater service to those areas more commonly known as St. George, West Kennelock, Broward Estates, and the Swap Shop. Declined to estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for the fiscal year 2026, providing for a reimposition of the uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and fees for the designated area, stating the need for such levy to cover the costs and fees for stormwater service, allowing for increases equivalent to the costs charged by the service provider, providing for effective date.
Okay, great. May I have a motion?
So moved.
May I have a second? A motion and a second, open to the public, close to the public. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, this has been passed 5-0. And now we're on to number 6.
Item number 6, a resolution of the City Commission of City of Lauderhill relating to the provision of garbage, refuse, and recycling service to those areas more commonly known as St. George, West Kennelock, Broward Estate, and Swap Shop. Decline to estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for a reimposition of uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and fees for designated areas, stating the need for such levy to cover the costs and fees for garbage, refuse, recycling service, allowing for the adjustment equivalent to the actual cost charged by the service provider, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Wonderful, thank you. May I have a motion? Second. Wonderful. A motion by Commissioner John T., second by Vice Mayor. And we're open to the public, close to the public. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson, Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, 5-0. Number 7.
Item number 7, a resolution of the City Commission of City of Lauderhill relating to the provision of nuisance abatement self-help service within the City of Lauderhill, limits on specified parcels. Decline to estimate non-ad valorem special assessment rate for fiscal year 2026, providing for imposition of uniform method for collecting non-ad valorem special assessment on annual tax bill for all related costs and fees for designated areas, stating the need for such levy to cover the costs and fees incurred by the city for nuisance abatement self-help service, directing the preparation of an assessment roll, providing for effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. And so may I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second, open to the public, close to the public. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn, Commissioner Hodgson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, 5-0. It has been passed. Number 8.
Item number 8, a resolution City of Lauderhill, City Commission, City of Lauderhill relating to the provision of fire rescue service facilities and programs in the City of Lauderhill, describing the method of assessing the fire and rescue assessed costs against assessed property located within Lauderhill for fiscal year 2025, 2026, providing for effective date, Madam Mayor.
Now, Mayor, this is one that we have to have a discussion on.
Yes, I felt that way. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this.
Yes. So the city's current fire fee is $660 per residential. That fire fee also includes a table that, based on call volume, identifies how much institutionals, commercial, and nonprofits would pay based on a scale in square footage. So because the fire department is completely funded, the fire portion of the department, not the EMS portion, but the fire portion of the fire department is completely funded by the fire fee. All or any increases that take place within that department means that we have to make an adjustment to the fire fee, or we have to make a reduction to services. Now, what I can say is that the only increase that the fire chief has put forward as it relates to the fire department is not even his increase, but the only increase that's reflected, part of the fire department, is directly tied to salary benefits. His operating budget was actually reduced year over year, and the same on the EMS side is actually reduced year over year. So the only increase, which is about $1.2 million to the entire fire budget, is solely due to the contractual obligations that we have related to salaries and benefits. So the additional dollars on the residential side, and that's the number that we're speaking of now, would be an increase from $660 per residential unit to $696 per residential unit for the coming fiscal year in order to completely fund the fire budget as presented.
What would be that number? 600?
$696.
So
from
$700.
Huh?
$700.
No. Well, $36 increase. Oh. A year, an annual increase of $36 per residential.
Well, last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's an annual increase of $36 per residential unit for the balance of fire fund. Yes. Now, I can say, again, the fund has to be balanced one of two ways. If the commission decides not to do an increase, then one or two things would have to happen. We would have to make additional reductions in the tune of $1 million from the chief's operating budget, which I can tell you would be extremely hard because he's already made about a $300,000 reduction year over year to his operating budget. And the second item is what we call a general fund transfer, but that would have a direct impact on the general fund, which means that we would have to make cuts in the general fund in order to offset the fire fund.
So what if we were to make cuts, where would you suggest that we make the cuts at in the general fund?
We would have to go back, and that's what we would work to between now and September. But again, I can tell you for the last 10 plus years, we've completely funded the fire department with the fire fee, and I'll explain why. Because using the fire fund to fund the fire fee is the most equitable way to pay for the services, because in the fire fund, everyone pays the non-ad valorem portion of the tax bill. So whether you're a condo, whether you're a 6-bedroom house, you pay a portion towards this. Now, when you use ad valorem taxes to help offset the cost of this, there are exemptions that are in place. So you have individuals who aren't paying any ad valorem taxes based on the number of exemptions. So that added cost will be spread over a smaller group of people. This allows you to have the cost spread, have an actual cost associated with every unit that receives the benefit. Now, to your question, if there was a will to do a general fund transfer, and we would have to go in and identify about $1.2 million in cuts, and we would have to look across all departments to try to identify how we accomplish that.
Okay.
And it cannot be, and it cannot. So, for example, there are costs, capital costs associated in fire that are capital in nature, meaning lease payments or payments for 2 ambulances that we have. That's about $360,000. So we don't have the ability to make a reduction to their capital because we've already acquired those items. But we can look in the general fund and make reductions to capital and/or operating expenditures. But again, that's something that we haven't done in probably over 10 plus years.
All right. You guys have done surveys and what other cities are doing and how much the fire fees are in other cities?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so what are the findings?
Uh, stand by.
Okay.
In the meantime, can I?
Commissioner Dunn is first. Go ahead.
Yes, that was gonna be my question. How does it compare? And I kind of feel like we had this conversation before, did we not?
Last year.
Last year.
And we raised it last year?
Yes,
How much did we raise it last year?
I think 40%. Was it 40%?
Hold on one second, Sean.
Yep.
And then we're proposing raising it again by how much this year?
We,
$30.
so.
36.
$36.
$36 for this year. I can tell you every year over the last 10 years, we've raised it every year with the
Yep.
exception of one. So the only year that we did not raise it was between 2016 to 2017. Every year thereafter, we've raised it some amount. Again, that amount varies from $22 to about $33.
Mm-hmm.
Are we required to vote on this now?
No.
Or could
Well,
you,
There's no
could you?
discussion.
What we're doing now is setting the maximum amount.
Yeah.
So again,
You can
what we're
always go
proposing is that the maximum amount be set at 696. And then between now and September, we could look to try to further reduce that if that's the will of the commission, but we have to set what the maximum number could be today. And then we can always reduce it as we go forward between now and September.
Yeah, I'd like to see how we can reduce that. Reduce that without, and I know it's hard, right? Because people want to pay less, but they still want to have the same level of service. So I want to make sure that we're not negatively impacting our team's ability to save lives safely. So my thought would be, let's look at how we can decrease that amount, particularly since we've been increasing it year over year. And it sounds like that might be one of those things that we're forever increasing. Do you know what I mean? So how can we?
So honestly, the city's budget is about 70 to 80% personnel related. And the only way we truly outpace this is by development, because what happens is that as you add to your tax base, your revenue increases, but you don't have those same number of increases on the personnel side.
Will the impact fees that we're going to collect help offset some of this?
The impact fees will allow us to offset some capital improvements. So if there are fire engines or rescues that need to purchase, or if there are renovations to facilities and buildings that they need to make, it'll help us offset the cost of that. If there's an additional fire station they're looking to make, it will help offset the cost of that. However, if we do add an additional fire station, and then we have to add, I believe it's 12 firefighters, chief, to a station. Yeah. Yes.
We're adding 12 firefighters?
No, I'm saying if you added a new fire station.
And we have
you would
to
Got it,
to
got it, got it.
firefighters to staff it. Even though the impact fees will allow us to pay for the construction of that station, it does not allow us to pay for the cost of those firefighters. Now, what the hope would be is that the development, the additional revenue that we would generate from those additional
Will offset
units
that.
would offset the cost of those additional firefighters.
Okay, well, my thought is, I would like to see how we can lower that amount without impacting safety and the team's ability to perform at the standard that they are now. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but y'all are magical. Let's see what you can do. Thank you.
Okay, so we have found that? Have we found the data? I can't hear you very well.
Weston is the highest, $703.49. So that would put us right under them.
We'll be right there with Weston. And so, can you give me 5 cities?
And these are all just single family. So this is the city of Coconut Creek. They're at 302.
302?
Yes, 302 for single family homes. Cooper City is 398.18. I'm going in alphabetical order of the cities. City of Coral Springs is 287.18. Dania Beach is 241.05.
What about Sunrise and Plantation?
Okay, Sunrise is 279.50.
Mm,
And Plantation is. I have another question. Oh, Plantation does not require, they have a volunteer.
so everyone is volunteered in Plantation?
Yes.
Yes, all the firefighters. So we are right there with Weston. The other cities, of course, are much, much, much lower. I'm not sure why that is.
I think Tamarack is around 520.
Okay. Right.
Or what's, this is all their 2025 assessment, 2026 is not out yet, so the proposal isn't out. But for 2025, Tamarack did 420.
Okay.
It's not.
How much is it?
So they're going up $100? Uh-huh. I mean, when we look at it across the board, right? That is pretty high.
Yes.
So we understand that our fire department works extremely hard. And like the police department, they deserve what is necessary in order to get their job done. And that requires capital. So we understand that. But however, I think $700 is a lot, especially for a city like Lauderhill, right? We are talking about so many of our seniors, fixed incomes and all these other challenges that we hear continuously. It will be a burden, a financial burden, which financial burdens can turn into other things as well, right? So, we don't have to go into that, but it will be a great financial burden on families to be able to now increase on this level. I have been hearing since I was a commissioner from 2018 the amount of our fire fees. I probably still have messages that I can retrieve that used to be on Facebook and otherwise that would speak to that it was pretty high and it was hard for a city like ours to be able to pay. So what I would like, and I would propose is if possible, if we can look at our budget and see if there's any way possible we can squeeze from various departments, put together to see if we can find $2 million, if that's the number, to be able to help them. And then we have to talk about it because we have to figure out what that means in terms of the city, in terms of service for the city and otherwise. But they definitely need the capital because you said to me that the only thing that was increased was salary and benefits and those sort of things. And those things were needed based on what? Just because the increase is going up, just like how everybody else's increase has
Yes,
gone up?
That's the collective bargaining agreement.
Yes, so that was necessary.
Yes.
Okay. So and they've been doing an excellent job in trying to find monies as well on their own through grants
They have.
to offset
Yes, they have.
different expenses. So this would have been higher.
Yes.
But let's try to take a better look, or let's revisit it again, see if there's some from our budget, if somehow we can figure out something. And then I do think we should set it at 696 for now because we can go back. We can go back, right? We can go back. That's what you're saying to
Yes.
me, is that this is not something that we're voted on right now
No,
where
it's
it's going to
just-
be in the newspaper.
It's the tentative rate, so we always have the option to reduce it.
Okay.
So we normally set it at the highest it could be, meaning that if we don't make any changes to the manager's proposed budget, this is what it would be. But based on your direction, and it seems to be the feeling of the commission, is that we'll go back and we'll take a look at the operating budgets of not just the fire department, but all of the departments.
And see what we can do.
See if we can
All
do
right,
that.
so I'm going to say, let's do that. In terms of the 696, let me hold off. Let me just hear what my colleagues are saying and get their perspective on it as well, all right?
Yes,
Commissioner Dunn, I know you have to leave, so we're mindful of that. And so Commissioner Campbell, being that you're in such a great mood today, can we allow Commissioner Dunn to speak before you, just a couple minutes, and then you can talk for 10 minutes? What about that?
She has to leave, but
Thank you kindly, Commissioner Dunn.
Thank you. The comparative list that you went through, does it indicate what the capacity of those fire departments are? Are we comparing apples
So-
to apples?
So what we've done, Justin, this is just part of what we do in our Office of Management and Budget, is that we even take a deeper look at it. So we actually compare staffing. And we do this not just for fire, but this is something that we do for all of our departments across the board. And what it shows is that our fire department operates efficiently. So when we look at our staffing levels compared to other staffing levels, that's not the issue. What happens is that we're totally funding our fire department from the fire fee, where others are subsidizing their fire department with ad valorem dollars. So, for example, Sunrise, who has the Sawgrass Mills Mall, has a large, they can afford to subsidize it with ad valorem dollars, is what they're doing.
I think what would help me to better understand it, Kenny, is if you could share that spreadsheet with comparing apples to apples so that I can see Sunrise, the breakdown for Sunrise, for example, what percentage is fire fee, what percentage is ad valorem fees. And then in terms of the services, we just heard all of the amazing benefits that our team offers our residents. So is it comparable? I mean, because I know we had the first community paramedicine program, right? One of the first, and then Sunrise now is. Oh, well, never mind. But you get my point, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just want to say as well that I'm leaving early because I need to get to the airport. I'm on the Federal Advocacy Committee for NLC, and we're going to be dealing with issues around Medicaid, Medicare, and other things that's going to help not only the city, but cities across the nation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Safe travels. Commissioner Campbell.
To me, this is the breaking point for me. You said I'm in a very good mood,
Yes.
but I will say to the chief and the city manager that I cannot see myself voting for a budget with an increase. I can tell you up front. We spent hours speaking about the millage rate and the direct impact that our resident will see or not see, even though it's reduced. It's going to be difficult for me to say we give something here and we take it back over here. This issue with the fire fee has been not a very welcome mood for years. And it's something that directly folks will see the increase. Has nothing to do with the county, has nothing to do with anything else. And therefore, I, with good conscience, will not vote for a budget that includes increase in the tax. Whatever you guys have to do, whatever miracle you have to run. And I'm not comparing it with any city. I'm just saying that increase in the fire fee at this point in time, I will not support. I'll have zero support for it. I don't know what we're going to do, but I can tell you, I'm not voting for a budget that has an increase in the tax fees. Okay? So if we have to delay, if you have to build that fire station, half of it, and then complete the next half next year, I don't know how you're going to do it, but you guys have to be creative. Well, I'm just one vote.
Yes, you are. And so, and an important vote. Did you hear that?
But I can only speak for my vote.
But what
I can't.
But one of the things that we have to take into consideration when we're having these discussions is the value. And I will tell you that I'm not advocating for an increase in anything. However, we have to take a look at it and not just turn our, say, no way, we're not looking at this. Because we have to look at the value and what is brought to the table. This fire department is perhaps one of the best fire departments that we have in Florida. And we probably can put them up against others in the nation. And I say that because we see how hard they work on a daily basis. And not only do they work hard, but they are extremely courteous. They're extremely professional. When they deal with people, the response that you always get back is always positive. So they're good for us in so many different ways. They're good for our branding. They're good for the name of the city. They're good for where the city is moving forward. And so I, like you, do not want to vote for any sort of increase at all. Nevertheless, if we are educating our community in terms of why we have voted for something, I believe the community will understand it. But I'm not saying that we should vote for this increase because I still think that number is high. And I don't necessarily know why it's high in the city of Lauderhill, lower in Plantation or Sunrise. I don't know if maybe it's split where say for instance, let's just take Sunrise. Sunrise, maybe half of the expense is put into the general budget, and then the fire fee just covers a certain portion of it. I don't know. But what I do know is that it is high. But what I also know is that you guys work really, really, really hard. And we have to be able to give you what is necessary in order for you to get your job done, period. So we have to figure it out along the way. So the city manager, I guess we are then leaning on you again, sir, to go back and do that diligence and to bring that information back to us and see the 5 of those cities that are more comparable to us, to see why their fees are lower. As one of our commissioners advised, comparing apples to apples and orange to orange, because definitely those other cities are functioning. Their fire departments are functioning. And perhaps they have a little bit more than we have. I don't know. But nevertheless, they're lower. We can't compare ourselves to Weston. You just can't. So I'm just saying that I agree. I'm not fully disagreeing with you, but value is also very important, right? So if you go into Walmart, you're not going to be able to get
That's where I go all the time.
Gucci and Louis Vuitton and those sort of things, right?
But
So it's a value and a quality sort of thing, right? So what I'm saying to you is that we have to look at what we are getting for the monies, and let's be fair across the board.
like any of us doing our personal budget at home, it's not just the need, but the reality.
Right.
And therefore, I would suggest to Kenny, let's not waste more time on this discussion, because you do need as much time as you can to go find the dollars. And it's not about if the fire department needs the funds, but we are not going to break the bank to do certain things, and we're not going to break the backs of the residents to do certain things. So it has nothing to do with if the fire department needs it or not. And I am not advocating to take anything away from the fire department. Wherever Kenny takes the money from, it's not, I mean, it's on you.
But it's our business.
Well, okay. So what I'm saying, just like I do at home with my small budget, there are times when I have to give up certain things. It doesn't mean it's not important, but there is no way, and this is my position, and it's not a debate anymore, that I will not vote for an increase. Okay? So we have some time for, and I would not waste time. The request to see what other cities are doing is just a formality, just to get a guide. So whether Sunrise has more money or less money and what they do, it's our budget at this point in time, and it's going to be relevant to our budget. And therefore, we should spend the time looking at our budget to see where we can trim some dollars elsewhere to facilitate it, not waste time on Sunrise, right? Because the information that we just got there is good enough for me. So I suggest that we look at other programs, we look at the other departments, and I'm not saying it's coming from your department. I'm saying it's coming from the budget, and wherever in the budget that some adjustment needs to be made, then so be it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Campbell, but I don't believe that us getting information and doing research is a waste of time.
Oh, I probably come across, when I said it's a waste of time, I meant that it is better for us to dig in our budget. And because with the Sunrises, whatever they do, I'm okay. I'm not voting for them.
But what we can do is, Commissioner,
Yeah.
is that when we look at this across the board, we're looking for best practice. We're looking for the reason why theirs is lower and ours is higher. And then we can compare and contrast.
I can tell you, they have more money than we have.
So, but you know that.
Yes, I know.
But I don't know that.
Okay.
So that's why I'm
All right,
asking the
you
city
can go look at
manager.
Sunrise. All I'm saying to you is that I can't in good conscience. It's something that has been in the community for many years that I can think of. The fire fee is not something that you smile about. So for us to keep poking it, it's going to explode one of these days. Increase any other fee you can increase. But that fee has always been a main issue. And for those of you who move around the community, they will tell you that fire fee. So I'm not playing with it. And I have no intention to touch it.
Okay. And that's fair. I think we are all saying the same thing, really, right? We don't want the fire fee to go up, but we need to be able to get information to make a better assessment. I think for me, I am one that needs more information. I'm not as smart as you, Commissioner Campbell. So I need a little
You're not
bit
as
more.
nervous as I am.
Yeah, I need a little bit more information to be able to make an intelligent decision. But I will say that in the meantime, when you guys are doing your diligence, you're also looking to see what we can do with our budget to be able to offset that. Yeah. Vice Mayor.
Yes. First, let me start off by saying I love the fire department, absolutely what you do. And I know you watch every single dollar. Last year, I was not for raising the fire fee, has nothing to do with the fire department. We had multiple discussions last year about going through the budget and trying to find different ways to offset or figure out how can we afford it. I did not have the support of the previous commission. My colleague here is steadfast in not raising the fee, and I stand with my colleague. And I would also say we have to go find those funds from somewhere else, not reduce any funds to the fire department. We have to just find it ourselves, whether we reduce something else we're doing to help find those funds. Not to take away from any of the first responders, but we cannot keep going up on this fire fee. We got to find another way. And so I'm glad my colleague.
Colleagues.
Oh, it's colleagues?
Yes.
So you included me because we have to make a.
I was the first one to say that
go
we should go and look. I don't think, oh, you mean in terms of not even saying that we're going to put it at what that number is, 696, and then come back and review it?
Correct. Last year.
Okay, got it.
We went kind of way up high to make
Got
it
it.
feel good. So we came back a little bit only to kind of meet somewhere in the middle. Whether it's in the middle or whether it's high, I still don't want no increase.
Okay, so you're saying that the $696, you don't even want to say You want to keep
They
it,
want to increase before.
so you want to keep it what it is right now, and we're not, so if we vote on it at 660 still, is that 660? So that means we can't go up after,
No, that's
in September. Okay, got it. And that's where you're at too, Commissioner Campbell.
It's obvious.
Yes. And what's your pleasure?
I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I mean, I don't want to burden taxpayers,
Okay.
with
Okay.
any more.
Okay.
I just want to,
Kenny, I know you're not going to sleep for couple weeks, but sorry to tell you.
But that's why he's in the position he's in. I know he can do things. He can work things out.
just correct the record. Tamarack was 420 for residential last year. This year is 450. Just want to correct the record.
$30.
Right.
Okay, all right. Okay, so what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we will leave it at 660, and then we'll figure out a way how to get the rest of the monies to the fire department. We will get the money to you, fire department. We just have to figure
We
out
won't
how to
take
do
anything
that.
from them.
Okay? Yes.
We'll,
Thanks.
we'll have a party and raise some funds, and
Commissioner Campbell's house.
that's funny.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
So he didn't even finish the presentation.
You, okay, go ahead.
So if I may, Hans, I guess for this, because we haven't approved the resolution, so the resolution needs to reflect 660, and then approved by the committee.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve as amended at 660.
And I will second that. So we have a motion, we have a second, we're open to the public. Chief, this is your time to. Okay, we're closed to the public. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodgson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martin,
Yes.
Mayor Grant.
Yes, and this has been passed 4-0. Okay? That's where we're at. Okay, Chief. So we have concluded, so we have adjourned this particular meeting. We're back to the budget review.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
And I'm almost done.
Yes, sir. Questions, okay.
Just a couple of slides left. So fire preventions and support services, as you can see, they work very hard in attending to all the after fires to ensure that we could find the cause of those fires, as well as our support service, ensuring that we have everything that our firefighters need to do their jobs efficiently and safely, as well as second bunker gear, which we established a couple of years back for the prevention of cancer, and ensuring that we have all of our supplies when hurricanes do come by. Next slide. Here's a slide on our fire emergency and emergency management division, which obviously handles the bulk of the call volume in our department, in our city. Just some illustrations explaining what we do during storms. Actually, during the April floods a couple of years back, we had to deploy some of our water units to be able to rescue patients effectively back to safety and higher grounds. And before we close, I would just like to say that when discussing staffing and departmental structure, yesterday we had an opportunity to actually celebrate the achievement of 20 years plus of some of our city employees. But we talked about, and I think Don mentioned, as part of the strategic plan of retention of employees. Just wanted to make a note. In the fire department alone, out of our 125 firefighters, we have 65% of our workforce is 10 years or more. 10 years of experience or more. 33% of our workforce, 20 years or more. That's approximately 41 people. 41 firefighters that have 20 years plus. That shows really good retention Our firefighters love to work for our city. They're committed, and they're definitely called this their home. And in closing, our obvious goal is to deliver the highest level of service to every resident and visitor in our city. And again, I thank you for your constant support for our department, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, thank you so much, Chief. Again, the work that you guys do is beyond, and it exceeds all expectations. I think I'm consistent every year in saying that, right?
Absolutely.
Every single year, because I see it, I hear from the residents, and I am so pleased and confident when I call you guys. I know that, and I have called. I know that you guys are going to show up and you're going to be equipped and you're going to take care of us. And most recently, I had a situation with my mom. I'm transparent, so I can share those things. And she called me at like 1 in the morning, and she was having what she thought were some challenges. And so I called the fire department, and you guys came. And after leaving and taking her to where she needed to be at the hospital, she said to me, "Boy, them is the best." She said, "I just love them," because the way in which that you guys dealt with her was just incredible. And she felt safe with you, and she was so pleased. And so I thank you guys so much for that. I think I called you, you reached out to me again and told me, that you had heard she was there. But whatever I can do in this capacity to ensure that the fire department is successful, I'm going to try my very, 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 very best, right? And so, and I believe my colleagues, Commissioner Campbell, you have to look straight ahead. I believe that my colleagues feel the exact same way, and we're going to figure out how to get the monies to you.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Okay?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, we're going to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. That's it? Yep, nothing else? Okay. And, okay now. Planning and zoning. And code enforcement, right?
And building.
And building. Boy, Kenny just give persons all sorts of jobs. It's like 10 jobs to one person. That's consistent.
Throughout the country.
Throughout the county?
Throughout the country.
Oh, the country. Okay, got it.
After this fire fee, it's about to be 11 jobs.
What was that, Vice Mayor?
After the fire fee is going to be about 11 jobs.
You're right. We were just discussing that. You are
Oh.
absolutely right.
All righty.
So, good
Okay.
evening.
Good evening.
I'm happy to present to you the first budget of the Development Services Department. So Development Services includes the Building Department, Building Division, Code Enforcement Division, the Planning and Zoning Division, and then administrative staff that support all three of those divisions. So I have an administrative manager that helps to oversee those administrative staff and the administrative functions that as I go through each of those divisions, I'll explain that those personnel that that administrative manager oversees with the customer service aspects to each of those divisions and the support functions that they serve, they carry over through each of those three divisions. So I have two code supervisors that oversee all the code enforcement inspectors, building official that oversees the chief inspectors that we are hiring, or the contracted help that we retain to perform the functions of the building division. Molly, as you know, this is our city planner, who oversees some of the functions of the planning and zoning department. So our function is to maintain the activity and oversee property maintenance and buildings. This is just some images of some new construction, Westgate at University. So the building division one of the administrative roles that they do. Each of these divisions has an administrative advisory board that they oversee, whether they are writing violations or presenting items to a board. There's an advisory board that they present some things to get, and those advisory boards are often members that are appointed by the city commission. This unsafe structures board is actually used by the Broward County. We utilize the unsafe structures board for this process, but the building division, they review, process, issue permits and applications every day, day in, day out. The administrative staff takes in those permit applications. They speak with residents. They speak with contractors, architects, people of all walks of life that are coming in trying to get permits and construction work done in the city of Lauderhill. They help to process those applications, issue certificate of occupancies or certificate of completions, depending on the type of work, and also help coordinate with the code enforcement department about the 30, 40, and 50-year inspections. So the building division's primary role is to oversee the construction on private property. And the planning and zoning division. So the planning and zoning division's primary role is to assist developers through the entitlement process. Sequentially, I would say that planning and zoning functions tend to happen before they come to the building department, but alphabetically, building comes before planning and zoning. So that's why I chose to do that slide that way. But a lot of times the planning and zoning functions happen first. The setting up the land use, making sure that the zoning is in place, making sure that people are allowed to do the things they want to do on their property. The planning and zoning staff will review all those applications. There's a wide variety of applications that the division processes, and I did not list them all here, but they help to coordinate the advisory boards that are staffed by the various city departments. So the Development Review Committee is comprised of several city staff, city engineering, fire department, building staff, and the Development Review Committee reviews the initial plans well before it goes to the building department to, again, make sure that new construction is going to be built in accordance with the city's codes. After things go to the Development Review Committee, they go to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then ultimately the City Commission for decisions. And so the advisory board coordination is one of the functions of the Planning and Zoning Division. Again, I'm not going to list all the applications that the Planning and Zoning Department do, but each one of those applications, the city staff reviews against the city's code and make sure that they are consistent with the rules before they can then move on to the building permits and permitting. They issue development orders once those plans are approvable and in compliance with all codes. And then one of the other functions is monitoring the active development approvals. So we should not extend what the city is capable of doing, and that's what the comprehensive plan is for, making sure that the city has enough water, transportation, schools. That's what the comprehensive plan is, making sure that the city has enough capacity for future residents or future businesses. And so when a new development, whether it's a multifamily apartment complex or it's a shopping center, we as staff need to make sure that the city has enough capacity to make sure that building can come online, and that we don't have too many plans on the shelves of active approvals that will one day be like, oh yeah, I want to come in and do that. We have to make sure that those active approvals we follow up with those people to make sure that they are still working on it. And if not, we close them out to say that, okay, well, this has been 3 years since you've come here. You're not going to do that. So we're not going to reserve any capacity for that anymore. So that is the Planning and Zoning Division. And then code enforcement. So here's a couple of before and after pictures that you can see. So this is one of the things that the code enforcement division is out there doing every day, is right in the streets and making sure that that they're trying to identify areas that and properties that aren't in compliance with the city's code and trying to bring attention to the property owners and making things better. So that's some before and after pictures, but they also have an advisory board coordination. So the code board is um, the advisory board that they bring their notices of violations to, and they meet a couple times a month. Those board members are again appointed by the city commission, so they coordinate with those board members. They bring those items and cases, and that's the administrative staff, and then the code officers actually present those cases. They are out there educating the public on the processes, procedures, and applicability of the city's land development regulations and code of ordinances. They also go out to homeowners associations to advise them on the normal code violation, to try to bring awareness of what the city's programs are, or what things are that they can do to try to keep their property up to date to avoid code violations. So that is Development Services Department in a nutshell.
Daniel, on that code enforcement, do you have it broken up where some officers are only responsible for residential, some officers are responsible for commercial?
No, I think that was one of the strategies before. Right now, there's not really a hard division between commercial and residential. And I would also say that we loosely use the boundaries that we have. So we do have a zone map of the inspectors. So each inspector is kind of designated a certain area of the city. And so that's kind of their primary area where they clock in and they go to that area and they're more familiar with those neighbors and those streets to better identify what kind of changes might have happened. But it's commercial, it's residential, it's a combination of both of those things.
And if I may just add to that also, Vice Mayor, with the creation of the Community Standards Division, one of the things that happens is that through community standards, they actually inspect every business. So it's their responsibility to go business to business throughout the entire city, and as well as fire. Fire inspects every business as well as part of their annual inspection. But through community standards, they actually go out, they verify the certificate of use, and while they're there, they actually verify if there are any violations. So they address those while they're there. Not just in addition to the commercial, they also do the same for the minimum housing inspections. So they actually, which we consider to be businesses. So community standards actually go out and they perform minimum housing inspections at all residential rental properties. So they're also writing violations related to those while they're there as well. So in addition to code enforcement, they are supported by community standards that touches every rental property and every commercial business.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, sir?
For by the mayor. And one of the things that was pointed out there in terms of code is that the city needs to set an example in terms of their responsibility and therefore lead in a more positive way. And a few areas were identified where it's the responsibility of the city, like trees. I think what was pointed out on 44, where the trimming of the edges that goes across the sidewalk were not properly kept. So I'm just encouraging code to make sure they police themselves properly so they can influence the community on a whole.
A work order was put in following that meeting. A work order was put in following that meeting for Public Works to look into that street to maintain.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Next.
I just recall the complaint that was made at the meeting about the code not policing themselves before the police residents, with the edges that were overgrown on the walkway.
Yes.
Yes, so, please police yourself before you police us. Wait, did I say us? The residents.
Yeah. So, Danielle, I know that I stepped away and so Commissioner Campbell, you've already addressed that, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So with code enforcement in itself, it's not just that particular area that they're speaking of. I have driven around the city from the east, central, west, all of that. And I know that we are working, we're working. But at the same time, there are many different areas that are concerned that they're being picked on, of course, but yet still we're not. We ourselves don't look so good, right? And we're not necessarily doing our jobs. So as Commissioner Campbell said that, I think we have to really have more. I don't even know more if it's more presence or whatever it is, but clearly there is some areas that need attention. I don't want to say neglect. There's neglect, but there's areas that really need attention. And one of the main things for us is the beautification component, and I think it's imperative. I'm sure that you work very closely with the Public Works Department because a lot of the heavy lift is on Public Works. Yes, Chief. Yes, and I know that we're trying to do the best that we can. I actually spoke with the city manager maybe if it's not yesterday, the day before, and say if it was possible, if we can just hire, maybe even for 3 months or so, 3 to 6 months until we kind of get things together, because I know you guys are in the process of hiring individuals as well, but just people who are just out there for our main streets, just picking stuff up, picking up, cleaning up, that sort of thing. Maybe a shift in the morning, a shift in the evening time. But our main streets need a lot of attention. I am hearing it a whole lot. I don't bombard you with the stuff, but I do with this to the city manager. And we definitely have to pay a lot of attention to it because when you drive into certain cities, you don't see the litter. You don't see all of those things, especially on where the areas that we're responsible for. You drive into some cities and you can tell that you have left some cities and entered into other cities. I want that to be the same feel that we receive as well. When we drive into the city of Lauderhill, that we get that feel of calm, of being fully clean and all of those things. I think those things are very, very important. And so if we can actually figure out a way how to get that done, I think that is important. I think it's almost an emergency, but I won't say so. But I think it's important because we're hearing it a lot, and not just from certain communities, but across the city.
We'll look into
How many persons do you have on your staff
total. I can't read that.
for code enforcement?
27. For code enforcement specifically, I think it's 9 inspectors, but I'm going off the top of my head.
Inspectors mean workers?
Officers that are patrol.
So just 9
Off the top of my head.
for the entire city?
So one of the things that I spoke of a few minutes ago, Mayor, is that we also have the Community Standards Division. How many people do you have?
The community what?
Community standards under finance.
So in community standards, where we have actually 7 as well, their responsibility is to address all the commercial properties as well as our single-family rental properties. So they actually touch those properties. They provide inspections and they also do code enforcement. So if there are violations when they are present, they actually write those violations while they're present. So they help supplement what happens in code enforcement as for what Daniel was speaking of. So again, So all,
So community standards have their own people that go out and do the work of code enforcement?
so they go out and they provide inspections. So they go out and they provide minimum housing inspections and they provide commercial inspections. So they touch every commercial business similar to the fire department. Fire department goes out and they do fire inspections on every commercial building. So they go out and they inspect for the fire code. Community standard goes out and does inspections for the building code as well as the certificate of uses. So they address those matters while they're present.
Which is under Yolon?
Correct.
That's interesting.
Well, again, that is based on the experiences that we've had when they were together. Just again, the experiences where we had where they were together, they were both operating, I guess you would say, performing code enforcement. But one of the things that's important is that the separation community standards is revenue driven. That's why it's in finance. So everything that they do generates revenue. So for example, it's their job to ensure that a business has a COU. They collect the COUs. They ensure that if you don't, they take it to special master, which is separate than code board. Code board, based on the code, goes to the code enforcement goes to the code board, where the community standards based on how the code is written, they go to a special master. So anything that's related to the special master, community standards handles. Anything that's related to the code board, code enforcement handles. But the community standards is more so revenue driven, where code enforcement is more so quality of life.
Right. So code enforcement then does not deal with commercial properties?
No, they do. If they're riding around and there are violations at the commercial properties, yes, they will stop and they will deal with it. But community standards makes it a point to go to every commercial property. And while they're there, they deal with it also. So it lessens I guess you'll say, it kind of provides support to code enforcement because we're going in to verify that you have a certificate of use. So
Okay.
If you're across the street, we're going door to door to door to door, which takes up a lot of time.
Right.
From what code
So
enforcement.
how does that work in terms of reporting? So do they go out, of course, I'm assuming daily. Do they give a daily report? Do they give a weekly report?
They give daily. So so community standards is more so task driven. So they go out and they know which properties they're going to. They know which properties they're inspecting today. So every day they go out with a list of properties that they have to inspect, both commercial and residential. Code enforcement is more so it's more so a discretion. So code enforcement officers have the discretion. They have a zone they're assigned to. They ride around and they identify violations based on that manner. So again, from a reporting standpoint, community standards will tell you that today we did 30 inspections and here are the businesses that we inspected. Here's the report that say what the violations are, whether they're residential or commercial. So and again, that's revenue driven because it's tied to their business license, their COU.
So these are businesses that are in homes?
Yes.
Okay.
So they're home-based businesses
Yeah.
that we inspect and residential rentals.
Right, got it. Okay, so so community standards has a specific task.
Correct.
So they come into work, they know that they have maybe 10, 15 properties that they have to go and inspect. They bring back the report,
Yes.
right? And they're primarily commercial.
They're business related. So
They're business related because some of them are in residential homes.
so
But I think my question then is, we have 5 persons. And how many businesses do we have in the city of Lauderhill? And how is that divided up?
So we have 2,000 commercial businesses and about 3,000 residential rentals.
So
And
5,000 altogether?
correct. And they complete in their goal and not their goal, but and this was part of the issue that we had with Lauderhill Housing before, because this was what they were doing and not completing that tasks. So we have to have all of those businesses inspected and reported prior to July 1st of each year.
Right.
So they have completed those businesses based on that inspection queue.
So so 5 persons for 5,000 businesses?
Yeah, over 365 days. Yes, they work 6 days a week. Absolutely.
What's the ratio?
I haven't done the math, but we can, I've done it in the past and we know that it works based on the number of inspections. I think they do an average of 8 to 9 inspections a day, I believe it is.
And it works out?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
it has worked out. We know for sure because they completed it this year.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay.
But the point is that when they go to both commercial and residential units, they are write violations as well. So if they're there to do a minimum housing inspection and they pull up and the driveway is in disrepair, or the property inspection numbers are not on the
Then they
house,
communicate with code
no,
enforcement.
they write the violation.
They write the violation
And then hand it out.
and then they give it to you guys. Okay, so you're working in
But it's more
conjunction.
efficient, right?
Okay, so then, so we understand what the task is there, but with code enforcement in itself, how you have 20 persons.
So if there's 9 officers and two supervisors, that's code.
So
So it's 11 total
So it's 11 total for the entire city.
for the city.
That's not a lot.
It works.
May I say something?
Sure, but I think that to me doesn't seem like a whole lot. I feel like with the city that we have and the amount of work that is needed in this time, that code enforcement should at least have 20 persons or 25 to be able to cover it, because then how do you divide that up? I'm sure you divide it up into zones. Is it 8 zones? Like how the Community Budgetary Advisory Board has 8 zones? Is it that way?
Yeah, we have about 8 zones.
Okay, and so then perhaps there would be what, 1.5 person to a zone, like
Well,
2
again,
people?
that's why it's a little bit fluid. Like
Yeah.
we have 9 zones and each person has their zone, but every person doesn't work 7 days a week. So that's why one person may have their designated zone, but every one has like east side or west side, and then they kind of.
So as the director of that particular department, do you think that you have the staff that is needed in order for you to accomplish the task?
I think that we would certainly welcome more staff and we would try to accomplish more things.
Mayor.
We certainly get a lot of inquiries, but we will certainly, but I
think
know
what's
that we are
important-
limited to what we
I
have.
think what's important when we ask those questions, and it does go back to what Don spoke of earlier, it does go back to what the commissioners and yourself spoke of earlier. It's not necessarily just about the number of people. It's about the task or the level of work that they're performing.
Right.
So, for example, we oversaw code enforcement with the same number of people, and we had fewer complaints. Now, what has happened is we have a lot newer code enforcement officers than we've had in the past, where we had more experienced code enforcement officers. So I can tell you, just looking at historical numbers, we used to have over 50 cases going to the code board per code board meeting. Now, because we have less experienced officers, we don't have that same volume that's actually being written by the officers that we have. So before we go hire additional staff, I think it's important that we make sure that, and Daniel and I
And we
had
are
this
working on training
conversation,
right now.
is that we make sure that our staff is properly trained. We talked about things that we can do to target them, to focus them. For example, this week, we're looking at parking violations and lawn violations. So now they know that when they're riding around, because it's less discretion, because they have a lot of discretion. So now they know this week we're out, we're looking at everyone's lawn, we're looking at the cars parked on driveways, we're looking at these specific things and address it in that manner. So I wouldn't necessarily say we're at a point where we need to go hire additional staff. I think we need to look at what we're doing as a philosophy as it relates to code enforcement to make sure that we're getting the most out of the staff we have before we go make the decision to actually hire additional people.
For me, theory is different than application, right?
And I've overseen the department for about 15 years, so I know exactly how it's
Yeah.
how
So for me, I can only base this on the complaints that I get. And I always say this, one of the things in the city, perception, as Don says, is not reality, but it's your reality. Your perception is your reality, but it's not the reality. For us, the reality is that the residents see the commission as the ones that if something good happens, thank you to the commission. If something bad happens, then they blame the commission because they have voted us in order to carry out the duties, right? The residents don't know about the city manager or staff. They just feel as if we are the ones that are doing everything. So when something is not done, the blame comes on the mayor, it comes on the commission as a whole. So it is our responsibility to be able to ensure that the work is done and that it's executed properly. In addition to that, we have to be mindful that we get the complaints. I get more complaints, I'm sure, than Kenny. let's not just say complaints. I get more phone calls. I get more information than Kenny. And because the residents are reaching out to us directly. So as a result of that, the commission's responsibility, and I think it's important for you to remember this as well, Commissioner Campbell and Commissioner John, I thought he was here, is that we set the vision. The city manager's responsibility is to carry it out. So if we are saying that we need more people to be able to help us right now because it's necessary, it may not be permanently, but we need it temporary in order to carry something out so we can get up to speed. It's just like, and I'm practical with things. If you are in an emergency situation, you go to the emergency room and they're going to be working on you, maybe 5, 6, 7 doctors until you're stabilized, and then you can be put on a regular floor. And then you may have 1 or 2 doctors and a nurse or whatever. It's the same situation here. I'm hearing too many complaints about code enforcement and about the place not being clean. It's very simple. So whatever we need to do in order to fix it up or to make sure that the residents are pleased, our responsibility, not necessarily the responsibility of the residents, because they have to take care of their responsibility as well. But what we need to do on our end, it needs to be done. And I'm carrying this burden. I told the city manager that yesterday. I'm carrying the burden. And in order for me to release this burden, I have to at least see that it's being done. Not by just chatting it up, but actually getting the work done. It's important that the residents feel as if they're living in the city, that when they speak, they are heard, and that in addition to that, they can trust us with the work.
So if I may respond?
If I
May-
one point before you do, Daniel, I think also, and the reason you hear me interject, Mayor, when certain department directors are speaking, is because I have a more global view of what's actually happening with the entire city. So for example, they're speaking of their specific needs if they're in their specific department, but I'm also receiving direction from the commission to go back and find $1.5 million, cut the tax rate, and cut the fire fee. When I'm saying that 75 to 80% of our true expenditures are directly tied to staff. So it becomes increasingly hard to increase code officers, to increase police officers, while I cut the tax rate and not raise the fire fee. So there has to be a balance, and I think that's what I'm charged with doing, is pointing out that there has to be a balance, and that I will work with my staff to ensure that, yes, we're carrying out the goals of the city, but I think sometimes it's about processes, not necessarily people, because I also have to carry out the goal of the city, where I was just told to not raise the fire fee, go to the general fund, which police and code enforcement is part of, and find $1.5 million. And knowing that 75% of that is tied to staff.
Okay.
So that's the other side that I have to also balance. So that's why you hear me interject, because Daniel would definitely speak about his needs, but his concern isn't what's happening with this tax rate.
Right.
And that's my concern.
I understand. Fair enough. It's valid points. Valid point. So what we need to do then is figure out more creative ways how to engage the community, our boards, our volunteers, whomever, to be able to help. Maybe we need to do more community cleanup events and activities, which doesn't cost a whole lot of monies, and go around the city with that sort of campaign, get everyone involved so we can get the city cleaned up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Commissioner Campbell.
Madam Mayor, I was at your, I'm very observant at times and not all the time.
You're
but
always
at times.
observant, sir.
I was at the meeting, and there was a gentleman that commended the mayor for putting in what I think is the worst law I've ever heard. And Kenny, when did the state put in that plug where, in order for the citizens to participate in their community and report incidents, they have to give their name, social security,
About 2 years ago.
bank account, Fine. So
About 2 years.
I was the president of my HOA for many years. And I'm just throwing figures. A large percentage of code involvement was what we reported. That element is gone. I'm walking on the street and there are so many things that the residents want to, as they did before, because most of the thing that the city, and you mentioned about how many cases are going to the court board, that has decreased because the residents no longer can call the city about anything in their community because they have to provide all this information. So we have lost that very, very important component of enforcing code. Regardless, well, obviously, as the mayor is saying, if we increase the amount of personnel, it will help. But I think the most of what the city did in the past, and I really don't have the figures, is coming from the community. And that element of it is gone. People are now fearful of reporting basic things in their community because they have to give all this information that is now required by law. And hence, that element of it, the value of it, we can't replace because the amount of calls the city used to be getting about issues and then code respond to it no longer exists. And therefore, unless we get some folks to go to Tallahassee and address that issue, I don't know why they came. Anyone know why the justification? It came out of nowhere, and therefore, because I know a lot of communities are not Lauderhill that
Mr.
depend
Campbell,
on
the rationale was that number of people were using code enforcement as a tool to attack neighbors, friends, and calling anonymous complaints. And obviously, one legislator believed that anonymous complaint was something of the past, and then this new law, that will require disclosure of your name at least. You don't have to give all the information, but you have to disclose your name. But that was the basis, the rationale, because for years you can call in or you can email and not indicate who you are. But that's Tallahassee.
But you realize we lost that significant part of our.
Unfortunately, your neighbor may hate you because now you know you filed a complaint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel. We appreciate you.
Parks, I think as well. What page? Oh.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
Sean is no good.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I think it's good evening now. Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Mayor. I don't think I'm the last one. Mr. City Attorney. Scott Newton, Parks and Recreation Department. I am joined by Deputy Director Marcellus Green and Assistant Director Daphne Dyer. We are going to go over our, we're going to go over our org chart. The city manager asked us to reorganize the department a little bit and build our middle management. So our two directors are going to manage three individuals. So Deputy Director Green is going to manage two recreation superintendents and the city rangers, and Daphne Dyer is going to oversee the aquatic superintendent, the administrative operations manager, and I can't see that far. Yeah, the transportation department. So that way they'll each have three divisions that they'll oversee. We currently have 91 employees, 60 part-time and 31 full-time. Next slide. 91 total.
Oh, wow.
We have a few open positions, but not many. How many? 60 part-time.
6-0.
6-0. Yep.
That's good for you, Commissioner Campbell. You like part-times. Part-timers.
All right, so we're going to go into the programs. Currently, we're going to discuss the programs we're offering and the programs that we're going to ask you to fund this current year. So we're going to start off with our youth sports program. The department offers a robust amount of youth sports programs. We're approaching about 1,500 participants. They participate in sports such as tackle football and cheerleading, track and field, travel and recreation soccer, recreation basketball, golf, swim team, boxing, youth cricket, netball, tennis, basketball clinics, karate, and judo. We coordinate all of these sports with about 200 volunteers. And one thing I wanted to make note of, and I want to thank Marcellus Green and Daphne Dyer, we have currently met the state mandate to do level 2 background checks on all of our coaches. So that the law just changed and we are up to date. So that's how we're vetting all our coaches. So next slide. Also, our park programming has expanded outside of youth sports. So we're currently offering a lot of programs that aren't youth sports. Some of those programs, most of them are in the STEM field. Once we got that grant 2 years ago from National League of Cities, we've started increasing our STEM programming. So annually, we hold a STEM summit that services about 300 kids, and we have 30 vendors from different fields of the STEM industry, and the kids get exposure to those. That has led to STEM Saturdays, which is every third Saturday of the month. That program has been so popular, the STEM Saturdays, that we now do a second STEM Saturday with Royal Palm Elementary, most of that being funded by the United Way. So we've developed partners, and all of our kids in Lauderhill are now not being left behind in the STEM industry field. We also have film and technology with LaRue Sarvis at Veterans Park. CJ runs a teen fashion design program at St. George, and Daphne several years ago and to this day still oversees the Lauderhill Teen Council program, which has 20 kids and is very stable and successful. Next slide. We have built up our after-school program. We currently have 6 after-school vendors. The thing to take note here is these are all vendors, and they're offering programs all throughout the city of Lauderhill. The programs run from 2 to 6 p.m. The exciting part for us is that we don't have the cost of the staff. The vendors are highly motivated because they're running their business, and the programs are held at West Kenlark with Harmony Development. And actually Harmony Development, in their grant, they have to pay a lease. So they're paying us $2,000 a month just to be there. In his hands is at Satkin Center, Sunshine Smiling Faces at St. George, Murray Wells at John Mullen, Only the Beginning at Wally Elfers, and Nailed It DIY is at Veterans Park. So as you can see, it's East, Central, and West. So after school programming is going well. Next slide. So currently we're doing summer camp programming as we speak. We currently have 12 summer camps at different locations. The exciting part about our summer camp programs is they're very diverse. We have junior lifeguard camp at Veterans Park with Yvonne Pubian. We have a soccer camp there. We have the 4Life golf camp. The Windermere, we have a Goo Cuts Barber Academy. So I'm not sure too many cities have a Barber Academy summer camp. Murray Wells is doing an art camp. We also have Girls Resilient, Intelligent, and Tenacious at Windermere. We have police camps using the facilities. Only the Beginning by Robert Crumb at the Lauderhill Museum. Of course, every year Jackie Vernon Thompson does her etiquette training with the Youth Empowerment Village. And we're even hosting, they're just visiting 2 days a week, but the temple in Inverary is coming to the ICC. So 12 different summer camps. We're servicing about 175 campers currently. Next slide. Our senior programs, our seniors are very dear to us. We kind of have a vibrant senior program serving seniors 55 and older. Most of the programming is at the Satkin Community Center, West Kenlark, and St. George. Obviously, one of the big staples is Teen Time with Seniors, conducted by the mayor. We have the 55-plus walking program for the seniors at all the parks. And the seniors, Monday through Thursday at Sackett Center from 9 to 1, do things such as bingo, travel trips, focus seminars, technology improvement. So they have a ton of different programs that we offer. It's only $5 a year, $25 a year for non-residents. One of the things I also wanted to highlight with the senior programming is our Are You OK program. So staff will check out bi-weekly with seniors that might not have a lot of family, keep in touch with them. We check in on them, make sure they're doing okay. We also keep a vulnerable population list. So when storms and hurricanes come, we check on the list and make sure any of the seniors that are in need. And the biggest thing that I'm really happy with is we've developed partnerships with Area Agency on Aging and with Heart to Heart. So anytime we get a phone call with a senior in need that might not have rent, might need groceries, might need some work done around the house, we reach out to these organizations, and a lot of time we get these seniors' needs met. St. George has the birthday club, and West Kenlark, we're doing a lot of exercise programs. Next slide. Our adult program, so we're trying to improve and increase our adult program. I went too far. So the big one is Saturday nights from June to July, which is the Caribbean American Soccer Association, cricket and netball. And typically there's about 2,000, 3,000 people there on a Saturday night. Line dancing, we're hosting at St. George and Veterans Park. Judo at St. George and Veterans Park. And we just developed a 9 and Wine program at the golf course. And that is every Friday for adults. And you can come out and get golf instruction from our golf pro from 4 to 7, and it will end in August with a tournament. So we're excited about developing that program. The big thing in Parks and Rec is pickleball. That's the biggest craze. So we offer pickleball at Wolk and Westwind for adults. And now that we have the indoor ICC plus the Sackett Center elevator fixed, you're going to start to see pickleball inside as well. So we're trying to do more programming for the adults. Next slide. So health and wellness, obviously Parks and Rec is a great venue for health and wellness and promoting it. Daphne Dyer has done a great job over the years of developing our fitness classes. We have so many diverse fitness classes. You can take Soca step, spinning, water fitness, boot camp, African dance, Caribbean dance, yoga, walking programs, cardio kickboxing, personal training, and stretching. And I probably left 2 or 3 out. So we have a diverse group of health and wellness programs. And as much as we're happy with the physical fitness, our big focus has been on mental health. So we've been doing a lot of programming with mental health, and we want to continue to do that. This past year and coming forward, we did a spring break camp and a winter break camp, and they had mental health workshops in the majority of the camp. That was our Frost Winter Camp and our SOAR Spring Break Camp. We also partner with NAMI, which is National Alliance of Mental Health. They come out and speak to all of our youth sports programs, letting them know that mental health is not uncommon, it's not uncool. Let people know, and then how to help when you're experiencing that. We also plan to partner with Unmute Yourself, Chess Whiz, and Dr. Harge to offer more programming in those areas. So you'll see that throughout the budget. Next slide. Aquatics Department. Our Aquatics Department is responsible for maintaining 3 aquatic facilities. The main focus is on drowning awareness. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children under the age of 4, and the Aquatic Department got the gold standard from the Department of Health because we have offered swim lessons to 9 Broward County schools. So the big focus is on offering as many swim lessons as possible. The Aquatics Department has also offered city swim lessons at both John Mullen and West Kenlark. Water fitness programming we've been asked to increase, and we've increased it. The seniors are now doing water fitness at Wolk and at Veterans Park. We have the active swim team at Veterans Park Monday through Friday. And then we're doing open swim 10 to 2 right now for the 12 summer camps at John Mullen. Just want to make one point of reference too. We're about to do even more programming with swim lessons with the Boys and Girls Club at John Mullen. There's a grant out there, Water Smart Broward, and we are able to accept that grant, and they will fund 8 30-minute free swim lessons. So we're about to even increase the amount of swim lessons we do. Next slide. Special events. So special events, basically these events are designed to bring community together, celebrate cultural diversity. last year and this next year, we're proposing Thanksgiving baskets, which served 500 residents. A toy giveaway that served 800 residents. I think we're the first city to do the glow-in-the-dark basketball and tennis programming, which served 200 residents. The Easter egg hunt, 400 residents. Winter Wonderland saw possibly 500 plus residents. This coming Saturday, we have our backpack giveaway that serves about 1,000 residents. And then the Independence Drone Show. So those are all programs we're proposing in the future year. And then also I included in this, Mayor, the Adopt a Park program, because it's kind of a mini special event for us. So we are that's spread out all throughout the budget as well. So we want to make sure our parks are safe and beautiful, and we'll do community events where we blitz the parks. Next slide. So our transportation division, the transportation division oversees 7 community shuttle service routes. They all operate about 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Currently, they transport, up to this date, we've transported 191,543 people. At the end of the year, it's usually around 250,000 that have participated in the shuttle services. We always meet the county's mandated 7.1 passenger per hour on our shuttle routes. And then also we transport approximately about 15,000 senior youth sports participants, summer camp participants in our in-house transportation. And then the last slide is our city rangers. Currently, we have 7 full-time and 3 part-time rangers. A ranger is on duty 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. They open and close the parks. They provide security details for commission meetings, workshops, special events, youth sports practices for football, track, CASA, netball, and cricket. They perform approximately 1,500 safety patrols through the parks yearly. They usually generate about 150 incident reports, reporting park damage, homelessness, and incidents. So having the rangers in our department has been very successful for us. And that concludes the presentation.
That was pretty detailed. Okay. So you spoke a little bit about grants and receiving grants, right? So when you guys do grants, who typically write your grants?
So the previous grant, we've tried once or twice, but we actually contracted it out. It was a quick one due, so we paid for a company that does grants at that time.
Okay, all right. But in general, would it be the grant
Yeah, we would
department?
usually go to Kenny and
Grants
ask him if we
department?
can go for the grant, and then the grants department would usually oversee it.
Okay. Kenny, do we have a grant writer at current?
We do not have a person with the title grant writer, but that is something that Sean is proposing that we do in the coming year's budget, is to bring on an actual grant writer.
Okay, that would be important.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So with that, and so I know that when we had the meeting, I think it might have been last week or week before last, we talked about to look at programs that are no longer effective, to figure out the ones that are and that are relevant, and to keep those programs, considering that times have changed and some of these programs may not be as appealing anymore to our young people, right? So what is the information that you guys have gathered in terms of if there are any programs that you have decided no longer to partner with? And is there any new programs that you're bringing on board?
So when Marcellus and I and Daphne talked about it, there wasn't that many programs that we could come up with that weren't well attended. Usually if they're not well attended, we don't do them for too long. Some of the areas that we think we want to add, we're looking to partner with Broward County and do more special needs programming, as we could add some special needs programming. And I think the method of providing more contracted vendors to provide more services that don't cost us money are things we're looking at. So we continually go out and request for proposals, and we try to do it once or twice a year and get as many vendors offering programs as we can. So we've gotten a lot of different proposals, and there's a few that we still need to bring before you to approve. There's a couple that are getting things together, and like we have a tennis instructor that wants to go, and so we have a couple of instructors that we want to bring on. There's a few that we wanted to bring on that didn't apply that we want to go back out and have them apply. So,
So with the mental health component and also we were mentioning that perhaps can be tied to the public safety initiative that you guys are going to do as well. What did you guys come up with? What kind of programs?
I think we need a little more time with that. I know, we have the audience in the youth sports program.
Hmm?
So they're a captive audience. So I think we were looking at trying to reach our captive audience.
I don't
First-
understand.
So, well, the football, they're there Monday through Friday. We know they're there. It's not sending out a code red and saying, come Saturday. And they don't
No,
come.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about programs specifically. What did you guys come up with that perhaps could help with our wellness component
I gotcha.
and our public safety component that we talked about 2 weeks ago?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon,
Good
Commissioner.
afternoon.
Some programs that we're looking to incorporate, again, if you look at our budget, we incorporated Dr. Hodge in the entertainment and the edutainment thing for him to come and speak to all of our programs consistently throughout the year. We're also looking to work with Chesswits and stuff. Unfortunately, he didn't complete his RFP, so we talked to him and he's in the process of completing it to bring it on. Just other social, conscious different type of programs that we're looking to do and different things like that. But like Scott stated, the best course of action that we're looking to do is to kind of outsource them because these type of people, they are high professionals with high degrees and different things like that. So it's a lot easier for us to outsource them and bring them in.
Okay.
So
I would love to see some sort of I guess, a blueprint of what you guys are going to do to roll out that particular component,
Yes,
right? Because I think it's very important. And also, there are different organizations and companies, of course, that deal with mental wellness. And they have, like, say, sports therapists. I don't want to say psychologists per se, because that means more monies, but sports therapists that can perhaps be available to our children, our 2,000 student athletes, if necessary. I think we have to be able to equip them, not just on the field, but we have to make sure that they're mentally strong as well. I think the chess is going to be very important. Other activities that help them with their critical thinking, not just talking to them. They're so over that. Their attention span is very, very short these days. But we want to be able to have things that are going to enlighten them, but also keep them excited. So I know, Marcellus, when we spoke about 2 weeks ago, you had also mentioned something having to do with gaming.
correct.
That was also something
correct,
that,
and we-
but I didn't see that in here.
correct. It's in the budget.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
Okay, you
yeah,
did.
it's
So the gaming and also something about AI, something like that. Like,
Correct,
we
all
have to keep up
correct.
with the times to make sure that the children are engaged. I think that's important. So I would love to see a little bit more about that. And next time we have a conversation, something really that's laid out that I can follow.
Yeah, we'll roll out a comprehensive
All right.
plan that has everything.
I appreciate that. The other thing as well is from the Mouth of Babes, are they still active?
Currently, he's still active. He currently was out of town for a little bit. He had a family emergency, and he had to go out of town for about a month and a half, but he is back in.
How are they funded? Because I know that they did not present anything to us for the coming year. Right, City Manager?
I'm trying to verify now. I know that he was funded through the.
But he's not funded because he didn't submit his
Right,
stuff.
I don't believe he submitted
He's,
anything. He
has a
submitted
professional
anything
service
this year.
contract with us.
Correct.
He has a different contract with
Correct,
you guys.
professional service.
Okay,
And then he does do a good job of getting grants and stuff.
okay, so on his own, he does other things. Okay, good, so he's still in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. And let's talk a little bit about the birthday club. Now that, because the sports, we already talked about all the other stuff, right? But the birthday club, and I know May Smith is behind that and they've been doing things forever. She had submitted some sort of a proposal. Where are we with that? Because how are they funded? Do we fund them at all? Because you mentioned.
No, they
birthday
just
club.
meet at St. George Park. I have, in the past, I've sent most of the seniors on a field trip here and there, but that's about it.
Yeah, her proposal was submitted post.
Got it.
submission.
Okay. All right. All right. And let me see. After school programs. All righty. And I think that perhaps is it,
Madam Mayor.
sir.
You, you all know that the recreation department is somewhat my baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'll advise both of you to sit down because I can see the frustration with the city manager. We just demanded that he cut. And in many cases, not just in Lauderhill, they utilize the recreation department as a soft target. So I don't even want to mention the things that I am pushing because I don't want to give this city manager any idea. So let's not say much more now because he's making notes. Yeah, and he's going to be cutting.
We can't cut from our young people. They're our future.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner, we've always been adequately funded, and the times we've been in need, we go.
Sean, you're just having the time of your life over there.
Yeah. When it comes to operations.
I just advise you to sit down.
Yeah,
Yeah, because we really don't want any ideas.
correct.
Yes.
Okay.
But also just a side note, like to be able to offset some of the costs, one thing that we're looking at this year is being able to go out and get a lot more sponsorships.
Oh, okay.
Going out, so.
Can't touch that.
To be able, correct, to be able to leverage a lot of these local businesses, the big supermarkets, the big flagship stores like that, to be able to leverage.
And if you're going to replace the scoreboard at the sports park, please do it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Before.
I mean, that should have already been done.
No, well, before any cuttings.
Yeah, but
I'm
that should have been
concerned
done
about cutting.
from last year going into 2 years.
Oh, so that can't be touched.
And which scoreboard are you referring to? Because there are two scoreboards at this point.
The one, is it the one on the main field?
Yeah, the whole
The one on the main field is less than 3 years old.
The one on the main field?
Yes.
The soccer one, the cricket one that they're always complaining
No,
about?
that's a cricket one.
Cricket's brand new.
No, but wait.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's
We're
3
just,
years old?
So the cricket one,
It is like 20 years old.
no, it was updated.
We're not going to have this discussion here because, of course.
It's a Wi-Fi.
Yeah. But it's not working. And
It's not working.
It's a Wi-Fi issue.
Whatever.
But that's what it is.
Well, we actually had the company come out 2 weeks ago and they're
Okay,
looking at
so
it to improve it.
It's
And
not
then
working,
I told the
guys.
commissioner
We don't really care if it's a Wi-Fi issue.
whatever
or
it
if
is,
a
it's not
technical
working,
issue.
and it has
It
not
needs
been
to
working
be
for a
fixed.
long
You got
time.
it.
And we get this response all the time. We don't even care about the details.
Yeah.
The reality is that it's not working. And there are times that I have been there quite embarrassed because they're
Wi-Fi
like,
or
oh,
Bluetooth, whatever
you
it
can't-
is, it's not working.
Can you call the city this and that? This has been going on for a long time. So I am asking if we can just get it fixed. That's it.
Okay,
It's very simple.
we want it fixed as well.
No, but what's the holdup?
Well, so when you get a new scoreboard, you think it's going to work. So when we get some of these equipment, like normally the brand new things do work. We've just had to call the company back out. When it's under warranty, we can get it fixed. When it's not,
Yeah,
we have to
but
pay.
this is the sort of thing
Can't be
that
fixed.
we
That's
have
been
to.
fixed many times. And
It has,
We-
well,
Same
so there's
problem.
been many issues over the years. So the previous scoreboard kept getting hit by lightning. The new one is, we haven't had the lightning problem, but now we're having the Wi-Fi.
Well, we're just very unlucky with this stuff.
Yeah, so far we
And,
have been.
and what I feel is that when we now are conveying that to the residents, it sounds like excuses and we're
does.
ineffective.
We understand.
So I think whether it is the lightning or the Wi-Fi or whatever it is, the details we're not really that much concerned about, with all due respect. It just needs to be fixed. It needs to work.
So we asked the company to both give us a price for repair and a brand new
You know, this is a conversation we had last year.
Mayor, we'll do
The same type of repair.
We'll deal with this.
Wait, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Scoreboard is not a new technology.
Yeah.
I mean, what is happening in Lauderdale? I mean, I see scoreboard all over, and the lightning, apparently, they are allergic to lightning.
We'll deal with it, Mayor and Commissioner. We'll deal with the scoreboard.
Okay.
No, but what we're trying to say is that we can't continue to have the same conversations over and over and over again.
I understand, and I can tell you that I was made intimately aware of the scoreboard issue when attending the soccer finals this past weekend, and I had conversations with both Scott and Marcellus, who were with me when I was trying to figure out the score and the time. So I do recognize it's an issue.
And that was a good time.
Yes.
You have not seen the worst of it.
Right. So we will deal with the scoreboard. If that means we have to replace it, we'll replace it. But we will.
Can we have a time frame?
Yes,
Now,
no. I need, so actually, did he tell you anything the other day when he was
Right,
here?
just to give you a little bit of background on the scoreboard, they came in less than 2 weeks ago to address the scoreboard. They fixed some of the issues. They stated to me that the reason why it keeps dropping is the Wi-Fi issue, because in the up in the press box, we have too many components that are up there going on. Because everything is being drawn specifically from a Wi-Fi, and it's not a very strong connection. So that is something
We will
that
address the issue.
With all due respect.
that's what
We're not
Dectronics.
talking about Saturday when there were quite a few. When there's zero equipment, it doesn't work.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
But they, just to let you know, they were at the sports park 2 weeks ago addressing.
I know, but so that company's not the right company.
So Mayor, we will, if the issue is the Wi-Fi, we'll work with Doug to address the Wi-Fi issue. If it means that we have to identify dedicated Wi-Fi just to operate the scoreboard, that's what we'll do. So if they're telling me the issue is the Wi-Fi, then we'll take steps with IT to ensure that we have proper Wi-Fi speeds to run the scoreboard.
Okay,
even if
Kenny.
it's-
So you know that we're saying this has been a 2-year issue?
I understand.
So that long
20
time.
years.
Well, I know for 2 years that this scoreboard has not been working. So I am asking, you guys say you're gonna fix it,
Yes.
but can you tell us it will be fixed in a week? It'll be fixed in 2 weeks?
Honestly, I can't say that because I need to work with Doug and Park.
No, that's.
It will be, Mayor, and again, I don't want to tell you it'll be 2 weeks and then it takes 2 weeks to, procure a Wi-Fi antenna because of the cost. We have to get prices. I don't want to tell you, but what I'm telling you is that we will apply immediate attention to resolving the scoreboard issue. It will not linger. We will do what needs to be done immediately to resolve the issue. We understand that football is starting up in the next, week or so?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yes.
So our goal will be is to have it up and operational before the football team comes out. So
Okay.
we'll do an assessment tomorrow.
So 3
identify
weeks.
Exactly what needs to be done.
So
and
3
take the
weeks.
Steps that necessary
All
to
right,
do that.
and tell me about the owls that are over by West Kenlark.
Okay, so we're working with the county. Basically, the owls are protected. They have to observe them for a period of time and make sure there's no baby owls. Once they have found some younglings, and because of that, they've had to prolong how long they keep. So they built temporary housing further back of the park, hoping to move them. And so currently, they have a little bit of more time before they can move them. So where they would close the hole and force the move. So I can get you an update. They actually reached out like a week and a half ago, letting me know that they did see young owls and that they needed a little more time. So off the top of my head, I can't remember how much time, but it was like 2 weeks or something, and then they could possibly
Does that
cover the whole.
impact the training of the
At the
teams that
moment,
are
we're
there?
okay because it's in the corner, but ultimately we want to get it moved.
So you've had experience with this at the sports park.
Oh, it's
So how
everywhere.
long
We have
did
it
it
out
take for them to remove them?
Westwind Park.
Yeah, we have, I mean, we've had them at Westwind, actually, dead center of the sports park at one point. It's at the golf course.
How long does it usually take for them to go through that?
So like at the
process?
golf course, it's off to the side and it's not interfering with play, so it doesn't really matter. It took us a couple months, 6 months maybe last time at the sports park. It was a long time.
At the sports park, it took us almost up to a year. As Scott stated, what happens is once they start to habitat, you cannot touch them. And then they come in, they check to see if they are giving birth or if there's anything like that, and that just prolongs the process as well. It's the same way, like if you go to the beach and you see all of these different places where you, with the turtles and different things like that, these animals cannot be moved by the state.
So we are on top of that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we stay in touch with the county.
Okay, so it's their determination?
They come out and now, to their credit, they're out weekly looking
Oh,
at
okay.
the nest.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. We can talk about money with the teams, but we won't go there today.
Yes, ma'am.
My commission.
I'd rather you leave
Yeah.
so that you don't
Thank
draw
you
too much
guys so
attention
much.
to yourself.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next department.
Madam,
Mayor,
we do have things.
want to take a quick break? I know that.
Yeah.
Deliver some food.
What do you guys want to take a quick break to get something to eat?
Well, two more departments, engineering and then,
I think three.
three. Sorry. Yes, so we have three departments.
What do you
Public
think?
Works, Utilities and engineering.
I was advised by my doctor today that I need to eat on time.
Yes, so we have food and we're ready. It's ready to
Okay.
go.
All right, 15 minutes?
We have 5 people in the department, under Martin Callas, the city engineer and the director. You have the assistant city engineer. You have the building construction manager. We also have 1 inspector and an administrative assistant.
The building construction manager is the position filled?
Yes. We broke down what we do pretty much in 4 points. We have planning, design, developments, engineering permits, building, contracting, and construction. And last but not least, we address the concerns from the city's commission, administration, and other departments and residents and technical matters.
Okay.
For the first part, planning and design development, we're a part of DRC. Pretty much what we do is, I think you saw some of that last night when Enverari Boulevard was on the commission. So we go to DRC and to make sure there's adequate drainage, enough water for the residents, as well as make sure the traffic flows once those buildings are constructed. We assist grant applications for FDP, MPO, EPA, FEMA, etc. We support all the safe neighborhood projects. Some of those projects are parking lots renovations, and as well as most recently is the habitat renovations for those restrooms. We collaborate in the budgeting process for loan and bond request. Martin Kala and all the directors assisted the city managers with all those HOAs that he was talking to. So that's part of it. Prepare schematics and specifications for FDOT counties roadway improvements, such as lap, penny tax, and tax and surtax. This pretty much is plans that we have in the city. These are 2 projects that we have coming up. The one on the left is the City Hall parking lot. We're going to redesign that parking lot and have more parking spaces as well as the drainage. If you notice, every time it rains on the east side, it always floods. So we're going to address those issues as well as having more parkings. And on the right side, this is the famous Maple Run project that we've been working on. And we set to go out for bidding at the end of this week. This is the second point. So we review all the engineering permits that come with the city. And if it's approved, we approve them, or if they need more works, we just critique them and send them for revisions. Some of those permits are driveways, poles, additions, parking lots, etc. We ensure that new developments, plans, and capital improvement projects meet the engineering standards and best practice for the construction of water, sewer, stormwater, and roadway infrastructure, including any new cities buildings such as City Hall Annex. Review and approve the civil side of all engineering construction plans and verify that they are in compliance with code, environmental regulations, and safety standards, and prioritize the health and safety and welfare of the public. We respond to all the engineering duties related with technical matters and support the city departments, as well as coordinate with consultants, contractors, and vendors. This is just an example of an engineering permit that we have for driveway concrete. On third point, we oversee the bidding, contracting, and construction of all public infrastructure projects. We assist in the scope of new developments and budgeting before the bidding process. We participate in the selection and approval of contractors, coordinate the inspection of construction and approve permits, provide the construction management, such as pay applications, change order, punch list items, retainage, warranties, etc., and procure the completion of projects within budget, timeline, and quality. This is just an example of 2 projects that we recently completed. On the left is the golf ball wall that we had, and on the right is one of our walls that we did, I believe, last year. Lastly, we address the concerns from the city's commission, administration, and other departments and residents and technical matters. We lead all the technical studies with consultants, For example, boundary and topographic surveys, environmental assessments, and geotechnical exploration. We meet with residents with concerns of slope stability, flooding, traffic calming, safety issues, etc. We execute the 5-year plan for the stormwater capital improvements projects. And also, we regularly meet with other city staff to provide technical engineering solutions for the departments. And I believe that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oops.
How many persons are in your department again? I'm sorry.
We have 6 right now, but beginning 2025, 2026, we'll have 5. The GIS manager is going to be retiring.
Martinique?
The GIS manager, she's retiring, John Fletcher.
Oh, Joan.
So we're going to have 5.
So okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is what you're showing on.
Yes.
And then you're the assistant engineer,
Correct.
and then the building construction manager,
Damien DeCosta, he's with us right now.
and then you have the engineer inspector,
Mhm.
and then you have 1 administrative assistant.
Yes.
Oh, got it. All right.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
Thank
You guys have been great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Here comes our favorite guy.
Hey,
Hey.
how are you? So I'm here to represent Public Works this time. My former job, I used to make the smoke go away, and now I have to make the water go away. So anyway, you all know Tamika. She's the deputy director there, and we work hand in hand, and this is the staff. So just going to look through the couple just highlights. There's actually 73 positions that are budgeted for the 5 divisions that I'm responsible for. So we'll just kind of walk through that. Now we are short. We're actively hiring to fill some of the gaps in ground maintenance. We're processing people every day for that. So if you flip over, you can see the org chart there. I guess our first division we want to talk about is the ground maintenance. Those are the folks that they're out there cutting the grass. So I will say, I'm probably about 6 or 7 months into this new assignment at Public Works. And speaking to the city manager during the transition, there was a consolidation of efforts across, park staff and bringing in fleet to Public Works. And we always had facilities as part of our kind of a side division. So it's all under one hat right now. The 3 priorities he set forth to me coming in was to ensure that we look at our stormwater system. That is our emergency response. That is part of the public safety. So we did first month in, we reviewed all of the stormwater assets. We found some problems, some lack of preventive maintenance, so on and so forth. We fixed the pumps that were broke. We put them on a maintenance schedule. We've gone through all of the canals. We've looked at all the storm drains. And I think the other night at your meeting, Mayor, I think the first time we ever heard someone say, we haven't really had a complaint about flooding anymore. So yesterday's event probably dropped about 3 inches in a short period of time, 2.5 to 3 inches. We have put together a response team in their stormwater division that actively goes out. We got the Vector truck right to Maple Run. We recognize the need for the preventative maintenance. So with all that being said, I think we did pretty good yesterday, and I think we'll continue to do good. We won't have big areas of concentration. We may have small areas, but we can deploy that team right away to try to take that storm drain down and get the water moving. So anyway, I kind of went to the next step of the 3 goals that he had set forth for me, was looking at our infrastructure. That's from irrigation, which I know is very important, through painting the buildings and getting the roofs done. So we've done that. We've done an analysis on all of that. As a matter of fact, I sent the deputy city manager this morning a full accounting of the irrigation that is and where they're at, the status. I think we're about 30 days into the park acquisition coming into Public Works. So we've included them on the list, including the golf course. So, and then the last thing is, without the infrastructure or the irrigation and all the other things, we can't make it look good. So what we did is, I'll use 56 Avenue as an example because it's been there for a while. We took the trees out. So we did problematic trees throughout the city. You might have seen that. We started working on irrigation, working north. We found that there was, at the Oakland Park area, the north end, those medians that look horrible, have no irrigation. It used to be on a well, then it was on a canal, and we're trying to put it on city water. The problem is there's only a 24-inch main going down there, and it's very costly to connect. So we're looking at alternatives, but putting a well with maybe solar and irrigate those swales. But we're working on it. So I think when we met at the annex during the open, I said we need about 90 days to kind of have a full audit. So I think we're there where we know where all of the needs are. We've used the crews together, kind of formed up, and we hit some of the parks that were just in need of some extra work, little TLC. The library, the sports park, we want to stay ahead of the events. We want them to look good because they should look good. And that's what we're trying to do. So with 21 parks and, again, combined staff and some gaps, there's going to be times where we can't get through the cycle. So, for instance, if you look at that, just the ground maintenance, we've created a full route of the 71 locations that grounds crews have to do. So City Hall, the Annex, and Meditation Park is only one of 71. So it's taken us probably about 16 or 17 days to start out west to get to the east side. The goal is to do that to 10 to 14 days. And the manager has supported that division will have 17 people cutting grass. So with 3 crews, 5 people plus 2 supervisors, we'll be on task. We're not there yet. We're doing it with 8 guys right now, or 8 employees. There is gaps. Again, we're hiring to fill those, but that's where it's going to catch up. So that's just some of the things. One thing, too, I would like to mention is St. George has a different drainage system than we have. They have drains that go into retention areas. And retention areas are roll off their grass most of the time. There's 5 miles of those from Sunrise Boulevard to Broward. We have to cut those every month. So it's problematic with the trees and stuff, but there is just a lot of things going on that we're trying to catch up. And remember, the goal was to be able to, be a better steward of the money for, and I think we're doing that with these things in-house. It's just taking time to get the staff there. But I think if you're seeing bits and pieces of it and you're happy with what you're seeing, 90 days from now, we should be, much better. And we're taking, as the manager said, focusing on city buildings because we're trying to, as you see, we always cut the grass here on commission meeting. We try to be here to do that. If we know there's an event, we're getting ahead of the event. We get with parks and they say, hey, look, we got something coming this weekend, or we're tracking them. We get out there before that. So that's a little bit about grounds maintenance. Yes. I think there's 13, but 5 that came over from parks, I guess just didn't stay, or, they moved on. So there was 5 already there. And we have 5 more for the grounds maintenance. And then we have 4 for parks that are going to be part-time, dedicated to the parks to pick up the trash every day in the parks.
The 13 people altogether we're looking to hire?
Correct. And I think, and we are working with CC. I know the chief has been actively interviewing he and Tamika, and they're going through that process. And I can tell you that some of those vacancies are because through the evaluation process, when we combined the two, the chief was able to identify a number, I think, 5 or 6 individuals, chief, that were not working at the standard in which they were expected to. So again, that is something that we're looking at just around the city, is that we understand that there's a high expectation, and especially on the beautification team, to ensure that they're working at their standards. So some of those vacancies were, I guess you'll say, self-inflicted because we had to release individuals who were still on probation and were not effectively. But we've authorized an additional 4 just in the last month that will be assigned to the individual parks, as he stated, 2 on the east, 2 on the west, to rotate to ensure that they're there doing those not necessarily those daily things that need to be taken care of at those parks to make sure that they're being maintained. In addition to the cutting and edging and those type of things, but the trash and tree trimmings and all those type things that we'll have staff dedicated to that as well.
So if you look at the Streets and Roads Department, there, it's another smaller group, but they are focused on predominantly the sidewalk program. So we have taken that from a contract to in-house. We might be doing them a little less than the contractor was doing, but we're doing it at a 50% reduction to the residents at the cost. So we go out, we inspect them, we get the calls every day. If we have to go back on some that are being delayed and reset the clock, so we send another letter, we'll give them more time because it's really what, the residents are absorbing that cost, and sometimes it was, you've seen them, the bills before under the contractor. But anyway, we're getting there. So this team also does speed humps. We get about 10 speed humps a year to get installed. That's almost $35,000 it costs for those speed humps. These are the prefabricated ones, and there's a list, and we just keep pecking down the list. It's a budgetary thing. We install them in-house. There's no cost. We buy them. They're recycled material. There's a discussion of maybe going back to asphalt someday when we can do it, but right now these are consistent. They go in the same height, width, and they're put down in the same fashion. So there's no chances of really getting wrong, to be honest with you. That Streets and Roads team is also, I just let you know, in the last 60 days, we have both street sweepers back on the road. So you'll see one during the day and you'll see one at night. We have a part-timer that works Friday through Saturday, and you might see them around on the street sweeper. So those are our street sweepers that are going to help with the trash along the curbs. Let's see. What else can I let you know tidbits about? We have 308 bus stops. That's what we pick up every day. 308 bus stops. So it's the same people that would be picking up the trash in the meeting. So we're speaking to the manager on how we can come up with a program with some part-timers to just kind of get out there every morning to pick up the branches and the trees. Stormwater we kind of briefly talked about. I can tell you one couple things there is just the maintenance of the storm drains has been most important. We're probably going to go back to the QR code on there where if you're walking by with your phone, you can hit it with the QR code. It'll send us a message, hey, the storm drain's clogged. Something's in the storm drain. Little bit things like that. We talked about the pump stations. They're fully activated right now. There's 55 canals. So we have the boat crews that are out there. They go through and clean up the trash. And they also put down pesticides to clear the weeds. I'm sure you've all had calls about the canals and how they look right now. They're extremely low. So with that being low, you're going to see all the vegetation on the side. So one thing we're looking at is to buy a smaller harvester boat that we had these big ones that were just not efficient. We'll buy a smaller one, and I think we spoke to Lauderdale Lakes. In the first year, they were able to reduce the cost of their chemicals going into the canal by 50%. So in 2 years, it paid for the boat. So we're looking at that right now. We just did a demo on it. And that, we can put it in any one of our canals. There's no restrictions. So that stormwater neighborhood enrichment is the team that goes out and on 21st Street. We're redoing the medians there, with the growth. We're pulling all the old dead vegetation out, and they come back in, and they're the ones that put the landscaping back in. I'll let Tamika speak about building maintenance in a minute. Fleet services. So that's another one of our divisions. As far as the infrastructure goes, that's one of the buildings that we're doing a new roof right now. We've replaced the doors, windows. It'll be painted and restriped probably within the next, 2 weeks. But that is part of the managers hit our buildings and get them, right. So the residents hopefully will follow. I guess one thing to note on the fleet services, there's 495 vehicles that they manage over there. And when it comes to the police patrol vehicles, we are moving towards hybrid vehicles. And we have 27 of those right now. And we're going to continue to buy those and replace them. And just a little bit of tidbit, with 35% of the fuel savings when we go from a fuel gas to a hybrid. So right now we're 22,000 gallons of gas a month that we pump out of that little station over there. think that was pretty much all of them. The facilities division, that's part of them is the construction specialist, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and a carpenter we have on staff that does probably 250 service calls a day. You might have saw Steve here two times tonight. He was fixing the AC. So they're doing that. And can we speak about the building maintenance? That's the last division, and then we can take any questions.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice
Good
Mayor,
evening.
Commission, City Attorney. Just wanted to speak about our building maintenance division. I'm going to go back here. We have 7 employees in our building maintenance division. We're still trying to fill vacancies that are in this division as well. In regards to building maintenance, we cover all of our special events here at City Hall, of course, and then at all of our parks. So building maintenance as far as janitorial, custodial maintenance is what this division takes care of. Any questions with it so far?
So the presentation is completed? Okay.
Well, wait,
Oh,
No,
wait. Okay, I see one button pressed. Okay, good. All right, so thank you for that. And 73 positions or 73 employees that you have. So I'm not going to get into everything because time is, of course, of the essence. But what I will say is that thank you guys so much for being accessible. And thank you for acting quickly. Every time we've reached out, you guys jump on it right away. I know that I've heard tonight that you have 13 persons that you need to, 13 positions that need to be filled. And so what you're doing with the staff that you have is incredible. But of course, there are areas that we still need to improve on. And you have given me the confidence tonight to know that you are working on that, Chief, and that will be done in a timely fashion. So the park, what is it called again? The one that's by the synagogue? Ruth Rothkopf, right. So that park is still infested by ants. And I know that you have treated it several times. I'm not necessarily sure why that is, but there have been persons that have told me that recently they no longer want to go over there because they can't sit on the bench because the ants are just way too much, right? I did ask for them to take a picture of it. They always forget to do so, but apparently that is a major issue. I know with the other parks you are working on, the grass, all of that extra stuff that I bug you about all the time. But the irrigation, that's so important because if we don't have that stuff in place, then nothing really matters, right? Because we can't just depend on the rain.
Right.
Yes, so we have to make sure that the entire city, and what I was advised is that it's really all the parks that had some challenges. And there are some areas as well because of the way that the walls were built or constructed, that somehow it messed up something. And because of that, now we have some challenges on some of the swales. But we have to kind of act quickly on those things too, because the times are hot, and very humid. And sometimes when you drive around the city, you'll see those areas that the grass it looks really poor. And so as a result of that, it's like everything else is thrown off. So I support you guys and what you're doing because I can see the change and the diligence. But I do hope that you get your people on so that you will be able to have more manpower to help us out, the city. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Campbell.
speed humps. Once the application gets to your department, what's the procedure?
So it goes to engineering, or it actually goes, I think, to the clerk, then engineering. They go out and evaluate the location and make sure we're not impeding any stop signs or turnaround, traffic issues. And then they send it to us. And if we have them in stock, we can install them within 2 weeks. We do have a list that we're working on. From the time that the application hits here, it gets to engineering, they turn it around really quick. They send it to us. I would say that would be 10 days, sitting in that process. By the time you get it, the clerk gets it, because I think it comes with a, petition, and then they review it, they go out and do a site inspection, they mark up the plan where we put them, and that's the process.
May I suggest, city manager, you can, that the applicants, someone need to get in touch with the applicants because there are gaps sometimes. I just got one that was probably 2 years, or a long period of time, and they have not heard. I mean, you may have gone out there, but they're not aware of it, and there's no communication.
I would agree. Again, this is just coming into my purview in the last responsibility, 5, 6 months, 7 months. Like the sidewalks, we want to go back to that list and tell them, hey, look, we know you're still there and you didn't lose your spot in the line. But there was a time when we went a year or so without putting any in. So that kind of is a gap. But I agree with you, the communication could be better. Same like the sidewalks. As we get a call, as a matter of fact, Barbara Harmon called me about one in Imran. Her letter wasn't that old, but I said, look, we're just not going to get to it. We're going to reset the clock for you. It's an ordinance that we have to, follow the steps. But I think that's the same thing. And I can tell you that Tamika will make contact with the folks on that list, and we'll just give them an update.
Okay, most recently, 24th place, that's between 42nd Avenue and 46. I can give you a hint. The gentleman that frequent this meeting and have constant dialogue with us, that's where he lives.
Okay.
So I don't know if that means anything to you.
We'll look on the list.
Okay.
We'll see where he's at.
I gave the city manager the list. But again, I can't predict the outcome, but one of the things that I'm hoping that somebody would get back to them instead of them getting to me, because I don't know anything about it.
Sure, that's fair.
And on that same street, the canal that runs behind it, that a lady remind me that she has been talking to me about it for a couple of years. Why me? I don't know. But so that canal, and there's a pump house. I've not seen the pump house, but it's somewhere in that vicinity of 25th place. He spoke to you about the pump.
Yes.
In fact, I saw some of your guys there, and I sent them directly to speak to him. There was a dialogue. I don't know what came out of it, but I would rather you address that than they keep calling me, because I have no idea how to respond to it. So that is 25th place. And I think it's between 42nd Avenue and 46th Avenue, in that area.
Yes.
Commissioner, do you happen to have the resident's name or the address?
We have, I know Herb spoke with someone over in that area also concerning.
I turned over the list. They sent the list to me of the signatures.
Correct.
And that was turned over. And I also gave you the
noise
canal person who have been complaining about the canal.
And the canal. So I believe that staff has already looked at the canal. I had a conversation with Chief Saletti on the canal, and I had one with Herb on the noise from the pump station. So both of those have been addressed, and they had communications with the residents concerning those matters. As to the speed humps, again, I'll follow up on where we are with communicating with the individual. I think the question that I had was, who is it that we should contact? Because we have the petition, but I don't believe we knew who the person was that submitted the actual petition. So if it's
I think there's an address there.
The application.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll make contact with that individual, but that information was passed on to staff, and I know specifically the pump station, the noise from the pump station was addressed, and also the canal situation was addressed.
And what I would encourage, not just your department, code enforcement, is that part of the frustration is people complain and nobody gets back to them. So even reaching out to them. And if it can't be done, you explain that, so at least they know it's been addressed. But when it's ignored, as if, that is one of the biggest frustrations. So I know if you get 500 calls, sometimes it's not practical to get back to everyone, but I think there should be an effort to at least communicate to the persons that especially if you're looking into it. They don't know, because you go there and you look at the issue and you document it. If you don't tell them that you looked at it, they may not be aware that someone actually responded.
I think we make it our job to make that call back. And I can assure you that if I get a phone call or Timmy gets a phone call or staff or we hear from the manager, we are making contact back. And we could miss it, but if we get the message, we call. And even on the E11 system that we have, it tracks everything that we do. So although we encourage, I think it's Lauderhill Listen, to go there and put it in that request, they can send a picture. It comes right to us instantly through.
But my concern is that you know what you do.
Yes.
I'm concerned about the residents. Correct. That at least they know you're doing something. The other thing is, which I've spoken for the past how many years, 44th Street. And that east of the plaza, 44 and Inver Boulevard, the plaza going east.
To Rock Island?
Yes.
The north side of the
thing
road.
has existed. I've spoken to Desiree many years ago. It's an ongoing thing that I don't know if someone started something 20 years ago and just didn't go back, but I don't know what it is.
Yes.
It's not a complete, and it's presented more, even when you get out of the plaza to go east, it's an obstacle.
And I did speak with engineering on that. And I spoke with engineering concerning that, Martine, and he said there isn't any reason why we cannot remove it. So we will work with engineering and public works to remove that median. I think we need to have some conversations with the apartment building to the south of how their ingress and egress, how it kind of directs them to turn a certain way. But Martine says that there isn't a reason engineering wise why that should be there, so we can actually remove it. So we'll continue to work with public works and engineering to have that action.
It's important to address the apartment complex.
Yes, we have to address it.
However, as it stands, folks are illegally making three-way, four-way, reverse back, turn back, because they need to go west, and it's impossible. So they're doing it in any case, and it's presenting a problem. The final thing on 44, which I've spoken about before, is 44 and Rock Island. There was a plaza there. There was a right turn lane to the plaza. And then there was a second right turn to Rock Island. The plaza has not been there for, 10 years? And if you enter the first right turn, you fall in a ditch, because you're assuming that the right turn starts there to go to Rock Island. And then you can't correct it because the cars are to your left. So and there may be two little poles there or something like that. But I can't see why we can't address that. It's not a major issue, but it's an obstacle. Right, so I suggest somebody just go and look at it and you'll understand exactly what I'm saying.
For the first part, for the median, Martin and I did speak about removing that median because he spoke to the city manager about removing it on 44th Street. It's possible to remove, but for that low island, leaving that community, the city can't touch it because technically it's on private property. So the apartment complex will have to remove that island if the people
Yeah,
wanna go,
yeah, and
west.
they did that because it had to be done that way. So I suspect
If we
that they will not have a problem in correcting their part of it. And I'm not talking about their part. I'm
Right.
talking about the main road.
Yeah, we can remove that median. All we have to do is take it out and maybe resurface that part. As part of the turn lane also, we spoke about this 2 weeks before Martin went on vacation. And we'll take a look at that, maybe extend that, right turn lane.
Yeah, please,
to
when
go
you look
south.
at it, you'll see exactly that it doesn't make any sense and it's presenting a problem.
Maybe it'll be better for traffic in the morning too.
Precisely, because then you have a longer right turn. Yeah. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that it for you, Commissioner?
yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, one quick question, because I see some of the duties are switching from parks to you guys. On 12th Street, Woke Park, the tennis courts there with the screens on the fence that's all hanging down.
We fixed it yesterday.
You did. Okay. So I wanted to find out that's your guys' job.
Parks collaborates with us. We have a call on Wednesdays. If we see it or whatever, let the manager know they always blow. I mean, they just fall down and it's windy, but as soon as we know about it, we get somebody out there.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. Is it utilities? Is this the last one? This is the last one?
No.
Yes. And you're going to make it quick? Oh, sorry.
He's so tired. We had an emergency in the city last night and he was out until 3 a.m. this morning fixing that. And then he had to be here at 10.
Good evening. Herb Johnson, Utilities Director. Just real quick, the Utilities Department consists of the following divisions: water production, which is our water treatment plant; water distribution, which is the distribution system outside the water treatment plant; and our wastewater collection systems, right? Utilities Department is responsible for the operations, maintenance, and repairs of all of those systems and all the components that's related to those systems. Next slide. So you will see our organizational chart, which is a breakdown of myself as the Utilities Director, Operations Administrator Lurleen Evans, administrative staff, acting superintendent, 2 acting foremen, chief electrician, and then you will see a multitude of programs that we, are involved in on a day-to-day basis with our maintenance. Next slide. So at the water treatment plant, our current projects that we have here is, plant maintenance and the repair program. Some of you that visit the plant, you see some of the extensive work that we're doing there. We're replacing the filters, high service pump valves and pumps. Also, we're getting ready to engage into a chlorine conversion project. Those projects are costing us approximately $6 million. To today's date, we are probably halfway through those projects. They're very lengthy projects, very extensive projects, and it takes a lot of time getting those projects done. Currently, we are working at half capacity at the water treatment plant because we had to take some of those units down to make the rehabs. In order for us to do this, we kind of collaborated with some of our sister cities, Tamarack, Broward County, just in case we have an emergency that they can help us out if we ever needed some water. Next thing, as the water treatment plant, water production, we are mandated to adhere to a lot of regulatory compliance. For example, we are mandated to give an annual quality report to our residents annually. That report provides the residents of everything that we do as it relates to the water treatment plant. In addition to that, I know you guys have been hearing a lot of things about some of the regulatory compliance that's been coming down from the governor, right? Just recently, the governor removed or mandated that we remove fluoride from the water. That's one of the things that we had to do just a couple weeks ago. In addition to that, there's a lead and copper rule. We had to do an evaluation of our water distribution system. Wherever we find lead, copper, or those type of materials, we have to eradicate those. So we've come up with a service line program to be able to do that. Some of it in-house, and then we're gonna have to contract some of that stuff out. Another thing that we had been talking about is the PFAS, right? PFAS. So PFAS is man-made chemicals, you know, and it's everywhere. It's in your Scotch Guard. It was in your fire foams. It was in the daily ovenware, cookware, things of that nature. So at some point, you know, we were mandated to start testing for that. We've been testing. We're going to test until another year on a quarterly basis. Once that year passes us by, you know, we have to do additional testing, right? And what's going to happen with that is when we do the additional testing, it may require us to enhance our filtration unit at the water treatment plant. So we may have to add a component in order to do that, which may be a costly item that we may have to incur at some point. Next slide, please. Our water distribution system. Water distribution system, you know, we have approximately 1,300 fire hydrants where we assist the fire department and the community with fire protection. You know, I know that and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, we achieved ISO rating of, I think it was 1, I think, which we never had here before within the city. And I attest that to, you know, our maintenance program and working with the fire chief and his staff to accomplish that goal. Also, we have roughly about approximately 1,900 water distribution valves in the city. And the reason why I'm talking about these things, these are programs that, you know, we conduct on a daily basis in our operations, right? So, for example, when we're putting in new water mains, new sewer mains, or we upgrading the water treatment plant, putting in new pumps, things of that nature, right? We can't just put it in and leave it. We have to maintain those things. And these programs that I'm talking about right now helps us to maintain those. And what those things do is allow us to, when we have the major breaks like we had last night, or when we have situations with our pump stations, right? It'll allow us to easily go and isolate those problems without affecting a wide range of the community. So those are some of the programs that we, you know, do on a daily basis with our crews. Next thing is the water meter replacement program. I think you guys have heard we're spending roughly about $4 million to go to the automated meter reading. So we're in the process of doing that now. I think maybe in the next month or two, you'll start seeing some installation of that process starting to take place. We currently are doing the campaign to kind of start identifying and notifying residents that that campaign is coming. So we're in the process of doing that as we speak. Last year, I think our crews replaced roughly about 450 of those water meters themselves. So we're doing some of that stuff in-house, but we also bring the contract in to help us do it and get ahead of the game and get those things done quicker. Again, I want to mention the water service line replacement program. again, that is one of the things that's mandated by the state now, right? Any galvanized pipe, lead pipe, copper pipe that we see in our system, we have to eradicate it. We have to get those things out of our system. If not, over time, when we report to the state, you know, they're going to be requesting those reports and they're going to ask us, okay, when is the next phase? When is the next phase until we're done? So we're also in the process of taking care of that. In addition to the water distribution system, we are implementing programs where we are replacing some of the old existing pipe, 50 years old, 40 years old. We have a project taking place where we're replacing 3,000 linear feet of pipe, 12-inch pipe along 82nd Avenue. I think Commissioner Hodgins asked us about that earlier tonight. That process is ongoing. We're a little bit ahead of schedule for that, but we should be complete with that project, I say no later than August, September. Next slide, please. Wastewater collection system. Currently, we have 58 lift stations that our crews inspect daily. Each one of these stations have 2 to 3 pumps in them, right? And again, these are one of those programs where our staff goes around every day and they check these systems to make sure they're operations properly. Those daily inspections allow us to catch things beforehand. So if there's a problem, we could go ahead and make the correction to that problem right away, right? Sometimes we don't catch those problems, but, you know, when we're being proactive, it allows us to, you know, assist, take care of the issue, assist the community without having to kind of disrupt their service. The next thing I want to discuss is that if you look at the picture in this slide here, this is one of our main force mains, carrier pipes that carries, I'm gonna call it dirty water, sewer water, right? What happens with these things after 50 years old, they start to deteriorate over time from within, and the pipe develops a weakness. And when that weakness comes about, you have situations like this. This picture depicts 220,000 gallons of raw sewage that is an environmental nightmare, right? It took us 2 weeks to fix this pipe. This is the main pipe that handles everything from the northwest section to the central side of the city, right? So just imagine 2 weeks straight, we've been working on this particular project or this repair. We had to haul wastewater with tanker trucks for 2 weeks straight, day in and day out, night and day for 2 weeks straight, from the northwest section to central section, and we had to haul it out to Broward County. Difficult task. So with that being said, you know, we're working on redundant systems, right? Because we want to have a kind of, we have another situation like that, you want to be able to bypass that system, right? So that way it doesn't affect the service of the community and allow people to flush their toilets and have water. So that's the end of my presentation. If you guys have got any questions, please do. Please feel free.
If I may just add one point, and I know that it came up earlier, Vice Mayor, concerning infrastructure improvements. So this is both water and sewer and stormwater, are the 2 areas where we do actually issue bonds to make those infrastructure improvements. Currently, we have a $30 million bond that was issued, I believe, about a year or so ago, Herb?
Yeah, I would say 2 years now.
About 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So they're currently working to spend down the $30 million bond that was issued as part of the proposed budget. And I failed to mention it when Stormwater was speaking, but we are planning to issue a bond again to deal with some of the stormwater issues. We had the stormwater plan that was completed that the chief spoke to that identified additional improvements that we can make. to our infrastructure capital improvements. So we will again come before the commission and request approval to issue stormwater bonds to address some of those infrastructure needs. But I think in both cases, we've made operational adjustments to try to, as Herb say, to take preventative steps to ensure that we catch those things before they happen. We've had a study done on the water plant that identified, again, through the planning process on what upgrades are needed for not just the water plant, but also our water and sewer infrastructure. So we do have and I asked staff, one of the things I asked staff this year, which is a little different than we've done in the past. Normally we do a 5-year capital improvement plan when it comes to the infrastructure, but now we are actually going out 10 years. So we're taking a longer look into the future to make sure that we're prepared, not just from a planning standpoint, but from a funding standpoint, understanding that time is of essence when we're making these repairs so that we can be prepared when with funding in place so that when it's time to make these improvements, we're not waiting for the funding to take place. So I just wanted to point out that in those areas that this is where we do kind of identify where we have plans in place, both stormwater and water and sewer, that go out at least 10 years, and the water plant that identify what those improvements are. So we kind of tie those improvements to actually the issuance of debt. The difference is that we come only to the commission, but that we don't have to go out to the public for a referendum in order to have that approved.
And if I may add to that, Kenny, just the added nugget to that, there's master plans that we have in place. You know that it breaks each section down by priority: wastewater, water distribution, and the water treatment plant. And it lists all the areas of projects where, the high priorities where we need to kind of do some things like in the next 5 or 10 years. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's the end of our formal presentation. No, I'm saying that's the end. No. That's the end of the formal presentation. If I may, just to recap a couple points to make sure that I just want to make sure that that's fine.
We have it all.
That's fine.
You're good?
We're done.
Okay. Do you want the recap? What were you going to recap?
Just to make sure that my marching orders are correct as we move forward between now and September.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think I just want to make sure I understand exactly what I should be looking at. First is that the fire fee will remain the same. So we will go back and take a look at the fire and the general fund budget to make adjustments that equate to that $1.5 million difference that we have so that we can maintain our current fire fee.
Do we have money left over from the previous budget?
In the current year?
Do we have money left over from the budget now that we're coming out?
So the answer is possibly. We're projecting that we'll have a savings, but one of the things that we have to take into consideration is that our fund balance is below the 10% required fund balance that we went below a few years ago. So we were required to raise fund balance back up to 10%. So for the last 2 years, any savings we've had has gone to fund balance to try to get us back over the 10%, so we're in compliance. So yes, there's a possibility that we will have additional dollars, but we will come to the commission at the end of the year if we have those dollars and ask for guidance as to how to spend them.
One of the things that I was thinking is if we have those dollars, monies that from this budget, then we can look at that and perhaps put that towards the fire department. So we won't have to touch the budget that we're going into for 2026.
So right. So again, if we do have that, normally we use those dollars to cover what we call one-time expenditures. Normally not operating expenditures. So we will, as part of our review, that is something that we look at. We look at capital that we can pay.
Explain to me the one-time expenditure.
So fund balance, our fund balance policy, and this is just a generally accepted accounting principle, is that you use fund balance for things that you will have a one-time cost to pay for. So if you're buying a piece of equipment, if you're using it to pay off debt, which is something that we'll look at, if you're using it to pay for supplies, those type things, is because if you use it to pay for operating costs, you'll run out of money. It's like using your savings account to pay for your monthly bills. Well, at some point you run out of money because what you're doing
Bringing
is
in,
sustainable.
I understand.
So, but we will look at that. So again, one of the things is looking at debt because debt requires us to pay a yearly interest and principal payments. But if we have enough cash and we have funds remaining, we can pay it off, which is a one-time expenditure, which now that $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 that we pay in debt service can actually go to pay for operating expenses.
Is it possible that we may have millions left over?
I won't say that. I won't say that we'll necessarily have millions, but it's possible that we will have a million plus. It's possible, but again, between now and the end of the year, the next 3 months, we'll have a better idea on exactly where we stand.
We may collect.
So,
Yeah.
so what I'll say about that is that we did submit, as you stated, we did submit to the federal government, and that is a possibility. So that is something that we're looking at. So I just the other two items, if I may quickly, the geo.
But before you go, I think it's very important for us to now that we potentially can use the fund balance to be able to help the fire department, that we are prudent and mindful in terms of how we spend it.
Absolutely. That's absolutely what we do. I think as a finance department, we look at all options. And I think that's why we've been successful. I know at least in the last 20 plus years with me being the finance director that we've been able to balance the wants and needs of the commission and the public while still trying to remain fiscally responsible.
Thank you.
So we will do that as we go through. The GEO bond, understanding that we will take a look at some of those projects and ensure that we are addressing all of our public safety needs as relates to the GEO bond programs, again, police, fire, as well as parks, streets and roads, all of those items we will take a look at. Operationally, we will review the operational budgets that were highlighted. Public safety, meaning police, was a highlighted area. Code enforcement was a highlighted area, and definitely public works was highlighted to ensure that we have the boots on the ground to carry out those activities that are being set as a priority by the commission.
Yeah.
Anything else that we should focus on between now and September?
Code enforcement, which is also part of the beautification.
Yeah, no, that was one. That was one. Police, code, public works, and utility. Public works and parks were the operational departments.
Police, got it.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for
Yes, sir.
what you put together today. Today was a little different than before.
Yes, sir.
Because there was a lot of changes in the organization chart. So we got a lot more out of this than just the budget.
Correct.
And you've done a lot of work, and I've seen a lot of positions moving around, and we've now put a lot on your shoulders. As you mentioned earlier, we gave you a lot of constraints, do more with less, and we expect more with
Yes.
less and continue to lower the budget. We know it's a difficult task, and took it like a champ. So we're looking forward to see what magic you put together at the end of this summer.
Yes, sir.
And just wanted to say thank you. You did a lot of work in your first year as city manager here.
Thank you.
With our support. With our support.
Yeah.
Say with our support.
With her support, with our support.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kenny. Yep. Yes, that's it. We're adjourned.